Must I always be playing your fool? I sang your songs, I danced your dance, I gave your friends all a chance. Putting up with them wasn't worth never having you. Or maybe you've been through this before, but it's my first time, so please ignore the next few lines, cause they're directed at you. I can't always be waiting on you. I can't always be playing your fool. I keep playing your part, but it's not my scene. Want this plot to twist, I've had enough mystery. Building it up, but then you're shooting me down. But I'm already down, just wait a minute. Just sit and wait it. Just wait a minute. Just sit and wait it. Well, if I was in your position, I'd put down all my ammunition. I'd wonder why it taken me so long. But Lord knows that I'm not you, and if I was, I wouldn't be so cruel, cause waiting on love ain't so easy to do. Must I always be waiting on you? Must I always be playing your fool? No, I can't always be waiting on you. I can't always be playing your fool.
Oh, I wonder why it took so long for us to figure it out. The whole summer we laughed and loved, and you were all I was thinking about. I didn't think it'd go this way. Hearts were so hard to contain. Everything was so fresh and so new. Trying to discover why it fell apart, and I can't move on without you. Sunrise, oh, I wake up just to see your face. Sunrise, and I wake up just to see your face. Sunrise, oh, I wake up just to see your face. Sunrise, and I wake up. Oh, I wonder how things that felt so good so quickly fell apart. And I know these are the days I must go through, but I just can't stop thinking about you, cause I didn't think it'd go this way. Hopes were so hard to contain. Everything was so fresh and so new. Trying to discover
peaceful is a struggle for me. Don't pull up at 6 a.m. to cuddle with me. You know how I like it when you loving on me. I don't wanna die for them to miss me. Yes, I see the things that they be wishing on me. Hope I got some brothers that outlive me. They gon' tell the story was different with me. God's plan, God's plan. I hold back sometimes I won't. I feel good so
Very good morning to you from a sunny Leyden. I hope you are well wherever you may be watching, listening and enjoying all the action. We are on day 2 and we change gear. We change gear for the European Four-in-Hand Championship. So we move from the World Paras yesterday, and of course we had that super class for the 18 4-star singles. It really was a stunning class, and I'll just run through some of the results from yesterday, but we do get underway actually with 3 in a row for the Germans, Sven Knifel, Raina Duen and Mario Schult. So that's who's going to be starting the first session of morning dressage. It's very nearly 9:30 local time here in Lower Saxony. We're not too far from the Dutch border, but certainly very much in the heart of driving country in this part of northern Germany, home of the Sandman family. And there's a real sense that this is a huge family effort. I mean, everywhere you go, the attention to detail, everything is absolutely beautiful. And there is not a blade of grass that has not been considered. The layout of the whole showground, the arena you can see here, to behind the hedge and to the left of the screen, that's where most of the obstacles are laid out, and they're very much next to each other. There are some of them where we have, like number 6, where there are 2 options. There's a pretty tough obstacle for the horse 4s, and then there's a different one for the singles and the paras, but all that will become apparent tomorrow as we just scroll down. Yes, that's, thank you very much to Tommy on the camera. And then you can just get a sense of the layout of the showground. There's a practice arena beyond the archway. And if you were watching yesterday, you'll remember that some of our drivers came in and actually did a nice loop, particularly the single drivers when they had to come in that collective canter movement. But we absorbed that little buffer zone at the bottom, and that's because we have expanded the arena to 100 metres, because of course we are into the horse force, and this is indeed the 3-star B test that they will be doing. Just a quick recap from yesterday. We opened yesterday morning with the grade 2 para class. You can see on your screens that's the run through for today, but I'll just take this opportunity to clarify the results from yesterday. So in the grade 2 para class, that was Alexandra Sievers who took the win there, a bit like she did in Exlute 2 years ago. And of course she was known to everybody then as Alexandra Roda, but she's now competing Alexandra Sievers. And Ad van Markwijk, he wasn't that far behind, 48.88 to Alexandra's 46.48. So he sits in second for the Dutch. And then for Germany, a name that we don't know quite so well in this class, but we're getting to know well, that's Franz Josef Melcher. So that's the 1, 2, 3 in the grade 2. And you can just see running through your screens, those are the judges for today. But just to recap from yesterday, Tracy Bowman, who is like Alexandra, the reigning champion in her class, that's the grade 1s, all the way from California, with the delightful Alfred Hoves Lars. They sit in front on 41.20. Jacques Poppen, and also a very experienced para-athlete. He is in second place. Not too much between them. He produced that beautiful test yesterday with the black horse, 42.56. And then another delightful, very smooth, classy test from Yoshim Debor for the 3rd place. So, weather conditions absolutely delightful here in Leyden. You can see a little bit warmer and a little bit windier than it was this time yesterday. We had a 20 degrees and a 10 kph. But you can just see the flags fluttering, and the showground just looks absolutely stunning. It's immaculately tidy, but it is beautifully, beautifully laid out. What a treat it is to be here. And of course, Kelly Bruder was our winner yesterday in the single horse class. Linnea Christiansen and Claudia Lauterbach completed the 1, 2, 3. But let's now turn our attention to the very first of the 4-in-hands as we start with the 14th European 4-in-hand Championship. And delighted to welcome into the arena, and he's a great character, Sven Knifel. He is driving here as an individual for Germany, and making the cut to even be here is quite an achievement. He's got a mixture of horses, as they all do. They arrive with 5, so for dressage, he's got, I'm going to say Finna, it looks like fine, Finna 150, Frida, Miami and Nova Preta, a mixture of Oldenburgs. We've got a KWPN, 1 or 2 Nova Preta and Miami in there, just coming into their own ages from 7, 8 and 10. Anglo-European stud book for Mason, who will be used in the marathon and cones. And for the dressage accompanying him, he's got Andrea Knifel, and keeping it in the family, his partner Amy Mundell. Amy, who's for a long time been a big part of what the British squad have been doing. Now, as soon as I can bring you some updates on those scores, I will do. He's sitting at the moment on about 66, 67. Possibly as the day goes on, we'll be able to get that rolling score underneath for you, which is the average of our 5 judges. And just to reintroduce you to them, at C, where she will be sitting for today as she was yesterday, that's Pia Skar, our Danish judge, and she's just such a lovely, radiant character, Pia, always so positive. And she said she got so much out of the para classes in particular yesterday. She said the positivity and the enthusiasm emanating from all the athletes was just infectious. Oh, we're on to a one-handed already. So this is movement number 8, going into 9. Forward into the halt. This is 8 seconds, this one. Movement number 10 in the test. We have 22 movements in this particular test. Then, of course, the 23 and 24 marks for the athlete in general impression, and we know that they can change the overall marks a little bit. So Sven has also had some success in the past with the ponies. He was individually placed 12th with the pony 4s, and then a team gold in 2019, and that was in Azar Kisba, very well known venue for hosting events in our driving world, and then again individually 2 years later for individually the 6th position. So very accustomed to the international scene as we have the first of our dressage tests. So Pia at C, at R is Elimar Thuna, at S Barry Capstick, at V Yuri Kuna, and at P Miguel Guterres. So Pia and Elimar have been fairly fixed in their positions, but the others have moved around a little bit. Barry Capstick came on board initially for the single horses yesterday, but is here for the horse 4s. And there we have it. Right, that's lovely. The technical side is keeping up with what's happening with the live action, and we're on 65.36 for Sven. The first of the Germans. Really strong squad they've got here. The team for them will be Michael Brockler. He's actually driving in this first session at 10:47 local time. And then the 2 ladies, our wonderful hostess, or one of them, Anna Sandman. She's quite late in the day. She'll be on at 5:21 local time, and of course Anna Marie Kamaya. So I'm sure the two ladies in particular will have, as will the team around them, have expectations for good dressage marks for them. So we're seeing the rear view from the camera angle, which is on quite a high platform at B. And just looked like from what we could see, which wasn't a huge amount, a little bit of resistance from the left wheeler. This is onto a one-handed again. Still round about 66. So this is the working trot round to M, and then the free walk on the short diagonal to E, and then down to V. Sven Knifel here for Germany, our opening driver in this, the European 4-in-hand Championship here in Leiden. Gathering them up about now, and V comes into vision, straight and forward into a collected trot, and then, as we see so often in our driven dressage, down to G. And that completes the test for Sven. As he leaves the arena, and on the back with him, Andrea and Amy. Never easy to be the first one into the arena, but he's done it, and now it'll be back into the obstacles. They're a flurry of activity. They're like beehives, this sort of clump of people buzzing round within them. Now, this is the one that we always say you should screenshot when you're the first in the class, because you have a glorious set of ones next to all the judges' marks. So, just to run through, oh, you've got a brief glimpse there. You've got to be sharp in this game. So Pierre had that at 138.5. Elimar was pretty much in agreement on 137. You got another glimpse there as well. There we go. Now take that in. So that's 137. It comes up in a slightly different order on my screen, so I'm going to stick to what I can see and just share that with you. Barry Capstick is at S. That was 141.5. Yuri, a bit more generous. That was 149 for him. And Miguel, pretty much in the middle on 140. So we range from 138.5 up to 149. So that gives you a bit of a litmus test as to where the judges are seeing the tests and how everyone's getting on. We're staying with Germany, and Raina Duen, again, very experienced team driver. He's been on some gold medal winning teams in the past, and certainly countries or nations like Germany, the Netherlands Hungary. They have such a depth of talent and experience to choose from, and it keeps changing, even established names aren't on some of these teams. And we've got the horses up for you as well, so they range in age from Formalo, who is 7, up to, I think that was a 13. They're Holsteiners, Hanoverian, Westphalian. We've got Formalo is, if the FEI website is correct, is a Hanoverian owned by Andrea Hahn. There is quite a lot of swapping and lending and exchanging of horses in our driving game, particularly when you're driving 4 of them. But Raina Duen, very experienced, 22nd in the Leyden here in May, and that was a really punchy class. They had some enormous entry with people making the most of being able to compete at this wonderful venue. It's laid out to perfection in terms of a championship venue for driving. It really is. Everything just flows, is easily accessible and immaculate. And speaking to some of my colleagues in FEI Media House who are going to be doing the social media posts, and they're really visual people, they were saying that just the attention to detail, it's the little details that are really setting this apart. It's just beautifully thought out. So pretty good. That's an average 58 at the moment for Raina. So he's got 3 of these. Will be doing all phases. So Akazian Hoff Clinto is in all 3 phases. And Formello is in dressage and cones, and in all 3 phases, Frisco 51 and Salvador. Here on the carriage with him, he's got Angie Padiken and Anya Riga. And then he's going to have Kay and Daniel on for the marathon. So he was on the German team at an event that means a lot to everybody here. It was the World Championship in 2000 in Wolfsburg, and it was certainly used as a starting point for events like this here in Leyden. And it's something that the organisers and the media team here have really flagged as being an important event for German driving. And Raina was on the bronze medal winning team then. He was also on the team in Kecskemét 4 years later in Hungary. Team were 9th. And then he took part in 2016 in Breda in the Netherlands. Also 2 World Equestrian Games in Jerez and Aachen in 2006. And we do like an anniversary in our driving, because we're talking about 25 years ago since driving not only started here properly in Leyden at the venue, but also there was Wolfsburg, and then of course we're going to have the 20 years on. It's not been called the World Equestrian Games anymore, to my knowledge, in Aachen, but a big combined World Championship for the FEI disciplines next summer, which is 20 years on from that famous WEG in Aachen. So lots of focus on horse sport here in Germany as Raina proceeds through his test. He is a horse trainer himself, riding and driving. He's also been a show jumper, but driving is his first focus. His father was also a national coach for the German squad, and he's had Raina's had many, many championships over the years. Highly successful 4-in-hand driver and sitting on about 58, an average at the moment. They were working well there together, just that sequence when all the legs were going in the same direction at exactly the same time. Those magic moments when you're driving a multiple. Obviously, it depends hugely on the camera angle, but we got a glimpse of it there. Marks creeping up, so penalties creeping down. 57.70. We'll just have to get a few tests in to see where the averages are, how they compare with some of the big events that have gone before, say Royal Windsor or Aachen in early July. And I will, of course, compare a little bit to what went before in Exlu 2 years ago, when, of course, Bram was crowned our champion. It was Marika that won the dressage that time on 38.52. Bram was second on 39.52, and Anna was third on 42.58. So those were the scores that our leading drivers had. As Raina Duen for Germany, the second of German individual drivers forward today, comes down the centre line in this extension. Yeah, pretty good. Oh, he wanted to acknowledge all the judges. The horses had decided that they'd actually finished their whole movement. Whoops. But well done. Test is finished, and we'll get a score confirmation for you. Looks like it's going to be in the region of 57, where the decimal points finish. We'll just have to wait and see. So indeed, 57.57, how symmetrical, and 4 out of the 5 had that in first place. Marks Peer was 155.1. So obviously at this point, when I'm reading out the individual marks, you want the higher ones, and then of course we've got the coefficient and the averages, and all sorts of things happen to get to the penalty total. Elimar had that on 159, 156 from Barry. Yuri, a second place for him for 147, and Miguel, a first place for him, 151.5. So possibly Yuri, the one who saw something slightly different, but we'll watch the patterns flow between the judges as we progress through the tests. We do, of course, have running in conjunction to the World Championship for the para drivers and this European 4-in-hand Championship. This lovely competition, the FEI Driving Hand in Hand Trophy. and it's where one of the para drivers is teamed up with one of the four-in-hand drivers, and then at the end of it, the combination, the two that have the lowest combined score, then win this beautiful hand-in-hand trophy. It was initiated by former FEI president Princess Haya in 2006 for the dressage events, and then it was taken up by driving in 2010. And our current holders are Tracy Bowman and Bram Shardon, because they were both champions in their respective classes 2 years ago in Exlu. They are team number 1. I'll just run through some of the teams whilst we're waiting for Mario Schult to come forward. Team number 2, Jacques Popin and Eyes Bram Shardon. That's another very impressive pairing. Team 3 is Diane Castamer for the USA and Gusterond. They obviously have quite a connection with loaning horses and all that sort of thing. So where possible, the teams are kept with the same nations, but if there is another connection, then we stick with them. So that's the first 3 teams, but I'll read them out as the day progresses. But back to our arena in Leiden, this beautiful grass arena. Sometimes we're on a surface, as we were in Beekbergen a couple of weeks ago, and sometimes we're on grass. The main criteria is to have an area which has enough scope to allow for this 100 metre in length. And I say it during most of these international commentaries that it is something that's always open for debate. Do we keep the 100 metre long arena, because it does put a little bit more of a burden on event organisers to have the right area, and all the other tests are done in an 80 by 40. So it means logistically you're moving your markers, you're moving your judges' boxes, which when you think about what the judges' box are like, you have to hoist them or have them on forklifts or whatever. So it's not just a case of reducing the length by 20 metres or expanding it. It's actually quite an undertaking to make sure all the markers are in the same place, and certainly the judges' boxes. So it's more than just a theoretical requirement. As Mario Schultz with Chico's Boy, Eldenstein, ED and Millions Boy. He is the 3rd driver forward. This year he's been 3rd in Exlu. That was alongside Kronenberg quite early on in the season, where he was 22nd in Kronenberg and 18th in Leiden here in May. It followed on quite closely to the Royal Windsor Grand Prix in England. We've got a mixture of breeds, some Holsteiners, Mecklenburg, Trakehner, and ED is a KWPN, formerly driven by Alexander Fulicic, who was so impressive for the Polish team 2 weeks ago in the pairs. Currently ranked 32nd. So 3 of the 5 horses he's brought are in all 3 phases. We've got Chico's Boy, Edelstein and Eddie. They're the 3 that he's using throughout, and we've got Millions Boy here for the dressage and the cones, and then Sam's Boy will step up for the marathon. We've got Jürgen, who's on for the marathon, but Michel Schult and Manu Willisch here for the dressage. Mark's not so far away from where Raina was. Sunny scenes here on a Friday morning in Leiden, home of the Sandman family, and they are remarkable. From the moment I landed here on Tuesday evening, I've watched Christoph Sandman just move around and manage the whole event. It's quite incredible. Plus he's got this enormous business, big lorry business next door going on. There's all these big workshops. I'm actually commentating from that area at the moment. I can let you in to a secret next to it. An enormous 5G phone mast, so the signal is very, very good around here. But it's, oh, that's a frustrating break in pace. That will push the marks back a little bit for Mario. But just the integration with, you can see in the background there, some of the big buildings that are here. It's right in the heart of the Leiden village, one of the biggest employers in the area as well. But just the sense that the family and the business and the event really do all roll into one. This established team they've got at Leiden that's worked together for 25 years now, since they held their first event, and they feel that this is really quite a pinnacle, from being inspired by what they saw at Aachen to thinking we can do that, to all the planning and the commitment, and having an early morning walk round the venue, as I often try and do. It's such an undertaking, and the bare bones of running events is there's no golden pot, particularly in driving, that pays for this, that organisers have to undertake to fund this themselves, and it's done differently at every single event. Some have generous national federations, some have deep, lots of sponsors with deep pockets. There's no given way that these events are funded, and looking at the obstacles and the infrastructure around them, it's a huge investment, even on an established venue like this, even somewhere that has obstacles that last year in, year out. They still have to be maintained, they still have to be made to look beautiful, and that's why it's not for the faint-hearted running a driving event. We have very different requirements from the other disciplines, and we take up a lot of room, particularly with the four in hands. You're travelling with the 5 horses, two or three carriages, big camping areas needed. Rather different requirements from our friends across the waters in dressage or show jumping. So a big thanks to the likes of the Sandman family, everybody. We had Mika and her crew in Beekbergen just 2 weeks ago. Marie Durand, I caught up with briefly. She was one of the organisers in Beekbergen. It's a huge undertaking, and pretty much everybody is a volunteer behind the scenes here. We absolutely run on goodwill in our driving sport. It's estimated up to 250 local volunteers will be present and correct on the marathon tomorrow, as Mario Schult, our 3rd driver forward and 3rd in a row for our host nation here in Germany, completes his test. Looks like it's going to be round about 63. He was nudging along at Raina's 57-ish, 58 for a bit, and then the marks just twiddling around a bit whilst the judges get their final athlete and general impression marks in. Oh, they beautifully plaited, and a big shout out to the grooms and the crews behind the scenes, because there's early starts to get those horses cleaned up and plaited, and don't forget they have to be fed a certain amount of time beforehand, and it does impact. This is why we had perhaps the slightly later start. If you have a very early start, you then have to go into the stable areas, and these are considerations you have to take on board. And if you're feeding 5 horses before everybody else is getting their breakfast, it can be quite disruptive to all the other horses around them. They all want their breakfast, so coordinating the start times, you have to think about all these sorts of factors as well. So into second, that's 2 out of 3 for Mario Schult. The marks, yeah, P little bit lower from Miguel, but we saw that yesterday. You have to really earn your marks from him. So 3 seconds, 2 thirds, 148.5 from Pierre at C, 149.5 from Elimar at R, 150.5 from Barry at S. So those three pretty much in alignment, a little bit lower still, 146.5 for a third place from Yuri at V, and at P, 135.5 from Miguel. So that gives you an indication of where they are. 62.70. The coefficient on this test, it's not always the same. Let's see if I can find that for you. Yes, it's 0.666. So each mark out of 10, each of those 24 marks out of 10 is added up, and so you have your mark out of 240, all added together between the 5 judges, then divided, and then that divided total is multiplied by 0.666, and that's what gives us the final mark. Because obviously if we worked on totals, it doesn't work when you're working on a scored element, which is the dressage, and then you have the time and the penalties for the marathon and the cones. So this is why we run on a penalty score in driving, a bit like eventing, written eventing, whereas in dressage you're working on a percentage total. And we turn our attentions to the Netherlands, who are another particularly strong squad here in Leiden. And that is one of our most famous surnames in driving. Petar Novak, driving as an individual. And he's got a very long record, as you would imagine, being the younger brother of Gusterond. It's been some years since we've had Petar Novak competing at this level, but lovely to have him back. And the horses he's got, quite a few to his name on the FEI Biog, and obviously 3 of his are doing all of them. We've got Dominand in all 3 phases. Egeran. Dominand is 17. Egeran is 16. Peter's had them since 2015 and 16. First Boy is a 10-year-old, all Dutch horses, as you would imagine, and then he will be using Zamoro instead of Dick Graaf, who is here for the dressage. He's got Stephanie Durand on all 3 phases with him, and Nikki de Hoog is on for the dressage and coach. So that's the crew in front of you as Petar Durand starts on his test here in Leiden. He's competed individually. One of the first entries in his FEI history was back in 1997. It looked like a pony 4 in hand event. And he was in Breda for a European Championship in 2011 and 2019 in Donaueschingen in Germany. Yeah, so certainly very experienced. Dipping into the 50s here. So the sunlight dancing off the back of these Dutch horses for Peter Durand. He's crept into the 60s. So that's the one-handed diagonal. Short diagonal back to M there. So we've got 2 loops here. And then the halt should be perpendicular to the centre line, and it's the driver that's on the centre line. So this is all about the accuracy. And people just starting to fill up these grandstands here on the back of these enormous lorries. Of course, this is an event founded on transportation. A modern sort of horsepower, of course, as Peter's average comes down a little bit. So that's collected trot, the reins in one hand. Then back into reins at will. HCM is the working trot, and then forward into this MEV free walk. Just trying to get them to settle into a walk, not jogging. Took a little bit longer for the left lead. And we know how very tricky this movement is. Yeah, you can just see the jig jog starting, quite frustrating. Just have to stay cool when you're on the reins, not allow any tension to creep into your body and hands, because what's in the brain goes down the rein. As Peter Durand, the horses just know they are quite clever. They do get to learn these tests and where the transitions are, so that's going to push the mark back a little bit, the leaders in particular. Just a few little breaks of pace. It's not much, but it is enough just to, unfortunately, mean that the walk isn't fully established. There we have it. Looks like it's going to be round about the 60 mark, which would put him into second place at this early stage in the proceedings, behind Raina Duen. Of course, we have got all horse fours coming forward today. I think we're on 42 now. We should have had 43 with poor Karen Bassett, who sadly did not make it beyond Calais. So we don't have a British team. Only Robert Wilkinson is forward now for the British. And there we have confirmation of a 60.63, which is good enough for second place at the moment. And how do our judges feel? Oh, we have division. We have division. So, Pierre rather like that. So that equals the mark she gave to Raina Duen. That is interesting. So that's 155.5. So that's a joint first so far. And 154.5 from Elimar. So similar mark for a second place from him. Similar comments for Barry Capstick, 153.5. So just 2 marks between then. Whereas Yuri at V, he had that in 4th place. That's the test he liked the least so far, 141.5 for 4th place. But actually a similar mark, but a 2nd place. It is interesting, just following what happens for Miguel at P, 141. So that was Peter Durand we've just waved goodbye to here in Leiden. We are in the first session. All teams coming forward today. It's quite, yeah, we're on to, yes, 41. It's 41. We were on 42 with Karen. And of course, I'll keep you up to date with any team scores as well to update you from yesterday. The teams after dressage. The horse singles, Germany sitting in front, Luxembourg in 2nd, and Netherlands in 3rd place. 4 in hand, haven't really got anything for you yet. And for the paras, the Dutch some way in front ahead of the USA, who are nip and tuck with Germany, then the British and Irish. But sadly, we've lost Mick Ward. His Douglas isn't very well, so only one Irish driver now. Back to our dressage. And a good entry from one of our towering young talents, Peter Joash. He's really taken us all by storm. He did a great job in Svilsrashvarad last year at the World Championship at his first sort of major 4 in hand. Obviously, he's competed for many years in the youth teams, but made quite an impression on us all at the World Championship in Hungary a year ago. And then in Aachen was quite remarkable in that top score. If you are able to watch it back again, ever, please do so. He was one of the early ones in out of the 25 drivers. Quite something to even be selected to drive at Aachen when you're only 19. And in fact, he'll be 20 on Christmas Day. Does he get double presents or have 2 birthdays? Only he and his family know. And a good start for this young gentleman. As you can see, he's got his uniform on, so he's supported by the military. This year, for his results, he's had a 6th in the non-championship event at Svilsrashvarad. He was 22nd at Aachen. He had a 63.13 for his dressage, so already that's improved. He was 22nd on the marathon, 18th in the codes, but 3rd in that top score. That was amazing. Elsewhere, 2nd in Melikut in May, and also 4th at Lipitsa. So had a pretty successful season so far. Individually won a bronze in 2021 in Celestat, France, in the pony pairs for the youth championship, and a team silver in 2018 in Azakisba. So very successful next generation driver who's distinguishing himself well. If he keeps this up, he'll put himself into 1st place at the moment. Drives with a lot of maturity. He's got Indian, Igmar, Jasper and Luke with him. All KWPNs, the Dutch harness horses, and ranging in age. Luke is 9 up to 12. So just coming into their prime age-wise. On the back with him for the dressage, Panna Hesse and Eva Nagy. So far, pretty smart from young Peter Joash. For Hungary, the first of the Hungarians forward, another nation who I know are still riding high after Martin's wonderful performance to just absolutely smash yet another horse pairs world title. And then of course the Hungarians, it wasn't just him on the team, he had Marcel Dani as well and Georgi Feketi. They all kept their heads to produce quite a dominant performance to take the team gold as well. Whilst we're with Hungary, of course, it was one of the leading nations when FEI driving became a recognised sport with its first rule book, obviously under the guidance of the great late Prince Philip. And of course, the Hungarians just completely dominated in the European world pairs and four-in-hands in those early days. So first international event that was really recognised was indeed a European Championship, and that was held back in 1971 in Budapest, and the Hungarians took 1, 2, 3. Imre Abojny was the first European champion, and what a legend he is, and Sandor Fulop in second for the silver and in third for the bronze, Joseph Papp. Didn't quite necessarily go their way for the second European Championship in Windsor, and that was won by the great Swiss gentleman August Dubé. Robert Dudin for Switzerland was also second, and Douglas Nicholson for the British took the bronze. Then we moved to Poland, and the Hungarians were back in charge again with Imre Abojny, and then the great Georgi Bardos, who actually Jodie McKeown, who's driving here in the Para Grade 1s for Australia. What a gutsy lady she is. And she said it was all about growing up watching Georgi Bardos drive, that's what inspired her, and the great George Bowman. George is one of his very best international results was in Zug in Switzerland at the European Championship, when he received the silver. But Hungary, of course, have this incredible tradition. Joseph Dobraitz, when the series was re-established in 2011, he was in silver place for Hungary, behind none other than the great Bram Shardon. Who else? And then in bronze, Gusterond. Now, isn't that incredible? So when they stood on their podium, do you think any of them thought they'd be here in 2025 in Leiden? Still in contention, all of them. Legends of our sport. And I think this young man may end up being a legend in our sport as well. He really is availing himself very well at senior level. He's pretty much neck and neck with where Raina Duen is. So Raina's mark, current leading mark, is 57.84. So there's nothing in it at the moment for Peter Joash. I wonder how differently he may be driving if he knew that. But I'm sure he's composed enough and has got his game plan. Well matched set of horses here. All of them, all 251 horses there were in the trot up. All of them passed on Wednesday morning. It's like a piece of pure theatre watching these horses in the trot up. Do come and see a 4-in-hand trot up one day if you haven't. I can't recommend it enough. Amazing. Oh, he's just, oh, how frustrating, Peter. He really pushed. You can see, yeah, he really, really pushed for a bit of a flourish in his extension, and that just resulted in the break. So, yeah, the marks have dropped back a little bit. That will put him into second place. Looks like he's gone from 57 to 59 just on that last movement. Bit of a shame, but that's the confidence of youth. He went for it, and why not? And the horses went, okay, but just went into the wrong gear. Looking a little bit strong as they're coming out. Beautiful sunny scenes here. So 59.37. Actually, two of the judges, Barry and Yuri, had that as their first place tests. 156.5 from Barry at S and 150 from Yuri at V. A second place test for Miguel, 147 at P. Also 147 from Elimar at R, but that's a fourth place test. And then 155 from Pia for third. But that gives him an average with the coefficient of 59.37. But congratulations to him. That's certainly quite an improvement on the 63.16 from Aachen. So well done to Peter Joash. Watch this space. I think we'll see a lot more of him in the coming years. And the whole crew under the guise and guidance of their chef to keep, David Seri, who of course is the director of the State Stud Farm in Schilsvassvarad, but somebody that works very hard to promote the traditional breeds and his, not just his Lipizzaners, but the Nunius horses, and he's very encouraging. Became a father recently as well. So he is here with the Hungarians as their chef, but he was busy running the event a year ago. It is a year ago, isn't it, when we were in those wonderful Buk Mountains. Quite mesmerising. Each venue, each championship, each part of the world we are lucky enough to go to in this wonderful sport, it has its own clear identity. But this is a slick, bountiful celebration of driving here in Leiden as we go to the Czech team. So the first of the team members to be driving. And as you might know, these breeds keep your commentator happy, because we've moved to the Kladrubies, and I sit here with a broad grin on my face. My heart rate goes up a little bit. I just adore this breed. There's something about them. You've heard me say before, I worked with the most beautiful Kladruber called Cyclona many, many years ago, many lifetimes ago, at coaching in Bavaria before I went to university, and I've never forgotten his poise and majesty, his patience. He was a horse that you went to. He didn't come to you, but when you went to him, he was such a gracious, mannerly gentleman, and it's just sparked my real passion for this breed all those years ago. So let's think about the driver as well, as my eyes are fixed on these handsome horses. Petar Novak driving for the Czech Republic. He's 36. He's been driving these black Kladrubies, of course. We'll see. Now, don't canter. There we go. Just stay and trot. So, currently ranked 36th. He took part in the Pairs World Championship in Kronenberg, but this year he's been 4th in Kazaz. That was in July, 4th in Drebkow, and 18th at the home event for these guys at Kladruby at the State Stud. He's connected with that, so that'll be why he's in his lovely uniform. And we've got the Sacramoso lines here, which are the black Kladrubies. We will have Yiri Nesvashil in before too long today with the Grey Stallions. But in the meantime, it's Petar Novak for the Czech Republic. So the National Stud Farm is at Kladruby nad Labdom, and that's where the event is held fairly early on in our driving season. They've also got connections, of course, with the Ministry of Agriculture, and it's a breeding facility. But there's lots of information about it and the horses on the internet, and those wonderful films they put together when you can see them all out, many pairs, the greys and the blacks in the snow pulling the sleighs. It's absolutely mesmerising. The farm breeds approximately 500 horses, and there are the 2 colour variations. Their bloodlines and the history dates back to the middle of the 14th century, and it has in the past been an imperial court stud that provided the horses for the royal courts in Prague and Vienna. Wonderful history. Also connections to the Danish and the Swedish royal courts. They have a very calm and balanced nature. Just beautiful. But I think what I love is I just find their distinctive heads. There's something so noble about these Roman noses that they have. But there's a gentleness to them. They've got kind eyes. And they really do have this long heritage as carriage horses. A lot of the heritage breeds, they were used for, for war, as war horses as well. Can't dance about it. When a lot of these horses were used in all the bickering and fighting that seems to be part of the human condition. But they were bred specifically for pulling the carriages of the emperors and the kings and ceremonial purposes. So the black ones were for the church dignitaries and the white ones for the imperial court, or the greys. But do, if ever you get the chance, and it's absolutely on my bucket list to get over there to see these horses in the environment in which they are bred and have such a wonderful connection. So Petar Novak is at about 60 in his test. Looks like he's got Camber, Marquesa, Media and Montada here. We know with certainly breeds like the Kladrubas and the Lipizzaners, you don't get this clear definition between the paces, particularly in the trots. But what you do get is a lot of temperament and strength. They're fairly trainable as well, and they're good to match. They're evenly matched in their types because of this fairly close breeding with the bloodlines, particularly with the Kladrubas. But I say it time and time again, just such a privilege to see them being driven here in the 21st century with their rich history, and the fact that we are able to promote so beautifully, so wholeheartedly in driving these traditional breeds. Just wonderful. Look at those heads, particularly the leaders when they have them at the same level. Little bit of jogging and anticipation. It's a bit like a domino effect in a four-in-hand. Once one starts, it sort of makes the other one start, and then another one might start. And when you have the reins coupled, I don't think anybody's driving with the full everything coming back into the hands like some of the Hungarians used to anyway. Of course, you've got that slight loss of exact definition because of the coupling reins when you're driving the singles, as we saw yesterday, a rein in each hand, direct line of communication down to the mouth. But you've got this V in the coupling. Bit of a tranter there. That's it. Settle into your paces. That's it. Oh, magic moments there as all. Oh, well done, wheelers in particular. And Petar Novak finishes his test. Looks like that's going to be a 60. Should put him into possibly third place at the moment. And saluting. Very smart. I'm sure their general impression marks will be very impressive. Yep, third place, quite close between him and Peter Duron, so a 60.23. Oh, now Yuri, very much like that. Maybe he shares my passion for Gladrubers, but he will be judging purely the movements, won't he? It's 151.5 for first place from him. A third place for Elimar on 152 at R. At P, Miguel, 145.5 for a third place from him. A fourth place from Barry, 152, and 148 for a fifth place from Pia. Not necessarily the test of her choice, but Yuri rather liked it. But overall, pops him into third place at the moment. He's sandwiched between Peter Joash, who's in second on his 59.37, and now gone in front of Peter Durand, who's on 60.70. Talking of Durands, we're sticking with the family, and it's just brilliant. Gusterond, all of the Marie, the children, they bring so much to it. We've got Marie will be on for the marathon. My goodness, just her energy gets Kus racing through those obstacle gates, doesn't it? And he's got his girls on with him, Julia and Anna, the daughters. And Anna, as you know, was driving for the Dutch squad in Beekbergen, and she had quite a lot of support. Every so often, I don't know if you were following the coverage closely, but you'd see Kus was wearing his Swiss red jacket, and Marie was probably wearing the Dutch colours of navy and orange. Boyd was popping up there as well, wearing various jackets, and it was just it was so interesting, really entertaining to see the roving supporters, certainly on the marathon, as Anna was coming forward. So Gusterond currently ranked number 7, which indicates that we will, of course, definitely be seeing him, as we expect, in our World Cup. Can't wait for that to start. Just the best part of the year for many of us once we get into World Cup season. Gusterond. Entry on 61. He had a great Aachen on that Saturday night, and again, I implore you, if you've never seen the jump eventing and drive extravaganza, it's a circus in that huge arena at Aachen, do go and see it. And he was third. Michael Brockler, oh my goodness, he broke the speed of sound just about. I'm not sure that the event has emerged unscathed from being tugged onto the carriages. It was quite something on that Saturday. Anyway, back to Gusterond. He was third, so Michael Brockler's team was first. Just amazing with all the Germans on. And then Boyd was second and Kuss was third. That was brilliant. He was ninth overall at Aachen, had a 61.63 dressage. Of course, third in the marathon, always his strongest phase. Ninth at Royal Windsor this year, fifth at Cladruby, and 11th at Kronenberg. Had a very good World Cup. Of course, he has been a past champion before. I think it was 2013 from memory. But he was third in that final. In Bordeaux, a lifetime ago. But we're in our outdoor season now. Mark's creeping down a bit, 57. Of course, a fixture on the team for the Netherlands for many years now. You might remember I mentioned not long ago he was part of the podium proceedings in Breda in 2011 after we'd had that long break in our European Championships between 1981 and 2011, 30 years. And then it was re-established and Kuss was bronze then. Individually, it was also bronze in Aachen. European Championships I'm talking about now. Mark's coming down, 55-ish. So 2015, that was a bronze for him as well, and did very well in 2023 for a silver behind his teammate, long-term teammate nowadays, Bram. Of course, Bram took the first title in Germany in 2019, pinched it from his father, who had won it in Gothenburg in 2017. But the Dutch, pretty unassailable at European Championship level, and obviously the team. When did they start winning? They started winning in Breda and have won continuously apart from 2019. Didn't go their way. That's when the Germans won with Gorg Bonstein, Michael Brockler and Anna Sandman. But they were back on winning form in 2021 in Budapest and then of course in Exlu. So they are the team to beat. But there is a sense this year, the Belgians in particular and the Germans, there's absolutely nothing between them. The Belgians had that great show at Royal Windsor. Kuss going through this all very cleanly. Neat and tidy so far. Horse is looking lovely. He had a ninth in the dressage in Exlu 2 years ago, 52.91. I'm sure he'd be hoping to equal that this time. Hasn't been his strongest phase, been a little off the mark this year, but the horses settled well in their walk. Leaders and wheelers all in sequence. There are few people more experienced on the end of those reins with a four in hand than this gentleman. I say he's only 48. You think he should be older with all that he's achieved in his years. He's got Alino, Evert, Emir, Morocco and Moonlight. A more senior team, in their later teens, apart from Moonlight's a bit younger at 8, but some pretty experienced horses here. 54, he could get near his mark in Exlu 2 years ago. I know he was a little bit disappointed with the dressage in Aachen. I spoke to Kuss and Marie afterwards, but he always gains so much ground on the marathon. Just brave forward, 55. Probably going to be a mid-50s. One-handed, here we are. With that loop back. This is extension, the L to M element. So the first part of that is at 14 collected trot reins in one hand. And then the one-handed short diagonal. He's keeping a lid on it, it's contained. I think that's where he would want to be at the moment. I mean, it's certainly enough if he stays here to put him into the current first place. We can't really compare marks with what happened last time, but it's an indication. It's an indication with where he was 2 years ago. But different judges, different day, different arena. Oh, see a bottom popping out there, but not too bad. It is such a difficult move with a four in hand. And to balance things out, doing it on the other rein. It's what we've just seen, that pear drop shape, we call it. Pear drop, teardrop. Back to H. Latter part of the test now. Both reins, or both hands, having all the reins now. Working trot. So just, this is a bit of a reset. It is interesting if you think about all the different camera angles we bring you in our live coverage. Sometimes we're at C, sometimes we have them at corners. Here we've got one camera operating from B. It does give you quite a different perspective. My mind keeps darting back to Hungary and the angles I was able to share with you when we got some wonderful head-ons, when we had cameras sort of on the bottom end of the arena. But thanks to the crew for trying to give us as much range as possible just with that one camera position. Slight, yeah, just they just wanted to get back into trot. They were going down Cone V's there. It's there. We just want to get going, but it's been a pretty even-handed test. Horses have worked quite well as a unit. There hasn't been a moment really where your eye's gone to one or the other. So a proficient test from Gusterond. Yeah, good trot down there. That was fine. I sense he played it a little bit safe, but that's absolutely fine. He's here for the team. He's also, I'm sure, got eyes on an individual podium place again. He had a really super event in Exlu 2 years ago. And I think the Dutch overall have had a little bit of a less consistent season. Bram would be the first to admit that's what happened to him as well. In fact, he said as much when we spoke. And so they don't come here with quite the margin of being the hottest favourites. They are so experienced and so used to it all, and certainly have such cool heads at this level of competition. So 3 out of our 5 judges had that in first place, and our judge at C, president of the jury, Piers Scar, for her it was 162. Yuri at V, it was 159.5, and for Miguel, 157.5 at P. So that was a first place for all of them. For Elimar, it was 154.5 for a second place, and Barry, Mark, a little bit similar for 153, but a fourth place for him. But that gives Gusterond a dressage of 55.24. I'm sure he will be quite relieved that went off without any hitches, and he's put down a really solid score for the Dutch team effort. Well done to Gusterond. Really contained, pretty smooth test. Job done. sticking with marathon specialists, we're on to Michael Brockler. And my goodness, he does keep us entertained and on our toes, doesn't he? He's quite something to watch through those obstacles and at an indoor event. If you do ever see him at an indoor event, particularly with a German crowd behind him, my goodness, it's a shot of something in the arm as in comes Michael Brockler. He has such an energy about him. He's quite a character, he really is. Another very successful driver, consistently a member of this strong German team. That's the crew he's got. Quidditch, that's the name you hear said a lot. Carola, Jamilo. And let me just confirm, disappeared off the screen. Who's he got? Saba. Baloo, I love Baloo. Baloo you'll see in the marathon as well. That's the one that really he connects with. Each team driver will say they do have their one horse, particularly for indoors and on the marathons, that is the one they really communicate with, and that tends to be Baloo. For Michael Brockler, little marathon horse there. So, yes, if you haven't seen the Mercure Casino Cup that Saturday night in Aachen when Michael Brockler and the German eventer and show jumper won. I do have the name somewhere. I'll try and grab that at some point. That was, extraordinary. He was 12th in Aachen, a 12th in the dressage, 53.77 marathon. Pretty good for him. It was a tough marathon, Aachen. For 4th, 20th in the cones. He was 2nd in Leyden, 10th at Royal Windsor, and 4th in Cladruby. And he actually, I got it up here, like, I've got somewhere just a report from that German championship when Anna Sandman won the German national four-in-hand titles. The first time a lady's done so, so congratulations to her. Good test for Michael Brockler so far, pretty respectable. In the 40s, this will be great for the team effort. We do tend to think that, particularly if he's on a team with the likes of Anna and Marijke, that his dressage might not necessarily be carried forward, but if this carries on, absolutely holding his own with the ladies. It's got quite a lot of quality about it. The horse is looking super. Level. Yeah, leaders working well on that turn. It's that moment where on those slightly tighter turns you definitely want the condensing of your inside horses and the expansion of your outside horses so they stay totally level. Good extension work there. Nice and expressive. Oh, lovely trot turn there from the leaders. This is a test to sit up and watch. Well done, Michael Brockler. Keep it up. Oh, just get that leg forward. Oh, don't bring the other one back. That's it now. He's listening to the commentator. Squared up. That offside leader on. That was all right. Very difficult not to get a twitch and a fidget when you've got 16 legs. I remember a lot of these horses we're going to be expecting to go at incredible speeds with bravery through some really punchy obstacles tomorrow. The sense is that it's going to be a very tough marathon, and possibly it is going to be the phase that absolutely defines what happens here in Leyden and who stands on the podium on Sunday evening. Talk is certainly amongst the horse force drivers. It's the marathon. The Sandmans, Jeroen Huteman, the team here have laid down some technical, challenging courses, but they're big, solid gates as well. Elements. 48. Good test for Michael Brockler. Where was he last time? Of course, he was the bronze medalist in Exlu. He had a 50.91. Windsor this year. He had a 54.57. And where's my Aachen sheet of paper? 53.77. So there's been lots of homework done. Pretty smart test so far from Michael Brockler. He's a showman, and the horses are taking him up on it as well. He's got a smart pair of leaders, which gives you a bit of a head start. And those two wheelers do seem to fall quite easily into the stride together. Well matched, those two wheelers in particular. Now, we get the rear view here. Can we see what's happening? Oh, yeah, odd bottom pushing out a little bit. I say repeatedly, it's not easy to do these reinbacks when you don't have the britching. So as opposed to in the single turnouts where the horse can push backwards through its rear end, this is all done through the neck and the pole. A bit different sensation, and if you're training a horse as a single to do the rein back, it's totally different when you pop them into a carriage like this without your britching on. It's flowing well. They seem light in the hand, light on their feet, and the marks are reflecting that. This seems quite relaxed, actually. It's not something you always associate with Michael, because he does really go for it on his marathons, and he's really passionate, wears his emotions on his sleeves. You know exactly how he's getting on at any given time. But he's turned down his little thermometer a bit here, and he's driving a very cool test. He is, of course, a former European champion. That was 10 years ago in Aachen. He beat Bram Shardon and Gusterond. So 10 years. Will it be a 10th anniversary podium finish or gold for this gentleman? He's certainly setting himself up very, very well. Not just for the team, but for himself. Well done, Michael Brockler. Impressive test so far. Is the Dutch stronghold looking under threat? They'll all be watching. Gliding down. Oh, just a moment. Oh, such a shame, because, yes, it probably felt like it was going to break and he just had to bring it back again. So do you lose half a mark for a little bit of resistance in that head, or do you lose 2 or 3 marks because there's been a break? So that's the judgment call you make. You just saw he was having to check that offside leader because it was getting, it's just boiled a bit then. I talked about temperatures with this gentleman, and that horse was probably in his hand just ready to boil over. But that was a superb test. Well done. Absolutely brilliant for Michael Brockler and for the Germans. 46.53. The gauntlet has been laid down. They must be delighted. As he exits through the archway, and yep, jumping off pats for the horses. Well done, everybody. Yep, judges united on that one, all of them in agreement that that was their winning test so far. We've got ones all the way down. C 168.5 at P, that's Miguel 171.5. He really liked that test, and we know he doesn't give away marks easily. At R, Elimar 170.5. At S, that's Barry, he really liked that, 174. Barry will have liked the suppleness. He will have liked the freedom of the movement. We were chatting yesterday about what he was seeing in the singles tests. And V, Yuri, 166.5. Yes, quite a good opportunity for me to relay what Barry was saying after the singles test. He said that sometimes, although the standard was pretty high, there was a bit too much tension in some of the necks, the heads being held a little too much. So feedback into what he was saying after the singles test, Barry's rewarded that test pretty highly, and he will have enjoyed the relative freedom. There wasn't tension in the necks. You didn't get a sense that the horses were too tight at all, and that's why Barry has rewarded that test. So I do try and share all the little snippets of gossip I have with people beyond the pictures that we bring you, and that feeds back as to what's happening. But we move on to another impressive gentleman, 33-year-old Joseph Dobraitz Jr. Of course, his father will be driving later, and this is another one who is always impressive, always committed through those obstacles, driving for the Hungarian military as well, who's supporting him. And look at those fantastic costumes on, well, not costumes, it's what they're wearing, national dress, looks stunning. Good entry for him on 57.58. He's had a good season, back in the mix. First at Ozerhey, second at Vasvarad, that was in July, and third in Meliskut. 17th in the World Championship a year ago. But the momentum behind the Hungarian team, they were winners just by turning up. Didn't matter what the result was. Honestly, the people there, so passionate. So he looks like, actually Christina did send me a note just to update. Thank you to Christina and Cindy, who do such a phenomenally efficient job in the office. You know, when they're running the office, that it's going to be a tight ship. So confirmation that for the dressage Joseph is driving Ilan, who will be in all three phases, as will Ippon. They've been on the team for a few years now. We've got Major on all three phases as well, and then we've got Edward, who's making an appearance for the dressage. On for all three phases, Greta Ostertag and Katalia Nag. And Andras Dobraitz will be on for the marathon. Yeah, quite a formidable family, Dobravitzes and the Ostertags, in Hungarian driving. So much success over the years. Pretty good test for him. He, of course, has also enjoyed a great deal of success at horse pairs, and they are unassailable, Hungary, in the horse pairs. And such a long list of achievements on the FEI record. What have we got? 1, 2, 3 gold medal winning pairs teams, sitting on 52. Pretty good so far. So that was in Fabian Esteen in Hungary in 2015, 10 years ago, and then they had silver in Breda. Then gold again in 2019 in Drebkow and Kronenberg. The team was 5th in Pretoni, and he's been on the team in Pau when they won bronze for fours. Yep, just somebody who has contributed a huge amount. A team bronze as well at the World Equestrian Games in France in Caen 2014. So one of our very experienced horse pairs and four-in-hand international drivers, Joseph Dobraitz Jr. This one is. We've lost the junior off the back of his name. Sitting on 51. Should be pretty pleased with this. Utterly fearless through those obstacles for the Hungarian team. So Hungarians, as I said, in their first 10 years of the European Championships, which really set the mould for FEI driving for four-in-hands. And we often say that it was extraordinary how our sport started with the four-in-hands, and they still do take up a lot of the limelight. It absolutely is the golden standard. It's the where everyone aims for. These are our heroes in driving in the four-in-hands. And of course, over the years, the singles, the pairs, the pony championships, the youth championships, now the paras here have developed. And we really do have the broadest spectrum of any of our horse sports. I say that unashamedly. What we do in driving with the harness horses and ponies, the breeds we have, the opportunities. And of course, it is a team sport in so many ways. And look at these names in the Hall of Fame. Imre Bojny, our very first European champion for Hungary, back in 1971, 54 years ago. The very first international event under those new FEI rules. On 2 pages they were back then. They won again in Poland in Sopot in 75, again in Donaueschingen in Germany. And 3 years in a row, Georgi Bardos, 77, 79 and 81. He was the winner. If Bram wins again this time with his 4th consecutive win, he will crack that record. But at the moment, he's neck and neck with the great Georgi Bardos from Hungary on those 3 consecutive European wins. Eisbrand has 2 to his name. Theo Timmerman, he was the 2013 champion. Good test so far from Joseph Dobraitz Jr, sitting on 50. Very competitive for the Hungarian cause. So Hungary won all the gold team events apart from in Windsor in 73 when it was Switzerland, and then in modern times it's gone to the Dutch from Breda onwards, apart from a blip for them in Germany in 2019. But it could all change this time. Nothing is given, and Joseph Dobraitz certainly playing his part to put Hungary into contention again for medals in the horse fours. They're very, very good, of course, in the pairs, in the young horses, and their young drivers do very well, and I'm sure they'll be sending a strong crew to the pony championships. Lovely trot down there, leaders moving well together. Possibly a little bit less scope in the paces from the wheelers, but they didn't break and they kept it together. So that looks like a 50 to 51 for Joseph Dobraitz Jr. Very composed test again. And he salutes the judges as he leaves. And I'm sure those overall impression marks will be high because they look absolutely cracking on the carriage with those national dress. And that's confirmation. Now, this is interesting. Pierre really liked that, 169. That's her top mark, so that's just 0.5 ahead for our head judge from Michael Brockler. Everybody else had him in second place, but it's more about the marks because Michael is on 46.65, but that's a 50.71. You've got that up on your screens now. So Elimard are 166.5, Barry 157, 163.5 for Yuri at V, and at P 164.5. So confirmation after the first batch of drivers, Mikael Brockler for Germany and for the team. takes an early lead on 46.65. Very, very smooth test. Had a lot of quality to it. We've just seen Joseph Dobraitz Jr. 50.71. Super test from him too. Gusterond 55.24 for the Dutch team. Raina Duen 57.84 individually for Germany. Peter Joash for Hungary, also an individual, 59.37. Petar Novak with those delightful quadrupers, 60.23. Peter Durand keeping it in the family, 60.70. Mario Schult 62.70, and our very first driver of the day, great to have him here at a European Championship, Sven Knifel on 65.96. That is the top 9 at the moment. We have a short break. We are back in about 10 minutes or so. Let's just give you the exact time locally. It is 11:08. Time for a very quick drink of something. Thank you very much for joining us. Lovely to have you watching it all and enjoying the action. Back in 10 minutes or so.
Chicago. Saw you again, felt like tomorrow. But every day it feels like you're someone else. When you call me, I was thinking about you. Didn't really want to go to dinner without you. And you're hot, you're cold, you're unpredictable. But I like you.
Welcome back. If you've just had a short break, the news is that Michael Brockler has put himself into leadership position after a very smooth test. 4 out of the 5 judges so far felt that was their winning test. He's sitting on 46.65 after our morning session. We had 9 drivers forward. In second place was the penultimate driver of the day. That was Dobraitz Jr. And Pia Scarve, our judge at C, rated that quite highly. She gave it 0.5 overall more than Michael Brockler. But Michael drove a very smooth test, lots of quality to the movements. The horses working very well together in their pairs of leaders and wheelers, heads level, clear definition in their transitions and paces, and nice and supple through their necks and bodies. I know that Barry Capstick in particular, one of our judges, will have really appreciated that. We are soon going to get underway with our second batch of 9 drivers. We've got 41. And there you have on your screens confirmation. Tom Stockman's for the Belgian team will be next. Benjamin Ilud for France. Jerome Voutaz for Switzerland. Our sole Swiss representative, certainly, in the horse fours. Ferank Galbach for Hungary. Renie Posgen for Germany. Anthony Terhamsel for the Netherlands. Gorg Bonstein here as an individual for the Germans. Hans Huys for the Netherlands. And Istvan Vaci for Hungary. So that takes us up to the lunch break. And out come the boards at A. It's one of the busier jobs for our stewards, members of the Army of Volunteers. They all look very smart. They've got their grey, bespoke PSG laden polo shirts on. And we really are in the heart of the world of the Sandmans. Just beyond where you can see we've got all the obstacles laid out around the property. And then on the other side behind the camera, the big business that they run here for lorries and vehicles and vans, but it's all totally integrated, and the plant and the machinery, you'll get some fantastic pictures on the marathon tomorrow. We've got great big excavators and diggers and lorries, and it's there's no doubt that this event is all about horsepower when you're here. And in comes Tom. I can see Mark venting there. I still have imprinted on my vision Mark and his horse at Beekbergen commentating as Tom Stockman's comes in, currently ranked 24th in the world. Such a consistent member of the Belgian team now. And I do like it when Jim comes on, because with all these incredibly long names that he has for these horses, some of the Belgian and the Dutch Arabo-Frisians do have very long names. To have Jim on board is definitely a commentator's favourite. Tom Stockman's good entry for him. 49. He's had a pretty good season. Let's see where he's been with the Arabo-Frisians, and of course alongside Dre Degree and Glenn Geertz, really making the Belgian team very competitive. They've been consistently on podiums for some years now, but very much in contention now with the success of these 3 members. They've got Sam Gees here as an individual as well. They were in bronze position. Bronze seems to be the position they assume with Dries and Glenn. Edward Simonet in 2017 in Gothenburg. They did creep up a slot to silver with Dries, Edward and Glenn again. in 2019, 2021, Dries, Glenn and Sam G's. And then in 2023 with Tom on board and Glenn and Dries, they were in bronze. So can they do better? Had that wonderful Royal Windsor back in May. Horses flowing well. Well-matched teams, so similar in their type. So Allegro VD Xanthi V Diepenslut. Diepenslut. I will at some point find out what the natty stable name is for that horse. So that's in for dressage marathons and cones. We've got Dewey van der Oosterzand for dressage and cones. Fari H for dressage and marathon. Winlot van de Wiedik for marathon and cones, and Jim. Thank goodness for Jim. Dressage, marathon and cones. Daniela and Lola here on the back. And Tom doing a pretty good job there so far. How's he gone this year? He had a 53.97 at Royal Windsor. 55.5 at Aachen, gives you a bit of an idea of where he's been on form so far. You can hear some Bolero in the background there, some Ravel. Makes you think of ice skating if you're a fan of British sport over the years. And in Exlu 2 years ago, it was a 57.77. So, all going well for Tom Stockman so far. Where's he in the rankings? Of course, Glenn, his teammate, is absolutely thrilled. And I did catch up with Glenn before the event that he comes here as the highest ranked driver. That's quite something. So, Glenn Geertz, who we'll see later on, is currently number 2, which when we've still got Boyd Excel in the field, in our four-in-hand class, it's pretty much world number 1 stuff for Glenn, because it's going to be very difficult to get ahead of Boyd. Not quite sure when that day will come. Not for a long time. So Glenn Geertz is currently world number 2 behind Boyd. So for the purposes of our European Championship, and some good trot work, particularly from his offside leader there. Lovely extension from Tom Stockman's. Bram Shardon is in 3rd place in the rankings. Dre Degree 4th, Frederick Pearson 5th, Anna Marie Kamaya is 6th, Bram Shardon 7th, Gusterond is 8th. We did flash them up. We do sometimes refer to slightly different lists. Jerome Voutaz, next Gorg Bonstein, and then Chester Webber in 11th, Anna Sandman in 12th. This was just towards the end of the season. It can nudge around a little bit. Tom is about 26th. Don't forget it does tend to be the top 10, 11, 12-ish, that depending on who takes up their places, that will go forward into our World Cup series. But there are all sorts of indoor events, particularly in Belgium and Holland over the winter months as well. It doesn't just have to be the World Cup. People like Tom are often able to take part as a wild card by invitation of the home nation. .56, pretty good so far. He's had an 8th in Kladruby. He was 13th in Leiden, 17th in Aachen. And all of them, these Arabo-Frisians. Round, well, it depends how many times they've been bred down through the lines. Generally about 12.5% of the Arab blood in there. He first competed at the European Championships in Budapest in 2021 and was on the bronze medal winning team in Protoni. That was for a World Championship. Tom Stockman's the first of the Belgian drivers, could put himself currently into about second or third place. Our winner, Michael Brockler, at the moment, our winning score, 46.65, and in second place, Joseph Dobraitz Jr. on 50.71. So he's there or thereabouts. Gusterond is currently on 55.24. The judges split in their choice as to whether it was Michael Brockler or Joseph who was their top place one. Pierre went against the grain, but otherwise pretty clear that those were our two highest marking tests so far. So Tom Stockman's comes round towards the end of his test. So it's collection VKAD, and this is all about transitions, bending into the impulsion, and then you do use those two turns, the corners as we say, just to gather them up and go forward. Lovely work, particularly from the wheelers there. Smooth, well executed, perhaps a little shy of the mark, but otherwise highly proficient test from Tom. That should put him into second place at the moment. We'll just wait for those final two marks to be added to the totals. 23 for the athlete, which is use of aids, handling of reins and whip position on the box, accuracy of the figures and transitions. The mark must reflect the consistent level of accuracy and the quality of the transitions. As Tom doffs his hat to those out there, horses leaving smartly. Lovely team. And then 24, that general impression and presentation appearance of the athletes and grooms, correctness, cleanliness and harmonising of the harness and the carriage, fitness, matching condition of the horses, and of course they all match very, very well, as you can see. Now we had a winning test from Jiri Kunat at V. He rather liked that. Well, it was very polished and they just moved as one. It does help when you've got them so similar in their types and conformation, but they do move very, very well as one unit, and Jiri appreciated that. 170 from him at V. So you can see a 1 next to that. A second place for Pierre Scar, actually tying. She's had a few tied scores so far, tying with Michael Brockler. So for her, that was second place. She still quite liked Joseph Dobravitz's test. So the same mark for Tom Stockman's and Michael Brockler from Pierre at C. For Elimar at R, 163, a third place test for him. Barry Capstick, 163 as well, but that's a second place for him, and 160 for a third place from Miguel at P. So the judges, exactly 10 marks between them, which tends to be about where they are out of 5. Sometimes we have a bit more, occasionally we have a bit less, but that was a first place test for Jiri Kunat. Well done to Tom Stockman's. So far so good for everybody. Probably where they would expect to be, if not exceeding expectations a little bit. They've obviously, for some of them, not had an event since Aachen, and they've had 2 months to go back to the drawing board, and I know Bram's made the most of that time just to finalise what the combinations are, work on the fitness. And certainly when you're a member of the Shardon family and you've got lots of horses to choose from, and there's quite a bit of swapping that goes on between father and son. Benjamin Ilud, such a well-known face and fixture in our fours classes. With his Lusitanos. And the 4 he's got in for this, the dressage. Famoso, Fez and Fiasco, who are doing all 3 phases. And we've got Genio, who's the one who's just a year younger. Those Fs are now all 15. Got such a long record of FEI driving, but has devoted his life to horses in some shape or form. He and Magali have travelled the world with their shows. They've spent time in North America. Yeah, really a very complete horseman. He said when he first brought these horses out, some of the Arabo Frisians being driven by other competitors were those used by Benjamin a few years ago, but he's enjoyed how trainable he said he finds the Lusitanos, and they're very responsive to being trained under saddle as well. He had some pretty good outings in the World Cup, although he wasn't driving as a qualified driver. He was able to come to the opening event in Lyon, which always kickstarts our Driving World Cup season in early November, and had a good result there. And then again, he joined us in Bordeaux as the wild card for the final. So a very long and varied career with the horses. France have knocked on the door so many times, so many fourth finishes over the years. And they're fourth in Bretoni at the World Championship, fourth in Exlu in 23, in Budapest in 21. They did make it onto the podium in bronze place in Germany for the European Championships in 2019, but fourth again in Gothenburg. It does seem to be a position that the French assume. Magali, his wife, is on for all three phases. He's got Amy Barillet on for the dressage and cones, and Anthony Romanoff will be joining for the marathon. So that is the crew. Also in Aachen, where he finished 13th. He was 21st after the dressage on a 62.63, so an improvement in the averages so far. Currently ranked at 23rd. Anthony Odd is actually the highest ranked French driver at 16 at the moment. You might remember Louis Odd really impressed us at the pairs. He was the third in the marathon, which was quite something when you're up against a lot of those combinations. So Louis Odd for the French really kept their flag flying in Beekbergen. But here we are in Leiden for the horse fours, 14th European Championship this one is. The French team worked closely with their long-term trainer and former champion Felix Marie Brasseur. Couldn't be in more experienced hands than him. He's a great guy, good sense of humour as well. But like many of us, just lives and breathes horses in this driving world. It's how these horses are put together, Lusitanos. They're not built like some of these Dutch horses, and to some extent the Germans ones, where they have this great length of stride coming from the shoulder. If you see them in their natural environment, and certainly the ridden classes, and you get these wonderful costume classes all over Europe with the Lusitanos, it's very much about a high knee but a shorter stride. So we are asking a lot of them. They're perfectly capable of extending, but it's just not necessarily what their conformation and breeding as allows them to do, as perhaps with the scope that we have some of the other breeds. They're fairly compact horses, strong. Again, another one of our ancient European breeds. So the reinback, where are we in our test? It's a 3-metre reinback. We're on to 17 of 22. Obedience, quality of steps. Obviously the 2-time diagonal footfall. That's what they should be doing when they go backwards. And the quality of the transitions. He's sitting at about 56 at the moment. Pretty much in touch with where he's been, a little bit better than Aachen. We have to ask so much of our horses down those leather reins. I would think they're all leather for this phase. Probably be synthetic or webbing or something for the marathon. But it never ceases to amaze those of us that are passionate about this relationship we have with our horses. The voice, all you have is what's happening in your hands and the fingers. And look at that power, look what you've got in front of you, the trust, the communication. How wonderful are these animals, these horses, that just with so little, relatively speaking, we can produce magic with them. Just through the touch of the reins, they can feel what we're feeling. And particularly with a 4 in hand. Masterful driving from a horse master here for Benjamin and the Lusitanos. A good final trot down the centre line. They were working well together, harmonious. That's what you want. And a fairly obedient halt there at the end. So that should be round about 56, which will put him possibly into 5th place at the moment. So the French team effort is underway as well. He's got Anthony Auld and Maxim Maro to come next. So just acknowledging everybody there, the judges and the crowds. The gentleman who enjoys, as I say, the magic that horse and human can produce together. Are our judges in sync with each other? Scores actually not too far apart. Looks like there's 11 between them. And as the patterns emerge and as more scores are posted onto the boards, you do see a little bit more of a variation, but an 8th for Pierce Scar, 152.5, 156.5 from Elimar at R. That's a 4th. Rather 5th for him. Let's get onto the right line. Barry Capstick, a 3rd for him, 158. I think he would have liked the fact that they worked well as a unit. 159.5 from Yuri for a fourth and 148.5 for sixth place from Miguel. So that's a fifth overall. He tucks in behind Gusterond and goes ahead of Raina Duen. We are moving to Switzerland next for Jerome Voutaz, and if indeed you are a fan of the World Cup, then you know this gentleman is a regular fixture and should be ranked 9th at the moment there once again as a qualified driver. He was also part of the Fun and Games on that Saturday night in Aachen. His team came 6th. He was 10th overall there, dressage of 57.44. Marathon didn't go. Normally he would come quite far up after the marathon. It is a phase that he's pretty good at, and like many of those who take part in the World Cup, the dexterity, all those skills that are needed to perform well through those two obstacles and the cones in the indoor arenas, it really does feed in very well to their obstacle driving outdoors. He, of course, has done very well in cones before. He had that great result in Svilsvassverad when unfortunately the marathon didn't go his way, but he was able to come in and just drive with some panache at the World Championship because he didn't have any pressure on him. So he's been driving for some years. 2016 he was 4th in the final, and he's had 2 silvers in the World Cups, one in Gothenburg in 2017 and 2018 in Bordeaux, but certainly a regular fixture in the World Cup qualifiers and finals over the years, driving his Franche-Montaigne horses. There's several of them do double up indoors and outdoors as well. He's got Flower de Jeunesse. She's in for marathon and cones. Leon for all 3 phases. Lune de la Ville Fontaine, sitting on 54 at the moment. For dressage and cones, Non-Stop du Paddock. That's a name we see quite often, isn't it? Dressage and marathon, and Valerio, dressage, marathon and cones. So Flower is indoor and out used. She's the 11-year-old mare. We've got Leon, very reliable there. 14 now. Lune is the matriarch. Luna, she is 15. Tends to be used more for the outdoors, but she's the boss. And Non-Stop du Paddock at 8 is the youngster in there, but they're quite distinctive in their build. We know that Mario Gandolfo does so well with this breed as well, and he had some success at the Young Horse World Championships. So this wonderful breed, this Swiss breed, inherently strong, inherently powerful, good limbs, sturdily built. And Jerome Voutaz sitting round about the mid-50s at the moment. Always good on the marathon, and cones a strong phase for him as well. Wheeler's standing particularly well. 2 very square halts from them, slightly off on the leaders, but otherwise it was an obedient halt. Mid-50s, that possibly could put him ahead of Benjamin, might just slip ahead of Gusterond. Let's see if he can keep this up. We don't have a Swiss team these days for the 4s. They had a good team at the horse pairs, and they're all competitive with the singles as well. Now, interestingly, you're going into a slight downhill at that point in the arena, although it is a beautiful arena. If you stand on that MC corner, you'll see that it actually goes slightly uphill from there. It gets flattened a bit if you're watching it on the screen. I was talking to Robert Wilkinson about it this morning, and of course if you've got a slight up or a down, it does impact how you drive, certainly going forward into collections or extensions or all that sort of thing, where you're ending your diagonals. So looks pretty flat and even here, and it is, but just remember it's got a different feel to it as well because it's on the grass, not on one of these sort of silvery sand and fibre surfaces that we often have. But conditions absolutely perfect for the horses. Lovely temperature, slight breeze. We had a little bit of rain on Wednesday afternoon, but that's fine. We didn't mind too much. We've been wanting rain for a long time. Due to be a little bit hotter here on Sunday for the cones. And it will be interesting to watch a championship cones round on the grass again. Remember, we were on a surface in Exlou, on a surface in Svilsvarsvarad. Last time we were on grass at this sort of level with the horse falls was in Pretoni. Oh my goodness, the conditions there were otherworldly towards the end. But it will have a bearing on, if a cone is nudged, how many of the balls fall. And by and large, they tend to fall a bit more when the cones are on the grass. It's the nature of it. I talked a lot about it and all the discussions that were being had around about the Beekbergen event, because you could see some of those cones just gliding across the surface. But that won't happen here on grass. Don't forget the cones were designed originally to sit on a grass surface before we had everything happening in an arena like we do at a lot of places. Jerome Voutaz, pretty respectable so far in the dressage, 53. That will be enough at the moment to put him ahead of Gusterond. For Switzerland. And like many of our international drivers, he too has a day job. Quite a few of them do this full time or train or work with horses, but Jerome Voutaz is also a mechanic, which is a very useful transferable skill set when you've got horses. If you're a farrier like Michael Brockler, Sven and some of the others, extremely handy to be either a vet or a farrier when you're dealing with horses as well. But everyone bringing their A game to this dressage arena. Quite an improvement for a lot of them between what we saw in Aachen and here in Leiden. It is, of course, an end of season championship. We would expect it, but there's been visible improvements for a number of them, Michael Brockler in particular. Heads down, toes pointing. Everyone's staying in trot good from the leaders. And a little bit, nearly on G, but that'll do. That'll do. Job done by Jerome Voutaz, 52.91. That will put him into 4th place, if that is indeed where he ends up. So still sitting in 3rd, Joseph Dobraitz, but that nudges Kus and everyone behind him down. And this will be a set of horses and a crew that will very much look forward to Saturday's marathon, and that is the talk of the town here, the marathon, particularly for the four-in-hands. It's going to be challenging, it's technical, the positioning of the letters, the gates, the weightiness, the solidity of the elements, particularly for the four-in-hands. Remember, we've got a mix-up between alternatives for some of the singles and the paras as well. 4th place for him. Oh, he goes, okay, so he's just, now that was interesting. Let's just see. Confirmation. Yes, he does indeed nudge Gusterond down one. 52.77. 52.77. So a little bit of distance between him and Joseph Dobraitz. Less distance between Joseph and Tom Stockman's. Threes and fours and a fifth. So judges actually very close in their marks. Two at 161.5 at S&V. That's Barry and Yuri. Elimar at R 159. 163.5. That's Miguel at P. Mark that a little more so than he normally does. Less so for Pierre. But 159.5. Fifth place for her in the 11 that have gone. 12. Yeah, that was our 12th test. 52.67 for Jerome Voutaz. Back to Hungary. Back to Hungary. Here as an individual, Ferank Galbach. And of course, look at those prefixes. Conversano, Favori, Incitato and Tulipan. It's like a little lesson in Lipizzana's right before your very eyes. The famous prefixes or the classical stallion lines. Maestoso, Favori, Conversano, Pluto, Neapolitano, Siglavi. We can add Tulipan into that as well. And Incitato. Similarity to some of the Lipizzana heads to those Cladrubas, not always quite so pronounced in the convex shape of those heads and noses. So we've got all sorts of Roman numerals after their names. We do have somebody called Apax in there as well. He's an ex-Dobraitz horse. He's a 12-year-old. And all these are bred at the National Stud, of course, in Schulz-Vasfarad, where Ferenc is based. He was 4th there this year, 3rd in Lipica. It's another very famous World Heritage site there for the Slovenian Lipizzanas. So he's been competing in the 2020s here with them. He was in Protoni 28th, also, well, consistently 28th in both Protoni and Schulz-Vasfarad, and he ex-Louis was 31st, and in Budapest, this is for the Europeans, he was 25th. How are the judges rating this? .58 so far. He got a 65.23 in ex-Lou 2 years ago. So in Lipica, Piba, Lipik, Topol, Chianti, and in Italy, that tends to be the classical lines. And also Tulipan and Incitato. The Tulipan line mostly found in Croatia, Bosnia, Romania and Hungary. The first stallion in the Pluto line was actually born in Denmark in the Frederiksborg stud, 1765. 2 Pluto lines, one from Lipica and the other from the Foragas stud. Monarchy used them for pulling heavy court coaches because they were strong and handsome. And I think we can agree they retain their good looks. Little bit of commentator bias towards greys and Roman noses. Conversano, the founding stallion, was originally from Italy. He was a Neapolitan dark brown, and he was born in 1767 in the stud of Count Kunitz in Italy. Neapolitano, obviously Italian. 1790, he was also brown stallion. The Conversano Neapolitan horses were used on long trips because they had good staying power. So they've got stamina as well. We do like that word in driving, stamina. Favoris, who was a blue-brown clad ruby stallion. You see, there is a connection. 1779. Also influential in the Croatian bloodlines. Maestoso, he was a grey clad ruby stallion. Born in 1773. The line was renewed in 1819 with the Austrian military stud and at Mezohegyes in Hungary. Little history lesson for you. As Ferank Galbach proceeds through his test, 58.80. Wheeler's working in harmony there. And all credit to everybody that gets greys ready. Oh, he's number 13. Look at that. We do sometimes take the number 13 out of driving. We didn't have a 13 in Beekbergen. I had to keep checking the numbers, counting the lists. Siglavi line was an Arabian stallion, born in 1810, so one of the newer lines. All of his offspring were popular for breeding. Tulipan is Croatian, 1800. Terekovac was the place of that breeding. There we go. Big, strong, muscular horses, the Tulipans. In Citato from Transylvania, the stud Bethlin, owned by Count Paul Bethlin, 1802. Also the Romanian Seenberger stallion. And this is something that the crew at all these wonderful studs. Oh, that looks good. That looks good. Now, we didn't see any bottoms appearing sideways. Legs in sequence. Well done. Good rein back there. This test would put him round about 7th at the moment. He's in the region of Raina Duen at 57. Benjamin Ilud on 56. A lot of the Lipizzaners and the Clad Rubies are kept entire, so they're driven as stallions. Managed to establish his walk towards the end, but it took a bit of time to stop them jogging. Yeah, they're just not lengthening their strides. They're a bit choppy, a bit short, and particularly the horses behind not quite getting that over track that you want with the free walk. So I think that'll push the mark back a little bit. Yes, you can see that's gone up to 58. And because they really want transitions, relaxation, rhythm, stretching forward and downward. You didn't get that. They were still quite short energy and, of course, that over-tracking. But this generally works well for most of the horses, and they're sitting up, leaders trotting well. Not a type or breed that you associate with these great extravagant extensions. Whoops, little bit over the mark, but not too bad. And that ends the test for Hungary and Ferank Galbach Jr. Out they go. And well done to everybody, as I say, who's Worked so hard to get the greys looking lovely and clean. Not easy. Looks like there's some interesting shoes. Look on. Just have a look at those shoes. Looks like that's the offside leader. There's David there. And an 8th place. Yeah, judges quite united on that. We go from 152 from Pier at C, 149. That's Miguel at P. 155, that's the highest mark. That's Elimar at R. 153.5, that's Barry at S. And 150, diplomatically right in the middle there, that's Yuri at V. So that pops him into 8th place at the moment. So he goes just behind Raina Duen, who's one of our early drivers individually for Germany, and that slips him ahead of Peter Joash. So that's the two Hungarians together on the leaderboard. Ferank Galbach there with the Lipizzaners as we move back to Germany for Renie Posgen. Sometimes it's a hard C and G, and sometimes it's a soft one. It varies. Anyway, Renie, our gluten-free baker. I always get tickled when he and Gorg Bonstein are together, and they do often help each other out when Gorg is driving in the World Cups. He's got Fax, Harold, Havana, Almere, Cadans. That's the four for the dressage. They're a handsome team, this crew. And they come Renie, who was wearing a chef to keep hat at Aachen, wasn't competing, but fielding them all on the logistics as chef to keep. We've got a 17-year-old Fax, two 13-year-olds in Havana and Harold. And Cadans is 10. In on a 60, but I think that might drop. The trots are looking quite smart. Let's keep the heads even. Yeah, that's better. Mark's coming, penalties coming down. Mark's improving. Thought that might happen. They settled well on that first corner. As long as they don't break, most of these combinations do well on the extension. That's it. Mark's settling around about the mid-50s. So working trot was the entering, then we went from the halt into the collected trot, so that's impulsion and bending on that C to M turn, extension MXK, so fairly conventional, long diagonal there. Forward into collection, A to F, and then F to B this is a 15-metre deviation, so you're not going as far as that centre line, which is obviously on 20 metres. Working trot now, so this is a point in the test at which you can just rearrange yourselves, get the rhythm back again if you've lost any of it through your collections and the changes in the bends through that deviation, transition and rhythm. Extension from H to E, so, and forward into collection. You could see that was quite well defined there. And here what you're wanting on a half 20-metre loop from E to X is, and here on the S shape is for your inner horses, the ones on the inside just to shorten a bit, the horses on the outside to lengthen their strides just a little bit, so that you've got that evenness for where the heads are and where the noses are. So that loop on movements 7, 8 and 9. That's all about the straightness on the centre line, in the middle, accuracy, transitions. And that's a working trot. So again, another point at which you can go back to your holding pattern of the working trot and then forward into the holds. Quite a long halt at 8 seconds. And generally there's somebody who's just rebalancing themselves or having a chat to their neighbour. Looked like the left leader was just comparing notes with the right leader. Free walk, and as we see so often in these tests, particularly with the four in hands, when you don't have the benefit of the boards keeping the horses straight, you're right in the middle of the arena. It can be tricky with that longer contact. And we do see some of the drivers stretching their arms out, often if they're driving with clamps or the reins attached to each other. That goes forward, so you lose the precision on the reins in those free walks. If you're somebody like Bram who's got very long arms, he can normally keep those buckles or clamps in his hands and extend enough for the horses to stretch. So that was relaxation, rhythm, stretching, forward and downward, energy and over tracking. So you don't want it to go flat. The last thing we want is any jogging. But 58 for Renie, going pretty well so far. The horses perhaps didn't extend as much, and we had a few strides of canter there on the collected circle left at 15 metres. Again, the accuracy of the size is important. Extension on an HP diagonal, crisscrossing the arena again, and then he sets himself up for the one-handed. Oh, he's determined just to... There's always one in a team. I think his one today is the offside, the right-hand leader. And reins back into the hands. Working trot again, and then you've got the loops. The S shape here in working trot. And this is just showing a few straight strides over that middle section, and then a perceptible change in the bend. You could just see there the outside horse, particularly on the leaders, just falling behind a little bit. Ideally, you want them completely level on your turns. Few bottoms coming out there. On after the 3 metre rein back, Evie's working trot. And then a half loop. Back into the one-handed. So that's V to L in the middle. That was a bit more settled. You could just see a little bit of unevenness in the positioning of the leaders, but I think he's having a bit of a job just to keep that offside horse where he wants him. Wheeler's doing a pretty good job at the moment. Another free walk, so the second of the free walks, and there's so much going on. This was one of the things we heard a lot about at Beekbergen, where the cameras were positioned. What you couldn't see was on the back of that there were dogs, kids, colours, food, all sorts of things going on. And as much as these are really experienced competition horses, yeah, he's having a good look. Yeah, we've got a little bit of our own agenda today on the offside lead. He's taking it all in. Wheeler's fine. That you could see they were ready for the trot. You just saw them shortening a bit, but that was fine. Preparing. But there's a lot of distractions, and to keep the horses concentrating, yeah, he's just boiling a bit, isn't he? Renie's done really well to contain him. He's kept a lid on him. He's a smarty pants when he does what he's supposed to do, but he's obviously quite an exuberant character. Well done, Renie. So that is Renie Posgen for the Germans here as an individual. And I'm sure he's going to have a lovely trot out now the pressure's off. Well done. Been quite a firm fixture in our Horse Fours driving world for some time. He competed back in 2019 and the European Championships, was 17th individually. Round about the teens tends to be where he is. That's a 9th of 58.90. Now, Peer rated that a little bit more highly than some of her colleagues. That was 157.5. A 10th at P, that's Miguel, 146.5 at R, 153. But look at that, just this is as we get further down the line for more tests on the board. We've got 153 for a 10th, 152 for an 11th from Barry, so those guys in alignment, and 150 for an 8th for Yuri. So that was Renie. 3 out of the 4 horses doing a grand job. One of them a little bit full of himself. So don't forget, we're asking a lot of them, as we do in these 3 phase competitions, to be ballerinas and not boil over and do everything exactly where they should, when they should in the dressage, and then we expect them to be brave and powerful and fast and forward through the obstacles. But that's the art of it, and it is an art. And then we want them bouncy and smooth and supple and flowing and together for the cones. Lots to do. It's always a school day when you're driving horses. Always lots to think about. And they're horses. That horse might be like a little lamb in the stable, but today he was a bit wired. So we come to Anthony ter Harmsel for the Netherlands. Here is an individual. Adios, Floris, Jacardo and Cornit. Adios K is 20. It's something we're seeing a little bit more. It came from the show jumping world. These hoods they're wearing, meant to be calming. 58.67. Lots of upright movement here. Very typically the Dutch harness horses in their conformation. They often have quite big feet on the end of those long legs. Possibly in that collection, although it was all looking quite elegant and floaty, there wasn't enough back leg action really and truly underneath the horses. It was all a bit up and down as opposed to forward. So that's possibly why we're sitting where we are at the moment. It can look a little bit hollow sometimes, so it's just stretching out the frames if you can. Sun popping out from behind the clouds. There will be a slightly different feel. Of course, they're great, big, powerful horses. I mean, there is nothing on the tug of the carriage at all, but there will be a slightly different feel on the grass. It's quite long, the grass. It hasn't been pared back too much. Interestingly, there was a topper on a little tractor out in the warm-up arena just before the test started. Oh, a few paces there of canter. He has dipped below the 60. Interesting, this sort of leg action is the one we associate with the Hackney horses as well. That's sort of very extravagant. The knee comes right up, but what you're really wanting is the knee to come up and then for the horse, for the legs to go really forward and just eat up that ground. That's what you're aiming for. So reins back into the two hands now. Use the corners just to reset, get them back into the hand. The half halt is your friend, whether you're riding or driving. Onto the centre line and the halt. Ideally the head's staying still, not having a chat or a bicker or a good look round. But there is a lot to look at. For a lot of our spectators, and the more the merrier, we love people coming and watching everything we do in driving. That's a proper jog. That is a jog from the grey. Wheelers are doing the job. But the more movement we have outside the arena, the more there is to distract them. Problem is, you want to be driving them forward. What's he's probably in his hand, ask him to come back to walk, saying walk, walk, using the voice as well. He looks like he's quite comfortable in that sort of slow jog trot, the grey. Yeah, that's popped the marks back. As you can see, we're now on 66.10. That's what's been a little bit expensive for Anthony Harmsel. Has been on Dutch teams before, certainly very well known as a horse pairs driver. Successful in Drebkow in 2019 when the team won silver, and then 2 years later in Kronenberg when they won bronze, and he was a member of the teams then. He grew up in an equestrian household and began competing and driving back in 2001. He's received the Van Turkau plaque at the Dutch Championship and Big Bergen. Of course, Mika awards that for the highest placed Dutch driver at her event. And Anthony's father Herman has also been an international four-in-hand driver, competed in the 2016 World Championships in Breda. So made the transition from pairs to the four-in-hands in 2021. Based at the family farm in Riesen in the Netherlands. And they've got a riding centre there as well. So very experienced horseman. Somebody, actually you see Ter Harmsel horses being driven by other members of the Dutch squad. On the loop now with our rear view of the rein back. What happens there? Ideally, you don't want to see any bottoms coming out. We might not have seen the bottoms come out if it had been completely straight, because it was on a nice little arch there. averaging 65 at the moment, and that puts him round about where Sven Knifel was, who came in first this morning. But it's great to have Anthony Tahamsel here at the European Championship. He was also in Protoni. He finished 32nd individually, and next Lou he was 26th. So getting some miles on the clock in recent years with the four in hands. Yeah, the grey isn't that keen on walking today, and then it just sets off. That's it. 1, 2, 3, 4. You want to see that, but not easy to stretch out the reins. All the horse wants to do is break into trot. So head's still quite up on them. You didn't really see them taking the rein forward and down. But it's very difficult when you've got one that wants to jog. You just can't give it too much rein. But it looks like he's going to do it, whatever the contact is. And that ends the test for Anthony Tahamsel. Whoops. He's got his hands full with those two up front. Possibly, as we heard yesterday, I'll turn up my background sound when there's a bit of clapping, which there will be from the Dutch crew. And they've got a big support crowd here, obviously quite near the border, so easy for them to get over here to Leiden. There you go. That's the leaderboard. As everyone's seeing it there, Michael Brockler still in front. And Anthony Tahamsel goes into 15th or 15. That's a 67.36. Where did the judges have him? Let's scroll up a bit. That was a 15th from Peer for 138. It was a 15th from LMR, 135.5. It was a 14th from Barry, 146.5. Yuri at V, 138 for a 15th, and 137.5 from Miguel. So the judges actually quite united. Perhaps Barry was a little bit more generous than the others, but in terms of the placings, quite consistent from the judges. Yeah, the grey didn't really settle. You end up driving one horse in the team when you've got a situation like that, and it's not easy. You want to be able to drive them all as one, not one of the four. Now we come to one of the most experienced international horse drivers in the field, Gorg Bonstein. He was telling me as we were walking around obstacles late one night in Svillsvassbrad, I said, is it Gorg or George or George? And he said, we're all called George in some shape or form in the Bonstein family, but it's a variation on a theme. He's Georg, but he says his father's George. I think I got that the right way round. So a massive array of results over the years, and he's just somebody that always looks like he's really enjoying his driving. He was a member of that gold-winning European team in Donaueschingen in 2019, a silver medal-winning team in 2021 in Budapest. He wasn't on the team in X-Lu, although he did finish 4th individually. But lots and lots of medals over the years at European, going back to 2011 in Breda, when the series was re-established. He's been all sorts of World Cup finals over the years and stood on the podium at World Equestrian Games as well. And here he is in the 40s already, another one who's good on the marathon. And dips in and out of being in the World Cup as a qualified driver. Always seems to have several horses at his fingertips, and if you go back through the biographies, he's another one whose horses do seem to be used by other drivers or purchased. He's got Darko, who is a Deutsche Sport horse DSP, used in Bretonian X-Lu at championship level. He's for all three phases. Jaro Del Viro for the dressage and the marathon. He's 11 like Darko. Chaviro is for all three phases. He's also 11. Dutch harness horse. We've got some Mano bloodlines. Del Viro's the sire, as you can imagine with the names. We've got Playboy, who will be in all three phases. He's a 17-year-old as well, so pretty experienced team. And we've also got the wonderfully named Risk or Fun, who may well join us for the cones. Manuela von Stein, she's on for all three phases. Quite often they're on the back with Rene, and we've got Alana Klein on today as well. This year he had a 6th place dressage at Aachen on 46.48, and he's pretty much on course for a similar score today in Leiden. 17th in the marathon, 16th in the cones, so for a 16th overall. 5th here in Leiden in May, 11th in Kladruby and 6th in Kronenberg. So really consistent, 10th in the rankings. Should all being well. Well, let's just see what happens at the end of the outdoor season, but may well be forward as a qualified driver again in the World Cup, which will start in early November. Gorg Bonstein here for Germany, but this time driving as an individual. Pretty good, not too much fidgeting. A little bit of head up and down, but otherwise the legs all stayed in place well. Stretching down a little bit more. Yes, you think the wheelers are offering to trot, aren't they? You sense they could stretch a little bit more, but they're a little bit short in their strides, but well, it's all right. He's just containing them. Just containing them there. Yeah, that was a drop back a little bit on his marks. It just wasn't a genuine free walk. They walked, but they didn't particularly expand frames and stride lengths. Pops him on to 48. Michael looks pretty safe in front at the moment on his 46.65. I know he must be delighted with that score. Brought it back down with the good trot work. They do have good trot, this combination on. Yeah, well-defined transition there. Back at P. Forward into the collection, then the one-handed loop onto the centre line, then an extension again. Yeah, that's all right. evenly matched. When it's working well together, it does present a good picture, pretty picture. Quite harmonious. Not too much tension through the necks. When you get that neck tension, that's when it tends to shorten. You lose a little bit of your fine definition through the contact. Obviously, you want that time in the air, the suspension, the elevation we talk about, as well as the ground cover. It's not just about the limb action. And we want some expression and energy. But most of all, in driving, we're looking for rhythm, that very basic part of our scales of training, the rhythm. Which just means the 1, 2, 1, 2. There's not a hop, it's even. Yeah, that was okay. He's sitting on about 46, so the trot work does improve the marks, there's no doubt about it. Let's see what happens in this walk, whether he can let them or encourage them just to gain some slightly better marks, keep them walking, but also get the heads a little further out, try and lengthen through those necks a little bit better. It's combining the relaxation, which means they're moving freely through all those 16 limbs, from the shoulder, from the stifles. It was marginally better than the last one, but we see quite often they get a little bit short a bit early. This is still meant to be the free walk down the boards until they get to V. You get a sense that as soon as they get back onto the boards, they anticipate the trot, and they all sort of come up a little bit and shorten. But that certainly hasn't affected the mark. He is going to be very near Michael. Let's see what happens here. Wheelers in particular, just saw a little drop of the quarters to propel themselves forward. They look a little bit bigger, those wheelers. Yeah, that was a good final movement. Let's see what happens to the mark at the end, because Michael's certainly putting down the strongest mark so far with that 46.65, but George is very, very near him. Looks like it's going to be a 47, which would put him into second place at the moment. He goes ahead of Tom Stockman's. Gorg Bonstein there exits under that famous archway. Now, here like that, that was 174 for her. And who else liked it? Yuri Kunat at V liked it as well. That was 173. So they were quite in alignment. Only a mark between them, which, considering you've got 24, that's out of 240. Don't forget that each one of these big totals we show you, that's out of 240. Lowest mark came at P from Miguel. That's, although it was a second place for him, 166.5, as it was also a second place at R for Elimar and for Barry as well, but just a little bit of variation between their marks. We are live in Leiden, reaching the end nearly of our second morning session here at the 14th European Championship for four in hands. Started way back in 1971, then we had a 30-year break between 1981 and 2011. Little bit of time for everyone to breathe. We've got 2 more tests this session and a slightly longer lunch break. As we see Hans Hoist coming in, and already that horse is not establishing its trot, came in at canter, went into a bit of a tranter. Bolster Jr, Donald Duck, Hurricane and Noble Note. Aging from 7 years, Noble Note, up to Bolster Jr. What's the betting? It's one of those older horses that should know better that's cantering. 79, not surprising, not the best first impression to make, and he's just won't settle into his trot, will he? Anyway, Hans Hoist here, very experienced, so he'll just keep doing what he does, driver's test. So far this year, he was 16th at Cladruby, 20th at the Royal Windsor Horse Show, 21st in Leyden in May, and 27th in Kronenberg. He was in Bretoni, where he was 30th. Currently ranked round about number 33, 34. Yeah, that horse is just not settling into its trot today, and that's why we find ourselves in the 80s. The other 3 are doing as they're told. Early one-handed movements there. Sometimes I'm able to tell you, depends what information I get, who is in what position, but we're not going to name and shame. We're not going to name and shame who that is that's cantering in the trot work. But we've got Bolster Jr, Donald Duck, Hurricane and Noble Note in all 3 phases at the moment. Ariane Walder also will be on the back of the carriage. Oh, I think yeah, I'm not surprised. I think that's Pear out of the box. It just is not settling that horse. We saw this happening a little bit at the European Championships. Let's see what happens next. So our head judge, Piers Scar, out of the box. We won't know what's being said. Is he going to carry on? Yeah, so back into the test. Error, of course, there as well. Not necessarily the day that Hans Hoist might have hoped for. Let's bring you back to where he should be. So this is the deviation. Between F and B, it's 15 metres, and then B to M is 10 metres. So you've got 2 loops off the track. They look like V's on the plan, but they're not, because you can't really drive a V terribly well. So there we go. Back on track. So that was the HE extended trot. Now we're on to the collection. E to X, half circle to the left, then XBX. One-handed circle, so the driver is on X and the movement finishes when I think he said he's had enough today. It just wasn't going his way. I think that's a retirement from Hans Hoyce. We don't like to see it, but that horse just has not given him an easy time from the second he stepped into the arena. Not the way anybody wants their event to go, but Hans Hoyce does the gentlemanly thing and raises his hat and retires from the dressage. I think it was just one of those days where you say, not for us today. He'd had a pretty good season, completed all his events. Always sad when it happens like this at a championship. Such a lot of work, time, effort, never mind the money to get here. But we'll probably have a little bit of a break before our next one in. So Pierre came out. I think there was an error, of course, initially, but that horse was not settled at all in the wheel. And it really throws you off course when you've got one of them who's a bit off colour. Talking of which, just to confirm that sadly for the Irish para driving, Mick Ward will not be continuing. His lovely horse Douglas has picked up a bit of a virus, we understand, is being treated at the moment. So that's just to update you as to what's happening with the paras. I shall take this opportunity to run through, and I don't think I've had any updates from Cindy or from Christina, just back to the FEI driving hand-in-hand trophy. Don't forget we've got that running as well. So Tracy Bowman and Bram are team number 1. They are the holders, and we've got one for the USA there. And Tracy and Netherlands. Team 2 will be Jacques Poppen for the Netherlands, joined by the great Bram Shardon. We don't need to say that, of course, he is Dutch. All the Netherlands have got then we've got another American-Dutch team with Diane Kastemer and Gusterond. That's team number 3. Team number 4 for the Netherlands again, Ingemar Venneman and Edwin van der Graaf. Team number 5, sticking with the Dutch. Well, we've just seen that one probably not happen, so we might see if we can pair Ad van Markwick up with somebody else. I don't know if that can actually happen once the 4-in-hand event is underway. He was supposed to be with Hans Hoyce, who has just left the dressage arena, retired. We move on to team number 6, Gerard Horst, and that's Anthony Terhamsel. Just warming up out there is Istvan Vaci. He's under no obligation to come in earlier than his allotted time. Team 7 was going to be Glenn Geertz and Mick Ward. I know Cindy and the organisers were seeing if they could find another pairing for Glenn from one of the para drivers. I haven't had confirmation as to who that will be, but with 28 para drivers, I'm sure we can find another pairing for Glenn. Emma Golding for Ireland is teamed with Dre Degree. Team 9 is Henriette de Crosstich and Frederick Pearson from Sweden, so that keeps it Scandinavian. That's Denmark and Sweden. The French are together with Francois Galland and Anthony Auld. For Team 11, we've got Alexandra Sievers, and she's paired with Anna Sandman, and that will be a pretty punchy team to take on. Alexandra, of course, sitting in front in the Grade 2 competition at the moment. Anna may well post a leading dressage score today. Team number 12, Yvonne Hellebrand and Michael Brockler. Isn't she doing well to be teamed with Michael? He's still sitting there at the top. Georg's gone in front just on 46.45, but not much between them. Team 13, I think, is going to be Christoph Sandman and Heiner Lerter. Patricia Grosserichter and Anna-Marika Meyer joined together for Team 14. Team 15 is Torsten Roeder, who started proceedings yesterday, and Gorg Bonstein, who's just gone ahead in the dressage. I'll come back to that in a moment. Team 16, this will be a fun one to watch. Jodie McKeown from Australia and Janosch Pap. Team 17, Deborah Marcucci, I'm sure I've got that right, from the USA, and Joseph Dobraitz Jr. And so that's joining the USA and Hungary. And the final team is Deborah Daniel and Robert Wilkinson. That's an all-British team, but we may have a little bit of shunting around. I don't know if we can find another pairing now that Hans has withdrawn. Not quite sure whether we are able to change things, and I know we were trying to find another pairing for Glenn Geertz, but that's the FEI hand-in-hand. Tracy and Bram, I'm sure, will be hoping to replicate their win from 2 years ago. Just to run through what happened there to put Mr. von Stein, Herr von Stein, in front. That was 174.5 from Pierre at C. That was the first place for her. 169.5 for second place from Elimar. He had Michael Brockler still in front. Barry Capsticker, second place for him. 168.5. 173.5 for Jiri. 166.5 for second place for Miguel. But that puts by only 0.2 Georg von Stein in front. But we move back to Hungary individually. Some more of our lovely Lipizzaners. Istvan Vaci here, currently ranked about 41st in our overall rankings. He was 27th a year ago at the World Championship, 31st in Protoni in 2022, took part in Jerez at the World Equestrian Games back in the day. He's had a pretty good season, second in Lipica, fourth in Melikut and third in Svilsvasvarad. So here we go, more greys, more Lipizzanas, and looks like the chef to keep us standing, watching closely. Pretty much the same combination that he has used in recent international events and championships. He has been on a 5th place team in Riesenbeck. That was in 2012 and 2000 in Wolfsburg. And I've said before, that's an event that the team here really have aligned themselves to a major championship in this part of the World Championship in Wolfsburg. And everyone was greatly looking forward to Karen Bassett actually returning. She'd been a lady driver who'd driven there, sadly not meant to be, but Istvan Vaci was there as well. The team was 5th, as they were in Jerez. 8th team place in 2023 in Axlu. He's got Zoltan Petsi and Cornel Gallo on there, looking very grand actually. All the gold stitching and brocade and tassels. Isn't it wonderful? We do enjoy seeing some of the national dress. It's not meant to be costume, but national dress is the best name. But the horses actually working well together, very even in their strides. Okay, you don't get the length and the ground cover, but heads quite even, striding even, falling into sequence well. They look like they're very comfortable together, this four. And let's see if we can have a wriggle-free halt. Nearly. That's it. Got there. 8 seconds. Are you counting? I think the horses count in their head. They actually moved off very smoothly there. There was no sort of toing and froing, not like the train carriages shunting. That was quite a smooth move off there from Istvan. Hold themselves well, helped by this strong conformation. Look at the strength through those necks. Obviously the stallions, if they're kept entire, naturally a bit more cresty, and that's where a lot of the hormones are held. And I learned a lot about this with a pony I've got who was actually out of the blue come down with laminitis, and we think it's probably related to equine metabolic syndrome. Same breeding, same care as everything else, but she's in her conformation a little bit cresty. She's a Welsh pony, and I keep all 4 together as a herd, but this one has decided that her life is going to be a little bit different, and I relate it to where the hormones are held, the point being that if you have a naturally cresty horse that isn't a stallion, the hormones in a horse are often held. It's quite a hot spot for them in the neck. So that's why when they have as much more testosterone than other animals, that's why you get the crest on the neck. And that's why if you have a horse that has a tendency to be a little bit cresty, if it's a gelding or perhaps a mare, and when you have that imbalance of the hormones, that can lead to a little bit of equine metabolic syndrome. Oh, Emma Golding's just done a PhD in that if you want to go and find out a little bit more. Our Irish para driver, she'll tell you all about it as well. But that's where you get the crests on the stallions, all down to the hormones. They are a good unit, this four. You don't really want your eye going to one or the other. We saw with Hans when that horse was tossing its head a little bit. You can't help but watch it. Your eye, you don't want your eye to be drawn to anything. Oh, I've just had a note from my team in the background. Thank you. There will be broadcast the show this evening. Just let me know, team, what that happens. It starts at 7. Frank's confirming. There's all sorts of... Let me lead into a secret. We live on WhatsApp during these live broadcasts. They're coming in from all over the place. I could be anywhere, and I've got a good crew on the other end of the WhatsApp. So there will be a show here this evening. Let me just confirm what that's going to be. It's the prize ceremony, and we won't necessarily have a commentary with it, but there will be some entertainment tonight. So do feel free, please, to tune in on that. We're going to update that on the Clip My Horse website. Yes, Frank, we'd love to have a breakdown of the programme, please. And we can share that with you. So if you're really enjoying the coverage from Leyden, which I'm sure you are, beyond what's happening in our dressage with Istvan Vaci, who's having a great test, 55. I'm sure everyone's pleased with that. And we'll try and share a bit more with what's going on. Yes, please, to the programme. So I can share with you if you would like to watch from wherever you may be in the world. And I know I've got one of my super fans, Mary Phelps, on from Florida at the moment. Lovely to have you with me and the whole team who's bringing this coverage. It is always a joy to know that our driving fans, wherever you are in the world, are enjoying the coverage. And we enjoy bringing you teams of Lipizzaners and some of the breeds that you might not see every day in your equine activities, and that's what we do so well in driving. Lovely line down there. I've been very impressed with just how well this team has worked together. It's been a really united picture. I suspect because a lot of these guys work all day, every day with their horses. They're out pretty much every day. I mean, this is one of our full-time horsemen from the Hungarian crew. But that was a very professional, workmanlike test. Yeah, that was a pleasure to watch, actually. I enjoyed that. As did some of our judges. Now, Elimar and Barry felt the same way. They put that in 5th, 161.5 from Elimar and 160.5 from Barry. Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with where they were on that. 159.5. This is the harmony. This is what the people that are the thinkers and the movers and the shakers behind our sport are trying to reward. That it's not just about leg action, it is about the overall picture, and that was being rewarded there by Yuri as well. 159.5. The mark's not so different, but maybe the placings. Pierre an 11th from her at 154 and 148 for a 10th. And Miguel from Spain, that's 54.64. So he slots in just behind Gusterond and just ahead of Benjamin Ilud. But that actually was a really proficient test. Just exactly what we're trying to achieve with the likes of the Lipizzaner breeds. Job done. On the nose. And confirmation of where we are in the standings so far. 18 forward, sadly Hans Huys did retire from his test, but Gorg Bonstein there in front, just by a nose, literally a nose, on that 46.45. That was a test that had quite a lot of flair to it. Michael Brockler, actually quite similar tests. They've probably been training together, but Charlie Geiger's been training them. 46.65. Tom Stockman's lovely test from him. 50.18. Everyone bringing out their A games. So that is it for just now. We've got our lunch break. I see LMR getting out of his box there. You see just his head on your screens. He's had a lot of concentration to do. I will sit down at some point and work out how many decisions they're making today and how many decisions LMR and Pierre are making, because they've been on for all our tests. So we are back at, we'll open the broadcast probably a couple of minutes beforehand, 13:48 local time. Thank you so much for joining us. Take care. Don't miss an afternoon of more dressage here in Leiden. Take care.
thinking about home. Well, that golden beach, all the things that I know, my nana, my family. Whoa. And when the winter comes, we're gonna fly over to the down under. Whoa. Where the sun don't die, gonna say hello to the down under. I'm gonna say hello to the long white cloud line. Whoa. Where the sun don't die, gonna say hello to the down under. Oh, love, give me that aroha. Sing it, oh, love, give me that aroha. Been away for too long. Hold me, time goes fast. Like the way rivers flow, I'll be back to see you soon. Oh, I love jumping colors to 100 lands, but I long for another summer with sunlight. Oh, and when the winter comes, we're gonna fly over to the down under. Oh, where the sun don't die, gonna say hello to the down under. I'm gonna say hello to the long white cloud like, oh, where the sun don't die, gonna say hello to the down under. Oh, love, give me that aroha, sing that, oh, love, give
some things to you that you ain't used to. Hold that thought, let me add another 2 pence. Think we need to take care of these loose ends. Sometimes the truth's bent, so I say it truthfully. So hold your love for me.
Hold the elevator, please. 'Cause I'm sick and tired of running. Baby, won't you make it easier? I'm trying to get to your loving. Don't make me take the long way up. Long way up. Don't make me take the long way up.
favorite thing. Like the sweetest melody, you make my heart sing out like yeah. All of everything feels so good. Like we floating on the ocean in the summer sunshine. Feels so good. Every kiss is so delicious, it could be the first time. We're the perfect storm when our bodies are colliding. Something supernatural like thunder after lightning. Even on the darkest day, you're my silver lining. That's how it be with you and me. It's like all of everything. I wanna wake up in the morning with a wedding ring. Doing anything with you is my favorite thing. Like the sweetest melody, you make my heart sing out like long as you're with me, I ain't worried about time. We can spend all day. This kind of feeling's hard to find. It's like all of everything.
sweater, writing songs together. You make me feel better. Yeah, we can be just friends. We can make out right here somehow, dance on the couch, but we can be just friends tonight. Can do whatever, have some fun together, babe. It's now or never. Yeah, we can be just friends tonight. We can be just friends tonight.
Welcome back to Leyden. We are in the first of our afternoon sessions. As you can see, it's just dulled over a tiny bit outside. I've had a sprint round the showground and caught up with a few people, including Tracy Bowman, who had a quick chat with her after her test yesterday. There you are, clarity and confirmation of who and where our judges are. Pia Skar, who's having a very busy time as our president of the ground jury here from Denmark. She's sitting at sea, where she sat pretty much since first thing yesterday morning. Elimar Thunat for Germany, Barry Capstick for Ireland, and Yuri Kunzat for Czech, and Miguel is there for Spain as well. So we are going to start any moment now, and you can just get a lovely glimpse. And I've had the thrilling few minutes of being able to watch this glorious team of Kladrubers. In fact, Christina Horvath and I have just been contesting with each other about who's going to get to take this team home. We do both feel quite strongly about these Kladruber stallions. They have such a presence in the flesh, this majestic poise, this regal air. You absolutely know when they are in the house, as we say. So Yuri Nesvachil Jr., but a very famous name in our driving world, and so associated with the national stud at Kladruby, and in they come. And for some of us, the marks are just theoretical, because this, as Rupert Bell said all those years ago when we were co-commentating in Pretoni, he said the look of love just came over his co-commentator's face. There's something about them. Where else do you get to see these four wonderful Kladruber stallions, apart from in our driving world, doing what they were bred to do so beautifully? What a treat. Pretty decent marks so far for the Kladrubers, and Yuri, he's obviously steering them. We've got this bigger V shape initially, and then they briefly rejoin the boards to come off again at B for a slightly smaller one. So it goes 15 meters in collection, that first deviation, and then it's up a gear or so to get into the working trot, which you then establish round the short end past pier at C, and then H to E for the extension. And for any of you who drive the smaller ponies and the breeds, you'll know that it's jolly difficult just to get that extension where they don't naturally run. Very much depends on the conformation, but there's so much you can do through careful training. But you have to get your collection first, and your scales of training must never be forgotten. Rhythm, suppleness, contact, impulsion, straightness, and then your collection. And when you have all that, you can start asking for a little bit more, and your extension comes. Bending, that's one of the key factors in this particular movement. I know Andrew Council as a judge, he's quite often the judge at sea on these occasions. Certainly was in Beekbergen. It's something that he, as a trainer and judge, is very keen on. Also, a lot of our judges, like Andrew, have come from the ridden world as well, so they bring that depth of experience and expertise as these horses do bend well on that turn. Just ensuring that everyone's looking at them. I certainly am, aren't they lovely? Yuri Nesvachil for the Czech team. Let me give you an update. Have we got anything on our team results yet? Not really for our horse 4 in hands. We've got actually Czech sitting in front at the moment after Petar Novak's test with the black Kladrub, as we call them, the dark ones. Still need to post scores for Sweden and Poland. We've got one on for Gusterond from the Netherlands, one on for France with Benjamin, one on for Germany with Michael Brockler, one on for Hungary with Joseph Dobraitz Jr, and one on for Belgium with Tom Stockman. So those are the nations involved in the team competition so far. And again, this is another set of horses that do work well together and dipping into the 40s. How lovely would that be for them to end there? A lot of consistency and good rhythm. Asking for that little bit more across that diagonal. Let's see how they get on there. One-handed loop and the extension on a diagonal. You can tell we're in Sandman country here. Lots of lorries around. Up to M. This is movement number 16, the MC working trot. Then this is a loop as opposed to driving into the corner, 20 metres. One thing they're doing well, this combination, is they're bending into the movements on these loops, 2 loops. And onto the centre line for the rein back. 3 metres. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, just looked a little bit shuffly from this angle. But we could only really see a few sets of hind feet there. How's that going to affect the mark? Don't really get a terribly good angle on that. Looks about the same, so it was straight. Another one-handed. Yeah, horses working in harmony, in combination. So where would a score around about 49 to 50 pop him? That would be actually, yeah, it could be 3rd, 4th, 5th sort of area, which is excellent. Oh, good lengthening. That's it. They did drop their heads and lengthen out. 50 exactly. Leaders in particular, really responsive in that movement. No jig jogging. Little bit of collection as they come back onto the boards, but not as much as we've seen from others. We'll be curious to see how the judges have seen that, because from this angle, oh, just a shame there with a little bit of expression, too much. Yes, but a 49 after that movement, not surprised. That was really proficient. Oh, come on, just settle. That near side leader. Settle, settle, and then into the collection. And then extending down. That's it. Good work from the leaders. Yeah, super test there. He had a 62.36 in X-Lu a couple of years ago. Keep saying different situation, judges, all sorts of things, but it really does look like there's been a vast improvement now. Don't forget, we are having this changing philosophy in our dressage judging that is designed to be rewarding for this, exactly this sort of combination of horses, our heritage breeds. But they were obedient, they were responsive, they were bending very well, they had good rhythm, and they really worked well as a unit. So that is a fabulous, fabulous mark there, 49.71. Probably one of the very best tests we've seen from them. They have had a good season. They were second in Kazaz and then third in Drebkow, ninth in Kladruby. So that was super. Now a second place from Miguel, 166.5 from him, 166.5 from Elimar for a third also from Baron, 163.5, and third also from Yuri Kunat, and 167.5, a fifth from Pierre Scar. But possibly one of the best tests at this level of competition that we've seen from the Kladrubers. And I thank you all for watching. One happy commentator, and another reason to have a happy commentator, because we've got, lots to look forward to, an awful lot to look forward to, especially what's coming next, because we have our reigning champion, none other than Bram Shardon, coming in next. Now, it will be a very different sort of test, and it will be, the horses will move quite differently and look very differently, and that is the glory of our driving world, the treats we bring you. But absolutely thrilled with that test from the Kladrubers and Yuri Nesvachil. Surely one of the best marks he's had for a long time with them. It was just measured. It did everything right. It felt accurate. It felt balanced. It felt that they could have actually done that all day, every day. Weren't any explosions. It was just very even-handed all the way through. There was an evenness to it. No moments, which helps, because how often do we see a test going really well and then you have a bad walk or a lead rein, or somebody breaks in a canter. But now we move on to our defending champion, the reigning European champion. It is Bram Shardon. What can you do, Bram? 32. Ignore the ranking. Just ignore it, because that's not really where Bram is. He's worked really hard this season, trying out different combinations. Yeah, a little bit fidgety there from the near side leader. He'll want that one to settle. That's it, but forward into quite a graceful trot. Good elevation so far. That's what he's aiming for. So Bram freely admits it's been a bit of an up and a down season. He's used it to experiment. As he says, in driving, as in lots of equestrianism, we do go from one championship year to the next, and there's always something to be aiming for, be it Worlds or World Cups or Europeans, as we've got now. 51. Now they've settled, but if anyone can get a team to settle, if they're a little bit hot, and they were a bit hot during the trot up, as Bram said, they were in the lane that was next to where the horses were being taken out under this archway, this covering, and up this paved track, and it was very atmospheric. It was like theatre with the echoing, and we all loved it, but it did light up some of the horses a bit who were being trotted up, and Bram's horses look full of beans. They are fit, they're well conditioned. He's worked really hard on the fitness. He said knowing that he was coming to Leyden, where the marathon does ask big questions, it always has. He was really aiming to get the horses match fit for that. And when you are coming here to break records and win our 4th consecutive European title, and you're trying to get the best tune out of your horses in every phase, do you put a little bit more emphasis on the marathon horses? They did that last year for Hungary. Most of them said, again, a championship level course, and a lot of people will have used the event in May as a bit of a fact finder. Now, there's lots of quality about this test. At the moment, he's put himself into first place. If he can keep this up, our other two, the Germans, Gorg Bonstein and Michael Brockler, sitting on 46s. So, Bram knocking away at those penalty points. Horses settling into the test. But if anyone has a good feel on the reins, it's this man who's just born talented. But my goodness, he works hard. He does not stop. Whether it's training in Europe, Italy, Holland, California. One of our hardest working members of the driving world. Oh, that was graceful. Smooth transition there. Not necessarily all the legs square. It's a bit of a fidget. Yes, that's the one. It's just fidgeting a bit. Up there. Come on, Bram. Just need to settle him. We've got Freddie, General, Hugo van Haput and Jantin. He's got, I'm imagining Leanne's on there as well. Hasn't ticked his dressage boxes, so I'm not going to guess who's on the back there for fear of insulting anyone. Obviously, the whole family is absolutely live and breathe horses, but they are so talented. Looking back through Bram's achievements this year, one of his very best results, Mary Phelps, was with your ponies in Akala when he came first. He was second back with the horses in Kladrube, 11th in Leyden and 4th on that Saturday night in Aachen. Not his year to keep his title in the World Cup, but he'll be back again. He and Boyd playing nip and tuck in recent years as to who takes the title year on year off. So if we stick to form, it should be Bram this year, but we've got a lot of competition to happen before then. That's it. Sitting up, stretching out. Graceful. Keep it. Yeah, rangy horses naturally, those long legs, but not just about the paces. They were using themselves very well through that. We know that they can cover the ground, and you could see that was rewarded accordingly by the judges because there was a lightness of touch to it. Look at the reins. He hasn't got an especially tight contact with them. They're looking lovely and light in the mouths for him. Superb communication down there, which if they are light in your hand, it means you've just got a bit more range of communication, more subtlety through those fingers and palms. Very graceful test from Bram so far. Keeping the horses settled. They are match fit for the marathon. So to keep them light and elegant and harmonious in the dressage, it's a big ask. Absolutely. Talking to Tracy, talking to everybody out there, Tracy Bowman, who we know trains so closely with Bram, they've all said this is going to be an event about the marathon, but this dressage, never to be taken for granted, because you come in to your marathon just with a spring in your step if you've got a good placing and good mark after this. Raises spirits. .43, 44. Just lost a little bit of their togetherness on that corner, but he's got them back again. Wheelers working well together. Now, everybody stay cool. Watching Bram's. And you'll remember I said earlier, he's got such long arms. On the free walks, he's able to keep those buckles in his hands so he doesn't lose the contact. Oh, jig jog. Yeah, that's the one that's giving him just a few questions. I'll try and find out for you which one that is in the left lead. But Bram is able to keep probably a truer contact down those reins because he doesn't have to put the hands behind the buckles. That's the advantage of being tall with long arms. 44, still going to go into first place with this. He did have a very, very good dressage last time in Exlu when he took the title again. That was a 39.52. He was second behind Mareike. But we've just got to see where the judges are with some of these top tests. And we've had two very good ones from Michael Brockler and Gorg Bonstein. And Bram looks at the moment as if he has gone ahead of the two Germans for a super test, 44.88. And he did have to drive them. He had to stay very cool. That was a test where you sense the heart rates had to drop, the lengths of breaths had to lengthen. They are hot, they are fit, and they are here for the marathon. And that was about keeping a lid on it, and he did that. There were just moments, particularly with that leader, where it was just getting a little bit hot, but Bram did a great job there containing it all. There were some really graceful, elegant, smooth moves in there, and that's why this great man, for nearly everybody, Jiri Kunat did not see quite the same thing, but 3 out of our 5 judges rather like that. So Piers guarded at C, 175. Also 175 for Elimar at R. Absolutely in the same place. P, that's 181. That's Miguel. Barry had that in second place on 173.5. Yuri, not so keen, but that was a 164.5. Fascinating stuff. Bram Shardon goes into the lead here in Leiden. But don't move, don't go anywhere, because if you are a fan of driven dressage, this will be one to watch as well. And I hope the judges are sharpening their pencils, so to speak. Not that they do any writing, but sharpening up their senses, because this could well be our winning dressage test. She is so brilliant at this phase, as are her stunning horses. Anna Marika Meyer, G, Racciano, Zalando and Zazu. Some pretty experienced horsepower in there, and a pretty experienced lady on the reins. In at 45, we would expect that will be dropping as time goes on. She is so elegant, so poised, and we've watched her do tests. Do you remember the torrent of rain that she had to do it in Exlu 2 years ago? And she said she felt so sorry for everybody who'd platted and prepped the horses and cleaned all the harness because everything got drenched. But it doesn't matter. Powerful horses. Look at their build, particularly through their quarters. That's where you get this spring and impulsion from the back end that makes them look lovely and light in the front. Good definition. Yeah, we're into the 30s. we would expect and hope to stay in the 30s. Quality already, and it's not just about the elevation and the lightness, it's the fact that you've got these lovely top lines of the horses holding themselves well. We always say the easier it looks, the harder it has been behind the scenes. Oh, that's a frustrating, rare situation. Break there on that second deviation. That will impact the marks a bit. Yeah, back into the 40s. 42, not surprised. Yeah, that's expensive. 44. Hopefully for her, not too expensive. That brings her back on a par with Bram's 44.25. Yeah, not often you see a blip in an America test. That's quite rare. Recovering a little bit now. She'll be frustrated because this is normally where she sets herself apart from some of the others. She wasn't really a contender for the German Championship this year. It's been documented that she did take, oh, that's good, that's it, back on form. That she did take some younger horses to the Championship in Bostorf, I think it was, where her teammate Anna Sandman, and one of our hard-working hosts here in Leyden, took the championship. Right, back on track again. Is she going to dip back into the 30s? Come on, chaps. Yeah, that was all right. That was pretty good, as you'd expect. She's creeping back down again. Oh, good walks. Just feast your eyes. Particularly her wheelers, actually. They do look like they've been to ballet school, don't they? It's the way they sort of so purposefully point and put their feet down. Real elegance to it. But a sense of measured elegance as well. Strength and lightness all in together. All of that happening just down those reins. Incredible. Now back onto 40. Can we get back into the 30s again? She's having to work at it. Might happen. Averages are creeping down. Oh, that's lovely. Lovely sort of level of contact. That's better. That's it. We're back into the 30s. That's what we'd expect to be. Where we'd expect to be. Round in the collection. Again, they've got springs in their feet. They don't go flat and short in the collection. They come up and then just, it's like, and watch us go. But the rhythm is actually quite similar. That's the whole point. You don't want to lose your rhythm in your collection or speed up and for the cadence to change. And she's achieving that. That's why she's back at 38. Gosh, if there hadn't been that break, where would she be? Flowing forward through the transitions. And there's never a sense of any punctuation marks between them. It just happens organically. Yeah, bottoms in, bottoms in, bottoms in, back. And yeah, pretty good. Everything where it should be in a team of 4 horses. She is one-handed round. Yep. On the way, chaps. And back onto the boards. Oh dear, it's the second time that's happened. So that might take her out of the 40s again. Did all the judges see it? I'm not sure they did. Still on 39. Has she dodged a bullet there? Were the judges just blinking at that moment? We all need a bit of luck. Yeah, spot on with that walk. That was just what you want. Certainly through the limbs. Nice and relaxed. She then asks for this final extension. And I wonder how much she's going to ask for. She's just going to hope we don't have another break. Might be probably an 8 out of 10 extension. It looks like it. She's not pushed for the full range, played it safe a little bit on that final line, which it was absolutely understandable after she'd had the breaks from that leader, but that should be enough. I mean, certainly to put her in front by quite some way. And a smile. She's got the support of a big home crowd. It was extraordinary between coming into my commentary spot first thing this morning to whizzing out at lunch. You can just see how much those stands are filled up. It's really, really busy here now. It's lovely. Oh, look at them. You could just see each and every one of those horses being ridden under saddle at top level dressage. They've just got so much about them. Yep, judges absolutely in agreement. That is by some way our winning test, 39.32, and without just a break or two, that could have been even lower. So 175, 183, 181.5, 180.5 and 186. So judges liked that, understandably. It was poised, it was elegant, even with a couple of blips. She's still out in front, 39.32. We have a new leader. Bram Shardon is now in second place. Jerome Voutaz is in third on 46.43. Now we go to Hungary over the page. So we are pretty much at the halfway point. That's 21 of 41 tests. So at the halfway point now. And the draw breath. Who have we got next? We've got Janos Patwin, then Glenn Gates, Axel Olin, Maxim Maro and Picho Mezorek. That's the next lot to come. Then we've got two more batches after that. Last test starts at 16 minutes past 6 local time. So still lots of action to bring you from dressage day number 2. All the horse fours in at once here in Leyden. Slightly different from how it's been done before, but we had a busy day of our grade 1 and 2 para. Don't forget Tracy Bowman, defending champion, still looking on course to get another medal in the grade 1s, and Alexandra Sievers looking to defend her title as well in the grade 2s. Clearly Bruder in front in the single horse 4-star class. Janos Pap next with the Nonius mares, all the girls. They were in Aachen where they came 20th. They had a 57.44 in the dressage, 23rd on the marathon, 17th in the cones. They had some good results this year. First in Melikut and first in Lipitsa, fourth in Exluse, currently ranked 18th. Had a third in the Young Horse World Championship back in 2019 with a Anonius Adele. Have we got Adele here? I don't think we do this time. No, but Adele we have seen in the past. She was in Svilsvasvarad, also in Exlu and Budapest. In comes for the Hungarian team, János Pap. Baboka Esteli. Lots of Nonius prefixes there, and of course I shall get my notes out on the breed. We've got Baboka Etsi in for the dressage, Zemplin and Fexi. And then we've got another one here, Ajendek. János Pap, pretty decent start for him. Lots of running through that. I'll just get the breakdown of the scores for Marijke. She got a 9 in her first free walk from Barry and Peer. A 10 from 3 of the judges and 2 9.5s for the general impression. So that really bumped the scores up. I think it was possibly only Peer that noticed that break in the second extended trot, because that was a 5 when Yuri was on an 8. Rainbacks was 7s and 8s and 9s for that first free walk. So, and the working trot, the deviation, that was a 4.5 up to a 6, because that was where the other break was. So Peer marking down a little bit where harder than her fellow judges where there'd been a break. But that for Peer Scar actually was an equal test to Bram. Interesting. Both on 175. Meanwhile, back to János Pap for Hungary. He's got Carmen Kovac and Judith Nemeti on with him. Have another János and Martin on with him for the marathon. Pretty good halt there. Not too much fidgeting or rearranging of the legs. It does have the advantage of these horses with their close bloodlines being so similar in their build, how they're put together. So it does give you a little bit of a head start. He had a 61.57 in Exlu 2 years ago for a 20... Where was that? 26th after the dressage. And then a 30th position overall. But his marks seem to have crept, well, penalties crept down, marks crept up. He was also one of the drivers lucky enough to be invited to come along to Aachen. And that was a 57.44. It was 14th. Out of the 25 drivers. Oh, this is one of the facts that's always so fascinating to share about the breed, the genesis of the breed. That the foundation stallion, the Anglo-Norman horse born in 1810, was not rated due to his plain appearance. Now, he may well have been very handsome. That just could be history playing games, as it often does. Who shouts loudest, not necessarily who speaks the truth or documents it. History is such an inexact pastime, isn't it? All about opinions. It tends to be about the winners as well, doesn't it? But the idea being that they wanted to create heavy yet graceful horses suitable for military roles as well as driving and carting. So bred over the years very much to be used as working animals. Of course, now their main focus is in the sport. That's their job. .52, pretty decent test so far. So it's all connected with the establishment of the Mesohedges stud, the state stud, an overwhelming demand for superior grade horses from courts and the aristocracy in Hungary. And the private breeders could not keep pace with demand, so it was initiated by Emperor Joseph II, and several state stud farms were established from 1870. Which one is it? 1784. Military, hunting and carriage horses were required. So the breed is a proud part nowadays as a hallmark of Hungary's equestrian legacy. Noted by UNESCO. The national park indicates the cultural importance. Well, they're certainly very important to what we do in driving. They've got sturdy limbs. Well, we like good feet, good limbs. If you ever go and try a horse, look at the eye first, look at the ears, just see what the expression is. Then pretty quickly run your hands down those legs and check for lumps and bumps in the feet. So good limbs go without saying. They're usually about 15:1 to 16:1 hands. And the sturdy legs, these are the words from my research, not mine. The sturdy legs help support their substantial bodies. They do just have a lot about them. Good conformation from nose to tail. Love the depth through. Look at those loins, that area, and through the rib cage. Certainly very strong, and a very good test actually for the Hungarian team, for Janos Pap. Seems delighted actually. Lots of A games coming out today. That word harmony. They work well together. Seems happy, rightly so. And that puts him at the moment into 8th place, a 51.44. Judges, we've got 3/8, a 4th and a 9th, but it's the placings individually almost just a bit theoretical. 161.5 from Pierre, and same score from Elimar, and the same score from Barry. So three of them absolutely on the same page. Yuri pretty close on 162.5, and Miguel marked that a little bit more highly on 168. But judges in unison on that one. They're not always. That's fine. That's part of it. But that one in particular was a test that they felt pretty united on. And on we go with the current highest ranking competitor. He's number 2 in the world, which means he's the number 1 ranked driver in this competition. Obviously, Boyd, being from Australia, is not a competitor here. He is training. He did whisper to me the other day that actually it'd be jolly nice to be driving his horses. He said he's been doing so much training recently, obviously very involved in the pairs in Beek Bergen. And quite a few of his friends and clients involved there, and Emma Olsen as well. And then he's helping out behind the scenes, but he said, I really want to be driving. As we turn our attentions to definitely one of our contenders, not just for team, but for individual medals as well. He's having a very, very good season, is Glenn Geertz. Not sure where the rankings are coming from. He is definitely ranked number 2. So consistently good over many years. Horses, very experienced as well. You know them all, De Soloist, Ball, Gigolo and Havenmeister. You've seen them. It's quite distinctive chestnut KWPNs. Through and through horsemen, but also doing a lot of training as well. He was training the Swedish team and has worked with them for over 6 years now. Started off helping out with the youngsters, and that's something he's actually come over to the United Kingdom and done as well. And now also travelling over to America, to Florida, training. So one of our all-round horsemen doing just as much training as he is driving. You remember he brought out a new team of Lipizzaners to contend for more success in the World Cups, and only put the team together about 2 weeks beforehand. It was an extraordinary feat of horsemanship from Glenn Geertz. Wife Charlotte, Chris and Chris are the parents, and he's got his daughters Marie and Josephine as well. Multiple champion in Belgium, and certainly one of our most consistently successful international horse force drivers in recent history. Always one of our drivers that says the horses are the athletes. Very much a horse first attitude from Glenn. Another one who does brilliantly on the marathon, but I'm guessing in recent years has thought, you know what, I need to really focus on this dressage phase as well. I had a brilliant Royal Windsor, and very much a key factor in the success of the Belgian team for some years now. The whole family are always here to support him. Good collection there, defined, elastic, not heavy on their feet, keeping the rhythm. I mean, you've got a bit of a head start with the horses with this conformation. Always, there we go. Just had to take up a little bit of rain on that turn. Sitting at 46, round about between Bram, Michael Brockler and Gorg Bonstein. That's it. Obviously those white legs on the chestnut, your eyes can't help go down to them. That's it. Just arrange yourselves, chaps. Stand. I'm sure Glenn will be pretty pleased. I mean, he's always somebody that's pushing and pushing himself. He's actually very hard on himself, Glenn. He had a 49.84 in Aachen, a 44.58 in Windsor. It was actually a 6th place test, but he was, of course, 2nd overall, just ahead of Dries and Frederick Pearson. So, sitting on 45 at the moment. How's it going? Into the trot at M. 47. H to P for the extension. The judges are looking for the rhythm and the balance and the quality of the steps. And then that crisp change to the collection for the loop. P to L in the one hand. Then off the centre line, another extension. A strong part of the test for this team. They are able to just open up their paces a bit and fall into that extension quite, looks effortlessly. No doubt lots and lots of training at home. 46 at the moment. That will put him, yeah, sort of third to fourth-ish, possibly behind Bram. Bram on 44.25, 47. See how the rein back goes. Pretty good. Getting his reins into position for this one-handed loop, and then on. Wheelers in particular, stretching out. He's still got the buckles in his hands, leaning forward. Still walking, trying to get that lengthen and the over track. That's what you're looking for. Let's have a quick look at where those hind feet are falling in respect to where the front feet have left the ground. So will he creep back down to the 46s? Let's see. I'm sure this last extension will be quite punchy. That collection on the turn. Noses hit D and sit up. One last chance to impress. Well done. It's like he was listening, wasn't it? Ears forward. That's an experienced team doing a good job there. And don't forget, this is another combination of horses that are pretty fearsome through the obstacles. So a great job from Glenn there. Contained them well. A little bit like Bram. Got the sense it was a similar sort of test. You've got horses that are marathon match fit here, and they've got beautiful paces. They've got a lot going for them in terms of their natural talent, but it doesn't take much for them to want to go up through the gears. That's what they do so well. And so for the likes of, well, actually a lot of our top guys, I mean, Bram, Georg, Michael, and now Glenn, who's just gone into fifth. They're all marathon specialists, and their horses are marathon horses, so they're getting very fine tunes out of them today. So congratulations to Glenn as well. That was a fifth place, but it's pretty close between them all. That was 47.45. So really not very much between second to fifth. 168.5 from Pierska, 169. Elimar at R, 173. Barry, like that, a bit more. That was a fourth place for him. At S, at V, Yuri, 163.5. That was a seventh from him. And Miguel, like that one as well, for a fourth place, 171. So really only Marika's test so far has united the judges for the placings, but it was very classy. But Glenn, pretty much error-free, moments of flair, lots of harmony. Just occasionally, perhaps the horses came out of sequence if we're going to split hairs. That they work very well, but every so often one would come up. They're naturally tall, upstanding horses. It's their build and constitution, and they just come up a little bit tall instead of opening up and going forward. That's perhaps why it wasn't slightly lower in the 40s, but that's just splitting hairs. Otherwise, it was a super test. But don't forget, I mean, it's like asking sprinters to do ballet. Good horses, very versatile. Now for Sweden, we have a Swedish team of two. We should be welcoming in Axel Olin. And Frederick Pearson, obviously for Sweden. And his lovely greys, and you might remember he gave us all such a wonderful display at the World Cup, the indoor event in Stockholm. $61 for the entry. Back down to 56, so looking pretty good. He started to drive a horse team back in 2008, having competed with a pony. Started with a single horse in 2000 and a horse pair in 2005. He has been a winner in Swedish championships. Was 22nd in Ilud. And the Swedish team was sixth. You remember Frederick Pearson did very well then. Pearson competed in the World Equestrian Games in France in 2014. So very experienced. But consistently forward in the European Championships break in 2021, but did go with the pair to Kronenberg, so just jumping around between the pairs and the teams a little bit. What's happening here? Sitting round about the mid-50s. you can have these hoods, they've either got silicone or titanium in them, meant to calm the horses. Silicone ears. Sitting on 59. This was the movement that Mareike had got very good marks in. The horse is a bit looky, particularly the leader facing the camera. It's as if it's looking straight at us, but not necessarily what the judges might want. He's got Kenzie, Lucky, Minima and Orbit in there. Orbit is a Hungarian sports horse. And the others are Dutch harness horses, but all greys. Lots of cleaning. 59-ish. He had a 63.7 in his test at Windsor, and he was also close to that again, 63.5. That's consistent at Aachen. Around about 60 in Exlu. So that tends to be where he is. So at the moment, a little bit better than before. Looked like there was a bit of coming off the tracks there in the Rainback. So you saw quite a clear transition to the collected trot at the V, L, and then that's the extension. Reins back in both hands at H, possibly a little bit early from him there, but when the horse's noses are at H, that's effectively the turnout at H. When you've got a team, you've got a little bit more length than you would in a single, or if you're sitting on top of the horse. That comes around quite quickly. No sooner you're back on track, you've got that top end, a couple of corners to rearrange yourself, and then walk looking good. That's better. That's more settled than the first one. Horse had one quick look. Oh, there's a jog. Judges might not see that on the other side. We've got a bird's eye view from our camera angle. Yeah, there it is. It's just jogging. I don't think the judges will miss that one. Might dip into the 60s after that. Yes, thought so. That you could see from where we get to look at it. Obviously, each of the judges, everybody has a different perspective And you might be standing exactly in the same spot, but we all see things slightly differently. That's why we have 5 judges, and that's what makes life so interesting. But you could see that there was a clear break of pace there. That's all right. That's all right. Sitting on 60, which is pretty much true to form. Out he goes, Axel Olin, the first of the 2 Swedish drivers here, into 19th. So he goes in front of Peter Durand and behind Petar Novak. With the Kladrubers, not much between them, but that's a 19th place, 141 from Pierskar at C, 156 from Elimar, 152.5 from Barry, 153 from Yuri Kuna, and 144.5 from Miguel Gutierrez. Yeah. Was 141 was Pierre's mark. That was the lowest mark. Elimar 156. So they disagreed a bit. Actually, they're normally in alignment with each other. But there you are. That's a 19th place, 60.43. Just to run through, there's going to be quite a celebration of all sorts of things connected with the Emsland area tonight. There's obviously the prize giving for the dressage, and there's going to be a big party and prize giving here tomorrow after the marathon. So this is the full prize giving for the dressage will be tonight. We've got a bit of Greatest Showman coming in. This is going to be exciting. So this will be shared on the broadcast. So do, if you would like to, there won't be a commentary with it, but I'm sure there's plenty for you to do and watch anyway. Spring quadrille from Emsland. And then we've got a bit of French input as well. So it lasts for about 2 hours, starting at 7 o'clock. So not long after our dressage. And we now move to France, to Maxim Maro. Maxim, and then Pichor Mazurek for Poland, and then we've got another short break, and then we've got 2 more sessions after that. So we are making headway with our European 4-in-hand dressage competition here in Leyden, in Lower Saxony. We're quite far north in Germany, about 2.5 hours north of Düsseldorf, but not too far from the Dutch border, but it's certainly the focus of everything that's going on. Just to share with you that the para driving from yesterday, the grade 1 and 2 classes, should be available free to view on the FEI driving YouTube site. So if you would like to catch up with what happened yesterday or have another look, that is on YouTube. Delighted that the team has been able to share that, and that's a free to view one. Good start here for the Frenchman, 37-year-old on a 52.26. Of course, the French helped so much by Felix Marie Brasseur. He was also in Aachen, where he finished 19th. His dressage was 60.90 for an 18th on the marathon, 21st on the cone, so pretty consistent. And the family run a riding and driving centre in Auville-la-Bien-Tourney. He took up the sport age 13. His father was a jumping champion. Which horses has he got today? We've got Image probably, Caramba, Cardens, and Marcus van Happert. Bit of a connection with some of these horses with Anna Sandman, either owns or previously owned and drove. So that indicates they have been beautifully trained for the dressage. Now, it will be interesting to see what happens to Anna, because obviously Marika had that supermark 39.32 with a couple of errors in the test. So it's still all to play for. Anna Sandman will come on. We've got Christoph first at 24 minutes past 4. Then Anna's on at 21 minutes past 5. It's quite something hosting and organising a major championship in the driving world and then actually driving yourself. There's not many people that take that on board. They are a great family, lots of ambition, and they fulfil it. Good mark so far, 52. That currently is good enough for round about 9th or 10th out of the 24. Don't forget we lost poor Hans Hoyce, who retired in his dressage test. One of the horses unsettled there, of course, and just decided it wasn't his day. But so far, everything happening as it should do for Maxim. Yes, you'd want the inside horse back a little bit and the outside horse just probably half a pace further up to gain maximum or higher marks for that. You could see the head was just in front on the turn. There's so much emphasis in all our horse sport worlds about the bits, the mouth, nose bands. Such a great awareness through research, education of the effect that the bit has in the mouth, and signs through the head where all the nerve endings are, how the driving bridle is actually fitted to the head of the horse. And it's quite a meeting point for the nerve endings in the horse's head, where you have those buckles coming down off the headpiece, and there's the brow band and where the blinkers are joined on. And we are catching up in driving with more use of what we call the anatomical headpieces, which is where the ears are shaped, because quite often with old-fashioned driving bridles it might have just push the ears forward slightly, which we don't mind. It makes the horses look happy, but there is an awareness through research of just where the pressure points are on the horse head. So hair splitting here, just on his turns, the leaders lose a little bit of the parallel where they should be. Just want, yeah, you can see that there, the head, sort of a head's difference between them. Not so much with the wheelers, but that near side horse just looks a little bit ahead sometimes. Could well be the angle we're looking at as well. Second free walk. We're going to have Derek in for the cones. Derek. Look forward to meeting Derek. French team and Maxim Maro. Currently on that 52, which is going to put him approximately halfway through the order. Will that drop him back? There's a bit of a gap between the 52.71 from Jerome Voutaz, which is 10th, and 11th place Gusterond on 55.24. So there's a chance he's going to slot into that gap. Fairly consistent all the way through, just perhaps a little bit of unlevelness in terms of where the horses' heads were, and it becomes a bit more pronounced with the leaders. The paces, transitions all tick the box. Good looking, handsome team of horses who did the job. Maxim Maro as he takes them out. Out under the archway. So just to share what's happening with you here, messages come through on one of our many groups that there'll be those singles and the paras grades 1 and 2. They are this evening. Presentation for places 1 to 6th on foot. Prize giving is at 7:30 tonight. So that's what's happening here, and our judges pretty harmonious on where they saw that test for an 11th place, and that's exactly as predicted. He slotted in between Jerome Voutaz and Gusterond. 156 at C, 161 at 10, also pretty close, 160 from both Barry and Yuri at S and V, and 163 rather, 54.44. There we go. One more before of this particular session. We carry on until nearly 6:30 local time. Then there's an hour or so for everyone to get dusted off before we move on to this prize giving. And then for the horse fours, which obviously we're in the middle of at the moment, that will be this evening as well. That collects, everyone's gathering at about 8 o'clock for that. And then they will be receiving prizes down to 10th place, and there will be a podium. So whether we film that for you or certainly just the celebrations, as we turn to Poland, we've got 2 Polish drivers here, and this is the first of the 2 Picior Mazurek. Poland, a nation actually that seems to be on the rise again. We really enjoyed how they got on in the horse pairs. Wonderful to have them. They were actually, as a team, on the podium twice in the first era of the European Championships in 1979 in Le Pan. Zbigniew, I'm going to regret this, Walezewski. He was there on the bronze platform, and that was in 1979. And actually then in 1981, 2 years later, Władysław Adamczyk for Poland. So success here in the past. Been some time though, but Alexander certainly gave us a great show in both the marathon and the cones. And you might remember our leader after the day one of dressage, Rafał Wotacza, who I'm told has been training with the Freunds, and that certainly paid off. So these two, what look like on paper V shapes, but actually drive more perhaps like U shapes. So picture here, he's got Banda, Bankia, Blizzard, Eric and Santorini. For the dressage, it's only Santorini that's still having an afternoon off in the stables. He's got Picho and Thomas on for all three phases. Sitting around about 60 at the moment. He's a veterinarian. That is a jolly handy profession in this business. So he runs the Mazurek farm in Pankau in Poland. He continues a long family tradition of horse breeding, which they've been doing for over 100 years. He's the 5th generation, and he's hoping that his 2 sons will keep it going as well. Competed back in 2010 at the World Equestrian Games in Lexington using borrowed horses. And his words, moving in with a 4-wheeler is like getting into a car. You have to communicate with 4 horses and they have to understand each other. He has trained also as a show jumper. Third in Kazaz this year and 50th in Kladruby with his team of Polish sports horses. An experienced combination that he's done a lot with over the years. Dipped into the 50s. Reins back in the 2 hands, working trot round to H for that loop from C. Pretty smooth round those 2 loops. do have to have a little bit of guesswork as to what happens in the rain back. Didn't seem to impact the marks too much, so probably scored round about the same as he's been throughout. I would imagine sort of round about the sixes for most of the movements for this average here, 5s to 6s. Possibly a few 7-6s to 5. Yeah, that's where they seem to be for that sort of total. Probably will go round about where Peter Joash is and Renie Posgen. Yeah, pretty accurate on to the V marker there. And they'll come round this bottom corner to finish off. There we go for Poland, Petar Mazurek. At the moment it's sitting around 59, which will be a sort of 17th to 18th place for him. Confirmation any moment now, and then a bit of a break before the penultimate grouping, which starts with Spain. Yuzi Ignacio Solana Marti, Daniel Schneider's Luca Casatana, Sam Gies, Robert Wilkinson, Christoph Sandman, Edward van der Graaf and Radek Neshvasjil. And then the final phase of the day, Bram Shardon, Anna Sandman, Joseph Dobraitz, Dre Degree, Frederick Pearson, Anthony Holt and Law Sedovski, all for their national team. So we've still got a bit of a combination between singles and team players as we wait to bring you confirmation on the screen. I'm pretty sure you'll see any minute now that put him into 19th. It actually ended up being 60.03 after those last two marks were added in. Judges, 2 at 15th, 154 and 155. That's Barry and Yuri. Another 155 on the nose, and that's a 17 from Arf. That's Elimar, 139.5 at P. Whereas Pierre was a little more generous than that, but not quite as generous as some of the others for a 22nd place on 147. So that rounds off this particular session. We have a new leader in Anna Marijke Meijer on 39.32. Bram Shardon certainly set his stall out to retain his crown with that 44.25. Gorg Bonstein, 46.45. Michael Brockler, very little between them. One for the team, one individually, 46.65. Glenn Geertz, 47.58. So little between all these marathon supremos. And Yuri Nesvachil with those Kladrubers. What a fantastic result for him so far. 49.6 7-8. I had a whisper that actually he's been doing a bit of training with Bram as well. Tom Stockman's great mark for him too, 50.18. Joseph Dobraitz Jr. 50.71. Janos Pap also for Hungary, both on the Hungarian team, 51.64. And Jerome Voutaz completes the top 10 with 52.71. Let me see if I can bring you a little bit of team news after that. So, unsurprisingly, the Germans are in front at the moment. They've had two very good marks from Michael Brockler and Mareike. So they are currently on 85.97, but that may well change again when Anna Sandman drives. Tom Stockman's and Glenn Geertz have put Belgium into second place. A bit of distance between them and the Germans at the moment, but don't forget we've got Dries to come, 97.76, and not far behind at the moment for the Netherlands. That's Bram and Gusterond that have been so far, 99.49 for third place. Hungary next with Joseph Dobraitz Jr, Janos Pap, that's the team there. And we've had Yuri Nesvachil with that lovely score, 49.78, added to Novak Petar. So two Kladruber teams there put the Czechs into fifth place at the moment. France in sixth with Benjamin and Maxim. And Poland and Sweden with their teams of two have had one go forward. So that may change a bit, but at the moment, the Germans sitting in front. One would expect them to retain that position after Anna's test. Whether the Dutch and the Belgians will swap around a bit, possibly they may do. They may do. Let's just wait and see. Depends what IJsbrand does, and it depends what Dries does. Hungary quite possibly will stay where they are in fourth, and what happens between the Czechs and the French, we shall wait and see. Anyway, Sweden may well, after Frederick Pearson, who we know is capable of producing a beautiful test, climb up the leaderboard as well. But we're back in 10 minutes or so. Take care. Now the sun really has come out, hasn't it? We seem to have gone into 2D. It's like everything's been flattened. And maybe it's rather appropriate that the sun has come out, because we are with Jose Ignacio Solana Marti for Spain in about a minute's time. Daniel Schneiders, Luca Casatana, Sam G, Robert Wilkinson, Christoph Sandman, Edwin van de Graaf, and then Radek Nesvachil. And then confirmation of our current leaderboard. It is indeed her lady we knew for many years as Marika Hahn, but of course she's now Anna Marika Maya. She was here with her little girl during the opening ceremony as well. She's quite a character, as you would expect. Bram Shardon also here with his young family. He's got 2 little ones now at the opening ceremony with his wife Emma. Lovely to see them. 1 5-month-old baby, 1 little lad, and somebody who has also, well, they all treat it as very much a family affair. It really is in driving. It has to be. You've got 5 horses here, carriages, harness, plats to do, stables to muck out, horses to feed, harness to clean. And we move on to Spain. Jose Ignacio Solana. We just lost the last name there as it disappeared off the screen. Marti. They do have to travel some distance to come here, but unlike the Brits, they don't have the issue of crossing the channel, which does make life rather difficult for some of us. But anyway, we move on. So we've got Dagobert, first Nicholas Laperuso, and Terremoto. He's got Irina and Pepe sitting there with him. Yeah, sun's gone in on a 57 at the moment. A mixture of warm bloods, the Dutch horses. Dragobert has had a few different Spanish drivers over the years. Another one was driven by the great German pair driver Dennis Schneider. Sadly didn't see him the other day in Beekbergen. We've got a Lithuanian horse, some Spanish blood, Westphalian and Dutch. So quite an international team for breeding background and things they've done. But despite all that, they look well matched. They come together well. And how's he doing? On a 69 at the moment. Let's pay attention for our one competitor here at the European Championships for Spain. Lovely to have him here. Might be a team that just takes a movement or two to settle into what they're doing. He has competed at Samoa this year and also in Kronenberg. Took a first in Samoa, 19th at Kronenberg. That's it. The horses have settled a bit now. I think the marks will be just improving a little bit as time goes on. Count to 8. What are the judges for? Negatively, they don't want to see too much tension. I've mentioned that quite a lot. Barry said that he was definitely marking that down, particularly in the neck, and that happens when it just becomes a bit too short, and then that also results from any tension in the jaw. The more relaxed they are through the mouths, the more fluid the contact contact is through the hands and the reins, then that means that there's less tension in the whole turnout. So it's really the suppleness, the fluidity, the self-carriage, and then to get those extra marks, as we saw with Anna's horses, when there is that little bit of magic, that when they really sit up and they use all their conformation and their strength and their training to produce some beautiful trot work, which is what we had from her, that's when they get the extra mark. So you can be correct and accurate, but we do need a little bit of something over and above the correctness and the harmony that the judges will reward. A very basic, you want the rhythm, the bend, the correct bend, but making sure the mouths aren't open, trying to make sure that everything is flowing and forward. That's better. Yes, marks creeping down. So Jose Ignacio, he is actually somebody who's taken a part in a number of singles world championships. He was in POW in 2020, which, do you remember, it was quite amazing that the event managed to run because we were in the thick of all the COVID ups and downs, but POW managed to run and he had Dragobert there. And then in 2022 and 24 he was in the PAM in Normandy with Terremoto. So fairly new to the horse fours class, so great to have him here at the senior championship. Don't forget, oh, that's the canter there from the offside wheeler. You can just see they came off their tram lines there. You really want those horses on the left and the right absolutely in alignment with each other, but actually creeping down a little bit on that penalty score. 61 will have him possibly round about the 20th place, a little bit more than that. On to 60. Although you want extension and relaxation, it still has to be organised, and that's where we saw certainly the grey Lipizzaners, and who else did well? It was this Van Vatsch's team, I think. They were very organised, the other greys, and certainly the Kladrubers seemed really well organised. And if you get a bit disorganised in the team, that's when the marks start to fall away a bit. So, good note to end the test on. Let's see what that does if it changes the average a little bit. It looks like he's sticking round about the 61 mark. Horses not always working together. He was sometimes aware that there were 4 horses as opposed to 1 unit, but for a first time at something like this with a 4 in hand, Certainly availed himself well. Perhaps a little bit of tension around the mouths from what I could see. There's so much we ask of everybody involved in this to keep it relaxed and smooth. But the horses know just as well as anybody what comes next on the Saturday. That's the bit they enjoy as well. And every bench and seating area has just grown a load of people. They're like mushrooms that they've grown on there. That's a 23rd place. So a 24th from Peer at 140. Elimar was 153.5, a 20th from him, 150.5, 23rd from Barry, 152.5 from Yuri Kunat, that's a 17th, and a 16th on 148 from Miguel. So what have we got? 12.5 between our judges. Peer like that the least. And actually Elimar gave that the most marks, but it wasn't necessarily the highest placing, so that's a 23rd for him. So he goes behind Peter Durand, in front of Mario Schult, and then we've got Sven Knifel and Anthony Tahamsel. So in our guided tour round the European countries, because this is indeed a European Championship, we move to Austria. Austria certainly figured highly in all the results I was reading out a couple of weeks ago for the pairs. Haven't figured quite so much in our European roll call of honour. Tends to be the Dutch, the Hungarians, the Germans and the Belgians. Odd appearance from the Brits and the Poles and the Swiss. Anyway, delighted to have Austria with us in the shape of Daniel Schneiders. Been very successful. Another one who often pulls himself up well after the marathon. On my list, he seems to be in 21st position, actually sitting just in behind the Australian Tor Vandenberg, another one who's having a good season. Pretty decent start there, 53.83. He had a mixed arc and the dressage didn't quite go his way, but then he did actually pick up some pretty decent. How did he get on? Yes, dressage wasn't great, but then he was shot up the leaderboard because he was second in the marathon behind Boyd, then 16th in the cones, so that popped him into 14th place overall. Yeah, 16th after the cones and marathon, and then 9th in the cones. Oh, anyway, there we go. It's all. Let's see how we're going to do. 65-ish. It's lacking a little bit of expression. It's a bit flat at the moment. Big striding horses, particularly if you have a look at this wheel horse on this side. Just nodding a little bit. That's better. Down into the 50s. He's got Dancing Star and Fanu and Inebi, who'll do all the phases, and Croon Jewel here as he starts on a one-handed. Then hands back on the reins. EFADL. So you've got two changes of rein. So you go from X to E on the left rein. You've got the diagonal there from E to F. ADL. It's actually quite an involved movement. Then L is the halt. So obviously the judge is looking on that circle diagonal, then turn up the centre line for straightness on the centre line, change of rein, transition and accuracy. There's three separate parts to that movement. Number 9. Yeah, that's better. Wheeler's a bit lucky. Yes, they didn't quite drop their heads enough and go forward in their frames. He's just nodding a little bit, that inside Wheeler there. It's hard to keep a consistent contact when that's happening. It's just, it's like being slightly out of gear in your car. Or just want to be able to have that consistent feel on the reins. So settling in the mid-50s now. The marks have improved a bit. That would pop him around about 14th, 15th place at the moment. And we are on test number 27. So, you know, he's on about the halfway mark just now if he sticks round about here. And the extension, reset on your working trot. Then the 2 loops. And these serpentine loops, or parts of serpentines, it's something that gets used an awful lot in training at home, just this changing of the rein, the balancing. And what really helps the horses on these movements is when you've been practicing your laterals, your shoulders in, all that sort of thing, because it's all about getting that inside hind leg underneath to be able to spring up forward. So it's all about the inside hind leg being effective. And that's why when you're riding them, it's inside leg to outside hand from a rider's point of view. And I dare say a lot of these horses are trained under saddle as well. Although it's always lovely if you're at these events just to mill round and see the horse has been exercised either as singles or as pairs. A little bit under saddle. The Sand School where we had the trot up the other day, there's been some of the horses being ridden there. You tend not to see quite so much here at an event. Normally they're all being trained in harness by this stage, and quite often it's the horse that isn't being used today that might have had a drive out earlier. 54, marks improving a little bit as the test progresses. They're certainly coming together as a team. There was a bit of difference in the way of going between the leaders and the wheelers, but they're becoming a little bit nearer in their way of going now for Daniel Schneider's. Oh, come on, catch up, chap. That's it. See, they do listen to the commentator. Something about the way these horses are marked with these long white stockings up their legs makes them look tall. But we know this is another one who will be good on the marathon, second in that tough marathon arc, and that final obstacle. That's actually where Bram got eliminated. It was tight. There wasn't really an out in the trees. The horses went from light to dark. But these obstacles here, tough, technical, solid, but all quite open with alternatives, as Jerome Voutaz was saying before the event started. giving everyone choices for long and short routes. Oh, don't brake, don't brake, don't brake. Thank you. Oh, a bit frustrating because actually he'd just gained a bit there. Well, certainly an improvement on the test in Aachen, a vast improvement. Just moments of where there was a bit of a lack of cohesion, but otherwise he's got them back to where we would expect him to be as a very experienced driver here. Yeah, I've done an awful lot in the past. Certainly been on podiums. As we crack on, the first of our sort of mid to late afternoon sessions here. He's put himself into 12th. So how did the judges see that? Let's look at the marks as opposed to the places. So 155, 156.5, 162. Elimar was a bit more favourable towards that one. 158.5 from Barry, and Yuri is 159.5. So actually pretty close by normal standards. Probably the biggest distance between Pear at C on 155 and Elimar at R on 162.5. But that is good enough for a 54.54. I'm sure he'll be quite relieved with that test. Certainly an improvement on 66. No, where was he? Yeah, an awful lot better than that. Yeah, 70.76 in Aachen. So, all to play for still on front for Germany, and it does put the German team in front as well. Anna Marika-Meyer, and she's on that 39.32. What will Anna Sandman do? She's possibly the one coming up realistically who's going to get closest to her, and Frederick Pearson, don't discount him. Dries, very much a marathon specialist, but has been working a lot on the dressage with a couple of new horses this year. And Ijsbrand, we know, don't forget what Ijsbrand did in London against the odds. Do you remember that night? It was one of the finest nights in recent history in driving when he won on that Saturday night. So don't ever discount Bram Shardon. So Daniel Schneider's actually pretty much on a par with where he was in Exlu 2 years ago. He finished in 7th place overall. He was 10th after the dressage in 55.50, 4th in the marathon, 9th in the cones. The cones actually weren't too challenging in Exlu a couple of years ago, but let's see what happens here as we move to Italy, from Austria to Italy for Luca Casatana, Lady Killer. Always enjoy seeing that name coming up. There are some of them that make us smile. So, Luca Casatana, and I know Bram has been out the back training him. He was actually over Big Bergen. Bram was sending in messages and we were conversing whilst he'd gone to Italy to train Luca. So the many hats that some of our top drivers have to wear. Not only are they here winning medals, defending titles, carrying their national teams, they're also here as trainers. Busy bees they are. And can I see Bram? Can anyone spot him? He won't be far away. So Luca was obviously driving in Protoni for those brilliant few days in the World Championship near Rome, iconic venue, another one in our driving world, and had a great groundswell of support from the Italians, and that's another passionate group of people who get behind their drivers. So how's Luca getting on here? It's yep, sitting up well, showing a bit of strength through that movement. Did the judges like it? It's like they've got silver highlights on those coats as in this afternoon sun. We're nearly 4 o'clock local time. Could be any time. You could be watching this afterwards. If you are, it's lovely that you are. But if you're watching live, we're just shy of 4 o'clock local time, and we have moved our attentions to Luca Casatana for Italy. Here is an individual. Italy had a great showing at the pairs a couple of weeks ago. Francesco Aletti Montano kept us very entertained with his suave driving. So he's got today Callistos, Cassandro, Lady Killer and Lucas. That's the combo. And he's got such, whoever's written this form has got glorious handwriting, but it's a bit illegible. So I think there's a Veronica going to be sitting on the carriage. I'm not going to even guess the other names. Down to 51. How is Bram's training coming out here? Just need to realign those. You could just see how to push on the wheeler a little bit. He's just dropping behind on this side. It's the lack of opportunities that's one of the reasons that doesn't just come from our Italian drivers. They don't really have much opportunity to drive and compete. It's not like being in Belgium, France, Germany or the Netherlands or Hungary and some of the Eastern Bloc countries, as we still call them. They have or Eastern European, they still have quite a lot of events, but not quite so much. So Luca does have to travel quite some distance, a bit like our Spanish drivers as well, to get the match practice in. But it was something Tracy Bowman, also trained by Bram, was saying before the event, that she had ended up, there's so little opportunity for them to have events in California. She had to organise her own event and then either has to travel to Florida or over to Europe to get the qualifying event under the belt. So 51, quite respectable so far. He was formerly a show jumper, was Luca Casatana. These are the same horses that we first saw in Protoni, then in Ilud. We've got some Del Vero breeding in there as well. He took part with a single in Portugal back in 2012. Was involved in the Singles World Championships until 2020 in Pau, and then progressed on to the fours in Protoni. He's got a lovely, or did have, great dog that sits on, or sort of rests on the dashboard really, or where his feet are, the footrest. Depends which carriage he's driving, whether it's a dashboard or not. But anyway, it sort of sits underneath his feet there whilst he's training. He was this year 14th in Kladruby and 24th in Leiden. Has he got Bram's words in his head as he's driving? Oh, they sat up and trotted well there on the extension. There's the lead horse with the broader blaze. It just brings its head up a little bit above the bit, and of course because it's got that quite pronounced blaze, your eye tends to go to it. Oh, just keep it even, but they are walking and they're stretching. Interesting, the leaders are the ones in draft. In an ideal world, you don't really have them in draft. It's wheelers you should do. See the traces sagging a little bit. Not sure if the judges are paying attention to that. It's more about the paces and the movements. Yeah, that was all right. They didn't break pace. Did open up a little bit, and then you could see that they gathered themselves up for the collected trot. So pretty good test from Luca Casatana. Well, good job. Good job. 52.91. I hope his trainer's pleased. That will put him, if that stays there, into 11th place at the moment. He goes ahead of Daniel that we've just seen, possibly ahead of Maxim Maro. Don't think he'll break into the top 10, which is where Jerome Voutaz is sitting at the moment, but we'll bring you confirmation as soon as we can. Yes, indeed, he has gone into 11th place. So let's see if we can spot his trainer. Any body language that we can look at out there. No, certainly the Italians with their distinctive sky blue on there. No, yeah, I would think Bram might be out helping Eisbrand get ready. So an 11th place from Piers Scar. That for her actually tied with Jerome Voutaz. She had them both on 159.52. Very different teams of horses. That's interesting. Elimar 164.8 at R. You've got that as well to have a look at. 160 from Barry Capstick for an 11th, and he was totally in sync with Yuri Kuna at V for an 11th place there. So both on 11th, both on 160, and 163 for a 10th place from Miguel at P. It was, the gentlemen were all pretty much in sync with that one. Pierre marked it a little harder. There we go. So 52.91, 52.91. Back with Belgium and driving as an individual. It's great to have Sam Gees with us. One of our younger drivers, aged 24. But he was on the team and has actually been the recipient of a bronze medal in the past. That was in 2021 in Budapest. This year he came over the waters to join us all at Royal Windsor in mid-May, where he was 14th and he was 26th at Kronenberg. Got the Arabo Frisians here, as you can see. So the three that are in all the phases are Adi, D. Bauk and D. Berend. So Adi is 17. Sam's been driving him since 2018, certainly at FEI level, and Bauk and Berend are both 9. And then we've got Libra Classic Innovation, new to the team this year, certainly in competition. That's a 7-year-old. And we've got Hélène, who's the 13-year-old mare who will be used for the marathon. Sam G's. Mark's not so far away from where Luca was that we've just seen. Let's have a quick analysis of what's happening in the test. H to E extension. How was the transition? How was the rhythm? Are you marking at home? Could you be sitting in one of those boxes? Oh, I said I was going to work out how many. Each test had a number of different ones, but let's just go for today. So the 24 movements times 41. So let's get the calculator up. So 24 times 41. So that's 984 marks. 984 marks each judge is awarding today. So that's nearly 1,000 marks in a day. That's pretty impressive, isn't it? And so let's multiply that by 5. So we're nearly 5,000 marks being awarded and processed and shared with you today. And that's just today. So I don't have the copies of the dressage test from yesterday, but let's go somewhere in between. Let's go 18 times. Yeah, so similar, we're looking at, yeah, over the 2 days, nearly 20,000 decisions being made in the dressage. It's quite extraordinary when you look at it in those terms, just how sharp our judges have to be. And Pierre, Scar and Elimar have been ever present through both para classes and the singles. Don't forget we had Gun yesterday. She, Barry, Yuri and Miguel have shared the spoils between them. There's Sam G's still sitting pretty in the low 50s. So lots of mental agility. And don't forget Pierre in her role as president of the ground jury. I saw her earlier on in the office with Cindy and Christina, just sorting out judges for the obstacles tomorrow, who's going to stand where, what roles everybody takes on. You saw that she was out talking to Hans Hoist, so she has to be the one that rings bells, might stop a test if she feels a horse is unsound or uneven in any way, and she also, if there's an error of course or anything that flouts the rules, she is the one at sea that takes off any marks or awards penalties, however you want to phrase it. So quite mentally demanding for our judges these 2 days of dressage. They need to be nimble and alert at all times. Sam G's here for Belgium. And who's he got? At some point there will be Anna, Van Hol, Famien, Hendricks and Tom G's on the carriages. Not quite sure where and when, but they are the helpers. Looks like there's a little bit of rain coming. What's happening? Look out the window. Yes, we're having a shower. We're having a shower. What does the forecast say? Was it due? So, brief shower at the moment. It's not very heavy and it won't last long. In fact, it's no sooner did it come and it's nearly gone again. Just giving the grass a little water. Fairly consistent all the way through, horses as a unit. Doesn't seem to be one standing out from the rest, which is always reassuring. Sometimes you can see, and we've witnessed it through a number of the tests, where there's just one that won't settle, or is it feeling a little bit more electric, says I, as possibly that near side wheeler loses a bit of balance and rhythm, but on the whole, yeah, he's jogging. You could see that was probably going to happen as he was coming past the box at sea. They've settled a little bit more. You just want a little bit more lengthening. Leader's not too bad. Bit of tension there. It's starting with the horse on this side and the wheel, and you can see it's just going across to the other one. Leaders seem quite unaware of it though. And a relief to be able to go forward and trot. That's it. You just get so much more up into your hand when they're in the trot. Forward, forward. Has it affected the marks a little bit? Yes, they've gone back to 54. Not surprising. Just didn't really establish the rhythm. Bit of tension from the wheelers, but otherwise this is a high note on which to end an otherwise quite proficient test for Sam Gees. Who knows if we will see him back on the Belgium team. And there's strong contenders at the moment with Tom Stockman's Dre Degree and Glenn Geertz, but he has availed himself well, and that looks to be round about a 53, should be possibly 13th, round about where Daniel Schneider's Gusterond and Maxim Maro are. Will go in behind Luca that we saw a moment ago. Jerome Voutaz sitting fairly firmly there in that 10th spot, hasn't been caught yet, but it might well change. Top 10 not changed for a little bit. The middle order, we're having a bit of a shake around there as Sam Gees takes his leave, and lovely to see some of the younger drivers coming through, stepping up. Had a great exchange this morning with Robert Wilkinson. Bumped into him by the arena, and he was standing, and it was actually interesting. He was the one pointing out just where the undulations are. I'll come back to that in a moment. Now, that's probably as much unity as we've seen from any of our judges. 160, 157, 160.5, 160 and 161. And I am reading out the right line this time. I was aware, I think I was a line out for Luca. Anyway, never mind. We're only human. So C is 160 for 11th. P is, I'll go back to my list and try and get that right. Where are we? Sam Gees. Oh, that's really good. That puts him well into the top half. We're on to driver number 31 at the moment. So Sam Gees. Let's scroll that up so we don't have any ambiguity. So yeah, judges really united on that one in terms of the marks. 160 from Pear at C, 160.5 from LMR at R, 160 from Barry at S, 161 from Yuri at V, and 157 from Miguel at P. So probably the test today that we've seen so far that unites the judges perhaps more. Still raining a little bit, not terribly heavy. Bit of a shower here as we prepare for the next driver, who is Robert Wilkinson. In he comes. So Robert was saying, and we know his horses live for much of the time with Boyd and Preetha excel at Valkenswaard, because Robert's still running all his various business empires, based in Leicestershire at Rolleston Hall. And he said, I will go through the test with knowing what Boyd is said to me, him in my head. And I said, Robert, just go in there and enjoy it. He said, I know, but it gets analysed afterwards by the trainer. So sadly, Karen hasn't made it here, Karen Bassett. So Robert's here on his own. But he's a great character. And it's great to have him out driving again on the world stage. 21st at Aachen, 27th here in Leiden in May, 16th at Windsor, and 21st in Kronenberg. And as often happens with the horses that are kept in Valkenswaard, they seem to be driven by quite a few different people. Who's he got? Fernando. We've had Boyd and Emma Olsen driving that, sometimes Christoph Sandman as well. Kay Moore is also in the team, Marquez and Muando. He's had a long gap. He took part in the Breda European Championships back in 2011 when they were re-established. He was 27th then, and in the last couple of seasons he's taken up his four-in-hand driving again. It really is a joy for the British crew to have Robert back on board, and hopefully the trainer will be pleased. He's doing well so far, 49 to 50 for Robert Wilkinson. These horses, of course, kept at Boyd excels in Valkenswaard, but Robert still has to get up there and perform. And certainly, I think these were the most electrified horses during the trot up. They were one of the last 5 to be presented, plus who's not here at the moment, it's Luxor. And they were really full of beans. They definitely had Tigger aspirations during the trot up. Thrilled to be alive and here at Leiden. 48, good for Robert. This is going well. He's got Lisa Mitchell. My goodness, doesn't Lisa bring a huge amount of experience? She worked closely with Boyd for many years as well, but she still comes back and she's been helping Robert. And when they're all competing at the same places like Aachen or Windsor, they've got 2 quite defined crews that help either Robert or Boyd, just depending on what's happening. There were a bit of a mix of them together helping Emma Olsen in Beekbergen. But we've got Veronica Pastura on there as well for the dressage. Lisa's on for all 3 phases. She works really closely with Robert at these events and in the prep as well. We've got Ned and True, who will come on for the marathon. I wonder if Mum's watching. Are you out there, Elizabeth? And Femke's going to come on for the cones. And as with most horses that are produced from the Excel yard, there's quite a lot of panache about them. They do have quite an energy to them. I mean, Boyd's horses, when they come down in at A, and we had that wonderful camera angle with the coverage at Aachen. It was like a bunch of matadors coming in. They just have this presence, and they know they're good. He knows he's good, and they know they're good. It's like they're all on the same page when it comes to self-confidence. And certainly from Robert, this is a very, very confident dressage test. The horses positioning themselves well, showing clear transitions between their trots in particular. This is a movement that certainly they do as if in their sleep, and that was a lovely transition. Well driven, Robert. Organises himself. Coming round for the one-handed movement, then extend. So that was the collection. Wheel horses look a little bit bigger than the leaders. That's usual with a four-in-hand. Doesn't always matter or have to happen, certainly with a sporting combination like this, certainly for showing, coaching, most other aspects of the four-in-hand world. You would certainly have your bigger horses behind, not just for the aesthetics of it, but because that's where the power is, and they're doing most of the heavy lifting or pulling. But Robert, this is great. You've paid attention to what you should be doing, and he's pulling it off. This could be, will this be a top 10? Where are we? He'll have to get ahead of Jerome Voutaz, but if he keeps this up, now that was very well organised, and they have been extremely well organised, and of course it's the discipline of the training and of the repeat and the conditioning, but there's a lot of quality to the horses just in their basic conformation, their way of going and their paces, and you couple that with the experience that the team at Valkenswaard bring to how they're kept, how they're trained, how they're travelled, how they are presented at competitions, and you get a very, very polished picture. And that's what we're having now with Robert Wilkinson. A lot of discipline behind the scenes has brought us to this point. This is also another very tall gentleman. It looks like he's let the buckles just slip in front. A little bit of shortening from the left leader, but not too bad. You can see that was a really good illustration. That's why a lot of them are going into draft at that point, because there's just a slight incline up at that point in the arena. And I mentioned earlier about the leaders going into draft, some more obviously than others, and that's why that happens. And you could just see a bit of change. That leader, as it took up the traces, worked a little bit harder, which meant its stride just shortened very slightly. That's the shot we got. And Robert, let's see what you can do in this final movement. You've done probably beyond how you were feeling this morning. He was very nervous. He confessed to being nervous. Cracking test there from Robert Wilkinson, and well done to him and to the team behind these super horses. That was extremely polished, and a few nerves don't do any harm at all. We must never ever be complacent, and nerves, adrenaline, a little bit of worry, they're all a healthy part of it, the pressure we put ourselves under. But congratulations to Robert Wilkinson, flying the British flag with some aplomb. Now that is a tremendous test. That puts him into 9th place. He splits the Hungarians. He goes behind Joseph Dobraitz Jr. and goes ahead of Janos Pap. And that is a 9th place for him. Judges, yes, pretty united on that one as well. We go from 160 at P up to 167 at R, so not too much divided them, just a quick breakdown. Pierre at C had 166, Elamar had 167, Barry 163, Yuri 163.5, and then 160 from Miguel. So that was good enough for a score of 50.84 for a 9th place. So that shunts Janos Pap down into 10th and Jerome Voutaz into 11th. But as always on these leaderboards, it's fairly close in these middle spots, but still Anna Marie Kamaya is in front. But I do hope Robert is able to enjoy what he's just done. Now, we move on to undoubtedly the hardest working gentleman here, and he just has not stopped to take on organising, hosting, and I dare say largely funding an event like this, a European four-in-hand championship, a world para championship, and we've got the singles class with 18 singles as well. It's no mean feat, and I know he's got a wonderful team around him, but my goodness, the team is only as good as the leadership, and what a leader this gentleman is. Is that Anna on the ground there? I think it is. As we await, and the Germans are moving in. That looks like Michael Brockler in there, and they come. In they come. They're all watching as in comes Christoph Sandman. Another one that trains a lot with Boyd these days, and he's been a multiple champion. He's been a World Cup champion. He's stood on the podium many, many times. He's competed at 8 World Equestrian Games. An incredible record. And here he has had a year or two when we didn't see quite so much of him, but very much back again. Karen, I think, is there with him. And she's been beavering away. Mrs. Sandman, really hands-on. Looks like she's there on the right-hand side. 43.44. We've got Karen Sandman and Jana Batterink. And Gabrielle Grasso will be on there for the marathon. Now, take note, because Gabrielle was driving for Italy at the Pairs not so long ago. He works with a lot of the horses. Anna was saying they've got 16 competition fit at the moment. So Christoph's 4 in hand, her 4 in hand, plus she's had 2 pairs running as well. And I think her boyfriend has also been driving, plus Gabrielle Grasso. So quite a big equine operation here, as well as the big business and the events going on. Where are we? 42. She could be a 2nd place test, could nudge Bram down if he maintains this form. He's got here Don Vito Vidi Moulin Ginevra, catchy, Fantast, Jordan and Las Vegas. So we've got some Delvero breeding in there. Sandmans, others driven by Christoph Ostertag. Some Mano breeding, a bit of Plains Liberator in there. So basically, if you're going to have modern bred harness horses, this is absolutely the set of bloodlines you're aiming for. So took part in that fantastic World Equestrian Games in Aachen nearly 20 years ago. He took the bronze, the team took gold. Individually, he's just achieved so much. Silvers, all sorts, been on many medaling teams. Absolutely one of the titans of our driving sport. Christoph Sandman, and thank you for all he's done to facilitate this event. Absolutely. Down to the Sandmans, their commitment and energy. That's why we're all here. As I say, he seems to have micromanaged just about every aspect. He has not stopped from dawn till dusk. He's been out there managing it all. Quite remarkable. And quite remarkable as to where these marks seem to be going. 39. We're rivaling our leader now. Quality horses, well bred, well put together, well conditioned and well trained. Many elements coming together. There's a patience to this walk. And on they go. That was a pretty crisp transition. Are we going to have a new leader? It's there or thereabouts. There's suppleness. I say nobody's in a hurry here. Why shouldn't he be? He's worked incredibly hard for everyone else to enjoy it. So Christoph Sandman, absolutely, I hope, is enjoying his moment in front of the dressage judges. He's popped back up to 40, but certainly this looks like it will be round about the second place test at the moment. Driving here as an individual, he's not on the team. That would probably be just a little bit too much to ask when you're running it all as well. But what a masterclass he's giving us. Again, another well-disciplined team. They're listening to him. Nobody's going off piece. Nobody's making it up. You can absolutely sense that they are totally tuned into him and listening to the aides, responding as and when, not taking any liberties at all. This is super to watch. 39.32 is the mark to beat. And Christoph Sandman looks to be pulling it off. Quite remarkable. He is the reserve German national champion at the moment behind his daughter. Oh, little bit of a kink on that, should we say. That might push us back into 40. Yes, has done. But not for long. Look at the hind leg action on them. I know it's terribly easy to be seduced by what's happening in front, but actually that's what's really setting this apart, is the strength through the quarters and the elevation that's coming from that engine part of the horse. Oh, that was an extraordinary transition. Absolutely as one. Buckles out. You've got a good shot there. See where the reins are joined together. Helps make sure that you're set up perfectly. It'll be for basically your working trot. That's where you are. That's where the setting is. It could be very, very close for that top spot. Oh, jig jog. Don't curse it. Yeah, they've shortened up. That might be a little bit expensive. They've lost that lovely freedom they had. Yeah, they wanted to go. No, that'll be expensive. That will just keep him back a little bit. Might mean that the opportunity to win might have evaporated with that tension in the walk. But it's been the only minor blip in what otherwise has been a delightfully smooth test, where they've just glided round through the movements, made it look very easy. Congratulations to Christoph Sandman. That's a remarkable feat to organise all this, set it up, and then produce a test like that. I know they're used to it here. Anna says, we run events, we compete, we've been doing it for a long time. But still, it's a European Championship. And he brought all his match practice and experience to that test. That was super. And some lovely horses. Thank you to Christoph Sandman. Good job there. There's the trainer, Mr. Excel. And how do our judges feel about that? Well, of course, that does put him into second place. It was by some way a winning test for Peer at C. Look at that, 187. Her next highest mark was 175. So that goes to show she marked that one very highly. Can I get a bit of a breakdown? Yeah, 7s, 7.5s, 8s, and we had 3 10s for that general impression and 2 9s. So that was a good set of marks at the end. The odd 5.5 of 4.5 for the free walk from Miguel. He obviously saw the tension and the breaks, but really consistent. And there's a lot of German flags present on our leaderboard at the moment. Anna-Marie Kamaya stays in front on 39.32. Christoph Sandman has gone into second place with that beautiful test on 40.79. Bram Shardon now in third on 44.25. So, little bit of a change at the top after that. But a test that combined, as I said, there was a patience to the horses. They weren't hurrying, but they were covering the ground, travelling and flowing. But when you've got the basic biomechanics of well put together and well bred horses like that, you've got a bit of a head start. And we move back to the Netherlands. We've got Edwin van der Graaf. He's got Belcampo, Halki, Lorenzo and Lucky Ari, and Van der Graaf and Demi Guis on the back for Dressage and Cones. We'll have Beat and Sem on for the marathon. Same combination that he used in Exlu 2 years ago. We've got some Plains Liberator, Lucky Ari, actually driven by Owen Pilling in 2022. Owen, who is here, has come over with Callum Dugan, who's doing all the publicity for the British team. And yeah, Mano breeding in there. Lorenzo also driven by Owen. 56 on the nose at the moment. So some smartly bred horses in our harness world, harness horse world. Edwin van der Graaf. He was at the World Championship in Breda back in 2016 and has dipped in and out of world level and European level events since then. Of course, on the FEI website, it just tends to be the major events that come up. I mean, they do list. He was first in Exlu this year, 17th here in Leiden, 16th in Kronenberg, and 22nd in Svilsvasvarad a year ago. Mid-50s, it's quite crowded round there at this stage in the game, which we would expect. That's a sort of mid-teens finish out of our 41. We are coming into the sort of home straight. Edwin's the final one before Radek, and then we've got a break before Eisbrand starts. We've got Eisbrand, Anna, Joseph Dobraitz, Dre Degree, Frederick Pearson, Anthony Hold, and Law Sedovski. So we could well have a little bit of change again at the top end of our leaderboard. Nothing's set in stone just yet. Anna, who, as you saw, was out watching her father, and I'm sure is prepared to do another super test as well. Edwin van der Graaf here as an individual for the Netherlands, sitting in the mid-50s. Yeah, jig jogging there from... He's not really establishing a stretchy walk, because when you've got one jogging, you do have to keep hold of the reins. Can't get it to settle. It's such a frustrating, irritating pace when you're sitting behind your horse and it starts. It's one thing if you're riding, you've got more in your toolbox to deal with when you're sitting on top, but when you've just got those reins and you've got a lot of people watching you at a European Championship, you just have to sometimes take it on the chin. That's pushed the marks back quite a bit. He never did establish the walk with that horse, which in turn affected the others. I can hear some clip-clopping coming past where I am. That could be some Sandman horses. That said, Anna said they have to move, rightly so, all their horses, even though it's backing pretty much onto their yard here in Leiden. All the horses that are involved in the event do have to go into the official FEI stabling. They need to be vet checked regularly. They need to submit their temperatures twice a day. There's obviously lots of biosecurity around the stabling area. Very, very tight on who can and can't go in. Only immediate named crews. And that's very much to protect the horses, keep everyone safe. So that first free walk, unfortunately, for a test that was actually doing pretty well. Gained a little bit back. We'll have to see what happens in the next walk. And we always say in dressage, oh, it's just one movement, you can put it behind you, but sometimes there's such a big knock-on effect from that one movement. We see it time and time again that it can be quite destabilizing. It certainly upsets the rhythm of the marks. A little bit of coming off the tram lines there, but not too severely. It's more the carriage than the horses. One-handed, trying to ask for the extension. That's it. Just all coming up a little bit out of their frames in that. Ideally, you want those top lines, head positions and everything, to stay pretty much the same, whatever the pace and the movement. Oh, having a little look there is spooky. Oh, are we going to jog all the way through this as well? I think we are. Yeah, we've got our jogging bottoms on today, and he's going to walk. He's going to walk, but unfortunately is not one that lasts. It's neither one thing or the other where they jog like that. Again, this will just change the shape of the marks a bit because it keeps all the other horses short. Not one of them was able to open up and lengthen at all. So Edwin van der Graaf finishes his test. They didn't really settle particularly in that walk. But does look to be smiling. And saluting the judges. Round about 62 at the moment, which will put him potentially into about 30th. Where is he? Yes, into 30th. I'll share on the screen with you in just a minute. That's 153 from Pear at C. 146 from Elimar at R. 148.5 from Barrett S. 139 from Yuri. Was the lowest mark, 139.5, and 142.5 at P. So the judges, what do we range from? 153 was the higher of the marks from Pear, but it's all about the averages, and that of course is the mark out of 240. Lowest mark there at 142.5. So that brings us to the final test in this batch of drivers. One more to go after this, and we move to the Czech Republic again. Radek Nesvashil. We've seen his brother actually drive one of the best tests of his international career, sitting in 7th place at the moment. I dare say he'll be nudged down a few places. Still, Robert Wilkinson in 10th at the moment because Christoph Sandman nudged them all down as he went into 2nd place. But Radek Nesvachil here, pretty consistently successful. He came a long way for him to come all the way over to Royal Windsor, where he was 11th. His dressage was 58.04. And we had 2 years ago in Exlu an 11th place dressage on 56.17. Average looking a little bit better than that today, but a lot can happen between this end of the test and the tail end, as we've seen. So these are the two V shapes. So F to B is a 15-metre deviation in collected trot, and then at B we need to see a clear distinction going up to the working trot, but with those bends. And then no sooner do they come off the right bend than they have to go into the left, which he did well. They worked well into the corner. Quite floaty in their paces. Oh, that's good from the wheelers. Clear transition into the collector, just needs to keep the impulsion up. It's all very well shortening, but the energy has to be just as much, ideally, as you have in your extensions. So, sitting on the 49s, where's that going to be? Actually, pretty near Yiri, actually. Oh, I've got a bit of family rivalry. Well, I'm sure for the team they'd be delighted, but I don't know if they have a bit of rivalry between them. Radek, actually, in the last few years, has been somewhere ahead after the dressage, but that Yiri test just now, which opened up our early afternoon session, was super. They were so organised and disciplined. The stallions just made it look like a regular day at work. So completely different horses here in their types. We've got some German bred horses, Hanoverians, Dracanas, Mecklenburg, and he's driving here. Phil Fans, who is a 10-year-old Hanoverian. We've got Gluckspot, who is a 9-year-old Tracana. Gold Young, who's a 9-year-old Mecklenburg, and Maximus, according to the FEI website, breeding unknown, but German. He's 11. Used an Exlu as well 2 years ago. And then, of course, they were at the World Championship in Svilsvarsfarad, but still sitting in the 40s. I find myself looking at these wheelers a bit more. It's funny where your eyes rest. He looks a bit smaller, this chap, on the left in the wheel. A little bit finer. Yes, look at that. He almost disappears behind his slightly bigger mate there. But he's, oh, don't canter, because I was just about to say what lovely paces he had. It's quite an elegant horse. They all are, but that one in particular, maybe it's just because he looks a bit finer next to the others. Hasn't lost too many marks for that. I think the rest of the movement was so well executed that actually hasn't been too pricey, that break. Or maybe the judges looked away at that moment. So this reinback is all about preparation. So you need to get your horses as square and level as possible, and also the carriage on a straight line, and it's much easier said than done, particularly when there's odd undulations in the arena, because if you're not quite straight, my goodness, it's like reversing a trailer. You know that if you don't get it square in the first place, you're going to find yourself jackknifing, and we do see that sometimes. That was a good turn. Yeah, they move forward into that extension well. It's a movement, actually, although it's one-handed, by and large, it's been one of the ones that most of the combinations have executed well. They're very even in their heads at this point in the test. It's smooth, perhaps a little bit early in that walk transition. He's sitting on 50 now. Too low, not too low, because otherwise that's all you see. You want them still stretching, but even. You know, they do all want to go into trot at that point on the boards. So clever, the design of some of these dressage tests. We saw that in Beek Bergen as well, didn't we, with the new pairs test. Thinking about some of what can be quite simple, like coming back onto the boards in a free walk, and the horses really think that's the point at which the transition happens, but it doesn't. You've got to go down to another marker. But so far so good. Will he beat his brother? Might not, but it's very close. Again, you get the sense that he hasn't completely let the handbrake off with this trot, because there might be a propensity to break a little bit short of the marker, but he's ended his test, and he's certainly one of the drivers that we expect to be perhaps in the top 10. Radek Nesvachil for the Czech team. 50.06. So he will actually go in behind Yuri. I'm sure they're all very convivial about it. I mean, how many families do we have competing? We've got brothers, we've got fathers and sons, fathers and daughters, cousins, not necessarily this time, but do sometimes with the Hungarians and the pairs. So that's a bit of a break for us here in the live coverage at Leiden. We've got one more session to go, which will start in just under 15 minutes or so. Let me give you an exact time check here. It is 56, so 4:56, which means we are back at 5:10 local time with none other than Bram Shardon. So don't go too far away. We'll be back soon.
Frederick Pearson, Anthony Ort und Law Sedovski. Also wir haben noch Top 7 Gespanne, die wir sehen in der Dressur. Wird nochmal richtig spannend, vor allen Dingen auch für die Mannschaftswertung und natürlich auch für Läden, weil Anna Sandmann kommt ja dann gleich auch in die Dressur. 17:10, 10:10 geht's weiter. Bis gleich.
Cause I'm good now, you ain't mine, nah, 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 nah. Don't call me up when you're looking at my photos. Getting hot, losing control. You want me more, now I let go, nah, 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 nah. I'm over you and I don't need your lies no more. Cause the truth is without you, boy, I'm stronger. And I know you said that I'd change up a cold heart, but it was your game that last, cause ooh, I'm over you. Don't call me up, I'm going out tonight. Feeling good now you're out of my life. Don't wanna talk about us, gotta leave it behind. One drink
You may have been glued to your screens, or you may have gone off to make a quick cup of something or open a bottle of something. Whatever the time is where you are watching, but it is a joy to have you with us. And we are starting our final batch of dressage tests here at the 14th European Driving Championships in Leiden. And what a glorious day it's been. We've had a smattering of rain this afternoon, but it didn't last very long. And we've had mainly a little bit of cloud and lots of sunshine, and we've had some very sunshiny tests. One happy commentator that the Cladrubies have availed themselves so well. Currently sitting in 7th place for Jiri Nesvachil, or the Generali horses, and a couple of Generalissimus Rudolfo ×2. But as you can see there, that's a quick glimpse of where our leaderboard is. And Christoph Sandman, I mean, what can you say? An absolute living legend, icon. Can't praise him enough. He is running this whole event. He's got this enormous business with all the lorries and everything coming in and out as well that he's running around us. He's hosting a world and European championship, and here he is absolutely nailing a dressage test as well. It was such a classy set of movements. Two of the judges had him in front by quite some way. That was Pierre and Elimar. A second place from Barry, Capstick, and 2/3. So that was a very classy piece of driving. But talking of classy driving, we've seen plenty of it over the years. From Bram Shardon, who is coming in next, and the great man is about to appear. He's won more medals than anyone else in driving, and absolutely typifies the dominance that the Dutch have shown in this sport. And he's led from the front for many years, from when the series was re-established in Breda in 2011, and he took that team and individual gold. But he was doing it long before then in Apeldoorn for World Championships. All sorts. What a legend he is. Came in on 52. Bram tells me there's really no rivalry at all between them, and we see that time and time again when they're competing in the World Cups. They're just so filled with joy, all the members of the family, for each and every one of them. And he's still as competitive as ever. Nothing to prove to anybody. As possibly his closest rival over the years, Boyd Excel, has said, if I'm still driving at 64 like Bram Shardon does, then he'll be happy. Leaders trotting round, particularly well in sequence there. Now, he and Bram have been swapping their horses a little bit this series. Idol and James Bond, and particularly if you look back through James Bond's biography, he's been driven a lot by Bram over the years. But no, when Bram's hinted that he might not make the mix in his team, Bram said, well, I'll have him then. So James Bond is now in the Bram team, sitting at 46 at the moment. So far, so good. Nacho O, who's a 7-year-old. Nicotine, also 7. So two relatively young horses in here. Nacho was driven by Bram at Kronenberg. Bram's been driving Nicotine all year. Who else have we got? Juventus will be in Bram's team for the marathon. He's a Bram horse as well. James Bond and Idol, quite regular fixtures in the Bram combination, but no, they're with Bram this time. Interesting chats. we spoke a lot about in the indoor season who was going to end up with Kendi, didn't we? As well. came a little bit up. Didn't hit the near side horse, but settled down again. And one of the great pleasures of being at any event is not just sitting back and enjoying the energy and the positivity that IJsbrand brings to it. He's here with nothing to prove, loves his driving still, loves being in the mix. But just watching him, training his horses, the relationship he has with them, I've watched him on the lunge rein or driving them at various events over the years. And it just seems like such a natural and organic experience. Horses relaxed, he's done it with hundreds and hundreds of horses over the years. What a record he has. The whole family, his wife Pauline, she's been really involved. In fact, it's been Pauline that's been putting a lot of work into Tracy Bowman's Lars, keeping him going since February. But where can we go back to all these ones against his name for team and individual golds? World Championship, that very first title he took back in 1988 in Apeldoorn. Quite a number of our drivers and people here just simply weren't even born, weren't even a twinkle in anybody's eye at that stage. So look at what he's doing. That individual silver he took back in 1986 in Ascot. And that was a team gold then. Team gold, double gold for IJsbrand in Apeldoorn 2 years later. Riesenbeck, another individual gold for him, bronze for the team. Missed the mark in Wagram in Belgium, but back on it for double silver in Wolfsburg 25 years ago. Keskamet, again double silver, back onto double gold in Beast in, or Best in the Netherlands in 2008, and then the teams 2012 in Riesenbeck. This is the World Championships. We'll treat the wakes differently. Breda, Pretoni. Just goes on and on and on. The list of wins and accolades, and of course another World Championship at a World Equestrian Games in Jerez. I could fill the whole of the time with this test listing the many golds and medals this gentleman has won, and that's not even going into the World Cups as well. But let's just sit back and enjoy this master at work. Mid-40s will put him around about 4th or 5th at the moment. He might tuck in behind Bram. He goes possibly between Michael Brockler and Glenn with this set of marks at the moment. But let's see, how organised is this? Not too bad from that angle. A little bit of upping and downing from the horses, but that's what happens when they step back on the diagonal. Doesn't seem to have changed the business end of the marks too much. Of course, Bram, IJsbrand and Koos here to win another team gold if they can. It's absolutely been their competition for so many years. One-handed. On to the H marker. So why is this marking well? Again, it's a bit like Christoph's test. There's just nobody's going anywhere in a hurry. They're just all doing it well. The horses are working in sequence together. They are stretching out a bit. Just want the wheelers to settle. But that was, again, you could see just the slight change in the way of going as they come slightly uphill on that, and unfortunately a jog there for him, possibly because of that uphill. Yeah, frustrating. Yes, the jog there That will be expensive for the marks. Yeah, didn't really get the walk back again. Started off quite well. Yes, dropped back a bit after that, so that's a 47, which might put him between Glenn Gates and Yuri Nesvachil. But that's not really why we're here. We're just enjoying the great man, still very much in the mix, guiding his horses down that last line. Ever the showman. Eyes Bram Shardon. And you can be assured there'll be some big waves and grins to the crowd, whether it happens inside the arena or, yeah, off comes the hat. So you get a sense with these really experienced drivers, the likes of Eisbrand and Christoph, that the horses just have such faith in them, confidence that comes down the reins. Absolutely doing what they should do when they should do it. So how do the marks vary? Not so much. 165 from Pier at Sea. Then we go to 170. 0.5, 169, 166.5, that's Barriot S, and Yuri 172. He marked that well, but that's a 7th place, 47.71. And yes, that splits Glenn Gates, who remains in 6th, and Yuri Nesvachil, and the Kladrubers, who slips back to 8th. Tom Stockman's now is in 9th, and Radek Nesvachil is now in 10th. So not much between them. We might have a little bit of a shunt around again as the next lady comes into the arena. And this will be a test when we are able to use all sorts of words like metronome rhythm, the dynamic impulsion. You want that slight slope to the frame as they're coming up with all the action from behind. Good preparation and execution, travelling and flowing. That's what we're expecting to see. Again, somebody else who, like her dad, has these really super horses. It's the sort of perfect equation of power and strength with grace and suppleness. And if you were to sit down and analyse the meanings of all those words, they're rather different, but we are expecting them to come together in all 4 horses. As in comes Anna Sandman, currently the German national 4-in-hand champion, the first lady to do so. And this really was celebrated at the opening ceremony. Freddie Harley, Ivan van der Martha Hove Texel, and Max van het Roodland. So we vary in ages from 8 to 15. Just shy of another birthday fairly soon in September. Anna Sandman for the German team. Both the ladies on the team with Michael Brockler, and what a lot of talent selectors had to choose from. 43 at the moment. Don't forget, she posted a great dressage test in Beekbergen as well at the pairs, and here she is. And are we going to see a dip into the 30s? Get a sense of power through the shoulders with these horses. There's a depth there, but the good tests, the Anna Marika Myers tests, Christoph tests. It's all about what's happening at the rear end as well. That's where the power and the action comes from as well. Into the 39s, that's it, she's cracked it. Can she stay there? Keep them even. 38, we could be looking at a new leader. Let's see where this goes. This is exciting. They're holding themselves well. They're falling into sequence very naturally, which indicates the balance and the poise that they're achieving in themselves. Fantastic transition there. Just the smallest of adjustment on the reins, but yet yielded. Oh, just settle. That wheeler, that's it. Just had a few paces when it came up a little bit. But she got it back. It's the evenness you're aiming for. And it's the ease with which they move forward. It's just, yeah, every so often just sits up a little bit. But still, like hot knife through butter. Yes, that's what they do. Just look at those legs moving as one. Ideally, if you're looking from the side on, you don't want to see the horse behind it. And if you're looking head on, it looks like two tandems. That's the ideal on the straight lines. On we go. .38, she's nudging in front of her teammate. But we know what these walks can do. She will have put any problems behind her. That's what happens. They live in the moment. They operate. Now, get up. Don't be talking to him. Come on, come back. He's having a little nudge of his mate there, isn't he? That leader. Just concentrate. It's like he had an itch on his nose and he wanted to give it a rub on his mate's neck. Perhaps the judges didn't see that. Beautiful bending, and that's the suppleness. That's where she's scoring these points. Look how beautifully they're on that 15-metre circle, and they don't lose any of the cadence and the strength. They're not falling in. They're bending their whole frames round that. That's where the marks come. Oh, and that's where they perhaps go again. Don't, you've been a pickle, don't, it just every so often. It's like it loses a bit of concentration. That wheeler on the right. Don't let her down. This is a lovely test. Yeah, that's nudged her back to 41. She get back down to 30s. That was a slightly expensive break there. To the centre line. It's certainly going to do great things for the German team. One would imagine that it'll be this test alongside Marika's that gets counted. Looks like she's got mum on there as well, Karen. Patrick will be on for the marathon, as will Adolf Fischer, and Jana is also sitting in there in the livery. Now, once you've had a horse break in that extension into canter, there is a sense that, do we really go for it? Now, she held it and that was composed. Might see the mark edging down a little bit after that, but might have left herself too much to do to get back in front. That was an obedient transition there. Now, that's a good start. They're certainly very relaxed. You definitely see them taking the rein and just stretching out. Can she keep this as they go back onto the boards? Oh, yeah, that jiggy jog. It's caught so many of them out. They honestly think as soon as they get back to E, that's the point at which they trot. It's deceptively tricky. Each test has its movement like that. Yep. What happens to the marks? Yes, 42, not surprised. It will probably at the moment put her into third place. She should go ahead of Bram and tucks in behind her father, who pulled a remarkable test out of the bag. Maybe Christoph Sandman needs to organise every event to have a dressage test like that. What an achievement. But Anna Sandman for the German team. Finishes in a very classy fashion with a lovely trot. Just that wheeler gave her a few moments. You can just see there, it's certainly full of beans. It is funny for these horses. Martin Holler said the same at Beekbergen, that it's not always a walk in the park when you compete at home like this, because they might be driven quite regularly around these grounds, but to have the tents, the flags, the people, the vehicles, just the energy, it does alter it all. I know they're seasoned competition horses, but there's not really a home advantage. So no change at the top, and that's probably how it will stay for Marika. And confirmation there that she does indeed go into third place on that. That was a 43.42. So much promise. Looked like at one point that might have been our new leader. Certainly, who was the one that put that into first? Elimar like that. That was 186 from him at R. Yuri, 175 for a second place in his tally of results so far. Pierre, 169.5. A fifth for her. Barry, sixth, 170.5, and 176.5 for a third from Miguel at P. Let's just see where we had a 10 from Elimar for the overall impression, 9s. Otherwise, athlete got 8 and 8.5s. Yeah, the free walk, Barry, yeah, he's a stickler for the manners and the obedience. That was a 4.5 for him, as they just didn't maintain their rhythm. Elimar was a 7, I have to say. From our angle, we could see that there was that clear break. But the Sandmans, I mean, these families that we have in our driving world, we've got 2 Shardons in there, 2 Sandmans. The Nesvachils aren't too far apart from each other either. What a crew they are. But the Sandmans, Christoph and Anna, now in second and third place. But great news for the Germans. Great news. Bram now in fourth place. Gorg Bonstein in 5th, Michael Brockler in 6th, Glenn Geertz in 7th, Eisbrand in 8th, Yuri in 9th, and that pops Tom Stockman's into 10th. As we turn to the Hungarian team again, Joseph Dobraitz, another gentleman who is here with the family. In on 52, let's give you a reminder of where his son was. 50.71, so not so far apart at the moment. Based not far from Budapest Airport at the Vecchi's Centre, and over the years have been involved in supplying horses to so many people. He's had a good season, first in Svilsvassvarad and first at Azarkizbos, 16th here in Leiden. But going back through our records of prize winners, he is somebody that certainly has figured well over the years. A silver medal for him behind Eisbrand at that very first European Championship in Breda after the long break, and that was a silver for him. And both he and his son, alongside the great Zoltan Lazar, former world champion, they were in the silver medal position in Breda, behind the Dutch, ahead of the Germans. That German team had Michael Brockler, Gorg Bonstein and Christoph Sandman in it, all of whom have driven today. And then the Hungarians took the same team, took bronze in Izak in 2013, and again they repeated that in Aachen. So pretty good record sort of 10 to 15 years ago. Joseph Dobraitz. He had a really good Hungarian World Championship last year, really buoyed by the crowd. He was their highest placed driver, such a celebratory feel to that event. There's this sense that they were making history again after 40 years when Prince Philip had driven there. 2024 that was, he was 13th. The team came 5th at the World Championship, but he's been on medaling, gold medal winning teams. 2004 in Keskamet, they were silver in Breda, that's the World Championships, and last team position at a World Equestrian Games, that was in France in 2014. So again, somebody else that just brings so much experience on the big stage here in driving to it all. Joseph Dobraitz. He's got Dancer, Idaho and Natalie and Zizo in there, all sharing the same bloodlines. There's quite a number of the harness horses that we see at these events. And he does so well. He only has sight in one eye, so often it looks like he's walking towards you with his head slightly tilted. He's got the glasses on today, but quite remarkable what he's achieved over the years. Dancer is now 17, Idaho's 12, Zizo's 15, and Natalie, a newer addition to it all, age 7. Bit of Mano breeding in there as well. Mid-50s, looks like it's going to be. Tall, leggy horses that we've got here. Driver on the centre line. Let's get everyone organised. Back we come. That was about as good as it gets. Yeah, don't get too excited up front. Just stay in the trot, that's it. It's interesting just watching all these different horses, the conformation, the setting of the neck onto the shoulders, particularly with the shape of these KWPNs, or as we've come to know them, with this high head carriage, high at the poll, and then flat behind across the back from the withers, across the top of the rump. I'm just wondering if the mare, the Natalie, she's got slightly different breeding. Which one's she? And then there's one with a little bit of Nonius blood in it, so that might be the slightly heavier one, or just a bit deeper in its conformation on the right wheel. Yeah, you get a glimpse there of the flags, totally dominated by the Germans so far. It's only Bram Shardon that has got in amongst. Otherwise, the top 6 places, apart from Bram in 4th, all the Germans, then Glenn Geertz, but towering performance from them. They really are stamping their mark on this event on home soil. A little bit overcast out there now, but that's fine. We never mind a bit of cloud cover for our horses. Mid-50s. So again, it's contained a fairly safe test. There's another one of our marathon specialists. Just opening them up down the line. Possibly one of the drawbacks of how these horses are put together is sometimes you don't get quite the same hind leg action. There's so much happening at the front. The back end doesn't quite follow through in terms of the length of stride coming under the body. And they're a little bit tight in their necks. But otherwise, for another one of our really seasoned competitors, stuck with the sport for a long, long time, has a big following in Hungary. He's going to be roughly mid-50s, which will put him probably round about 20th. And yes, that's into a 21st place, 55.30. 152 from Pear at sea. Now, we do have a bit of difference here. We've got 165.5 from Elimar at P. Barry, 150 159.5. 164.5 from Yuri, and whereas there's a difference between V and P, Miguel has given him 144.5, so that's a difference of 20 between our judges. 21 even if you count in Elimar on the 165. 21, yeah, dividing them a little bit. Average of 55.30 with the coefficient. That is enough for a 21st place. Just give you a very quick update on the teams. At the moment, Germany some way in front. They're also leading, of course, in the horse singles. In third place in the paras at the moment. But let's turn our attention to the four in hand. So with counting Marika and Anna's test, that puts them on 82.64 for first place. In second place at the moment, using Bram and Ijsbrand's tests, that puts the Dutch into second place. But it could all change again. In comes Dre Degree. So this could be quite an influential test in terms of individual and team podiums. He really is driving out of his skin at the moment, challenging for all those top spots, helped of course by Tara Wilkinson, his partner, who moved over to Belgium from Northern England earlier in the year, and we watched Tara have a lot of success, of course, in helping the British team gain that double silver. Roger Campbell, I think he's going to be here today somewhere, and he won the individual silver and the team won the team silver. Remarkable. And so Tara had to put that all behind her and turn her attentions here to Grenadier, Geraldo, Complete and Lancelot. Hunter, good old Hunter, will be back in for the marathon, definitely. The horse of Dries' heart, he's been in Bretoni, ex-Lou World Cup in Bordeaux, and he was off games a little bit during the indoor season last year, but back on form. Dries Degree sitting here on the mid-40s at the moment. We know he's brilliant, absolutely brilliant on the marathon, brilliant as he is also through the indoors. In ex-Lou, he had a 51.04, looks better than that already. I know he's been working a lot on his dressage phase. But that great silver or runners-up position in Bordeaux at the World Cup, that was brilliant. 6th in Royal Windsor this year. Or rather, 3rd at Royal Windsor, 6th in Cladrubie and 8th in Kronenberg. Dries Degree here for Belgium. Will they be challenging after this? It could be quite close with the Dutch. Germany absolutely can't be caught after the dressage for top spot, but it will be neck and neck with the Dutch and the Belgians. Czech Republic now in 4th. Hungary has moved up to 5th. France still has Anthony Orr to come for our teams of 3. Marks creeping down. How's he doing? So it's Complete and Lancelot. If you follow Dries on Facebook, you might have seen that he had these two come into the team this year, quite possibly to add a little bit extra for the dressage. Formerly driven by Francesco, I mentioned earlier, and Joseph Debac. What you're aiming for in this movement is for them to really look like walk is where they want to be. Sometimes it seems like the walk is a little bit begrudging. They're like, okay, we will walk, but we'd rather be trotting. And that's when you get your shortened strides. And for some of them tests, that particularly that brilliant mark that Marika got for her first free walk, it absolutely looked like this was where the horses wanted to be, walking, not just holding their breath until they could get to the trot or back to the boards. And how often do we see that? So it's, yes, we are walking, we are absolutely happy to be walking, and we are willing to be walking, not just doing it a little bit begrudgingly and waiting for the trot. .45, where would that put him? Is he going to mix up the Germans a bit? We'll have to get, yeah, might well do. Might well do. Let's see where it settles. Not too far off Bram at the moment on that 44. I'm sure he'd be delighted with that. I mean, the Germans really have put down some remarkable scores here today. Absolutely dominated in this first phase, but if the likes of Dries and Bram and Glenn's in there as well, not too far off, and all of them fearsome on the marathon. Leaders working beautifully together, particularly on that turn. That was very well together. That's what you want. Yeah. I'm sure that looks completely different from the front or from the side or from an angle. But we do get a particular view of that. 43 at the moment. That will put him in front of Bram. It might even challenge Anna Sandman. So, Dries, are you going to keep up the momentum? Mark's creeping down. Good work there, particularly from the wheelers. You get a sense they've relaxed a little bit into the test. It has improved. It was very good at the start, but it's just got a little bit more panache, a bit more confident as it's gone on. Remember, it is a fairly new combination. We talk about bringing in new horses, but it does take time for everybody to get to know each other, just working out exactly what aids mean what, where and when. He does spend a lot of time on the training side, but it's one thing training at home and buying horses that have done great things or not done them, but it's the match practice at the top level. Now, what happens on the boards? Keep the walk, keep the walk. Don't let them shorten too much. Keep it. Yeah, well done. You could see them all offering just to go a little bit up, and yes, that was enough to put him onto that 44. It was a walk of two halves, as so many of them have done. It's fine on the diagonal, but on the boards might creep back down. He might creep in front of Bram. He's neck and neck at the moment. That's a good poise, good elevation, good harmony in sequence. Yeah, that was a lovely final movement from Dre Degree. Well, we've got the athlete and the general impression marks to add, and at the moment he's completely on the nose with Bram, which I know he'll be delighted with. And that's a pleasing picture. And yes, he has just nudged in front of Bram and behind Anna Sandman. So, oh, and that was a first place test from Barry Capstick. Barry liked that. Now, Barry will have liked the fluidity of the frames and the movements. That's, see, that 183 at S. There was no condensing of the necks at all. And that's something he specifically mentioned when he was looking at it. So Barry liked that. Yuri less so. That was a 10th place for him on 165. Yeah, so quite a gap between the judges on that one. But I'm pretty sure what Barry and indeed Pierre will have liked about that, there was consistency. They were evenly matched. 181.5 from our judge at C, at R 173, and at P, Miguel has given that 169.5. But that will be, I'm sure, something that delights Dries and Tara and the team. It was a test that absolutely grew in confidence as it went on. Who knows, if he'd started like that, he might have edged in front of Anna, but he's not far off Anna Sandman. And really, apart from a little bit of shortening and tension in the second part of that free walk, it was pretty free of any blips at all. So Dre Degree comes here as hotly tipped to be on a podium and might well even be on it twice, team and individually, and a great start for him. So Anna Maraika still in front, Christoph Sandman in second place, Anna Sandman in third, and now Dries Degree has gone into fourth ahead of Bram Shardon. That is our top flight at the moment, but here's a gentleman that could well make a bit of an impression on those top places, Frederick Pearson. Bram flagged him in particular as somebody that is just gaining in form and consistency at the moment. Frederick Pearson. Sticking with the same team, pretty much from Pretoni and Exlu. Currently 5th ranked. 5th in Aachen. 4th in the dressage of 41.12, so there or thereabouts at the moment. 12th on the marathon. 12th in the cones, and 8th in Leyden. 4th at Royal Windsor. 4th is a particularly tantalising position he seems to end in. Had that at the World Championships and the last Europeans as well. Clad Ruby as 7th, been a multiple Swedish champion. He started with the horse fours in 1996 and been on the team since then. Very first World Championship was in Belgium, in Walcheren. 1998 at the World Equestrian Games. There was a bronze team medal in Rome. Been in the final several times for the World Cup. So Frederick Pearson, yep, the predictions were right. He's rumbling along in leadership contention. They are a very correct and cohesive team. The conformation's lovely. They work absolutely as a unit, heads level. Lovely change on the bend there. Now, keep this up and we could have a new leader. Frederick Pearson. Are we going to have another sub 40? Let's wait and see. Lovely work from the wheelers there. Just keep the heads level. Again, it's the tests that just get the poise and the balance. There's nothing hurried. Every footfall is where it should be, exactly as it should be. They're really dancing, light on their feet through these movements. Good cadence, harmony, relatively open through the necks, which is what you want. But you still need a little bit of dynamic impulsion, perhaps less so in this movement. In fact, dynamism is the last thing you want in this movement. Come on, just relax a bit. Chaps at the back, the ones in front seem to have, but a little bit short in the walk, particularly for the horse closest to the camera. He's one of those that's tolerating this. Yeah, he wanted to be back in his trot, didn't he? Yeah, a bit costly. Popped him onto 40 in Christoph Sandman territory now for the marks. We are on the home straight here in Leiden. Smoothly does it. There's not necessarily an extravagance, but there's an elegance, but it's through all of the horse. They're evenly matched in their front and hind actions. Lovely top lines. Look at that curve on top of the necks for all of them. They're really well matched. I'm sure they do all look quite different out of harness, but they look pretty identical in harness. Bending well. Andrew Council would like this into the bends, that's what he says. And that was a lovely bit of lengthening. You got a good shot there, just how those outside horses on the curve just went ever so slightly up a gear so that they could keep level. Good driving there from Frederick Pearson. And probably one of the best reinbacks from this particular angle. But it was willing, it was smooth, there were no bottoms appearing, no heads came up. Has that changed the marks at all? Look good from this angle. Maybe the judges saw something slightly different. It's very easy to judge when you're not judging. They are holding their frames beautifully well between the different trots. That's one of the overriding factors in this combo. He's got them in full collars. I haven't really mentioned that today. I do sometimes go off on one about the harness, but we've had a mixture of breast collars and collars, full collars. Those, yeah, yeah. Now that's interesting. You can see the adjustments he's made. He's not going to give them too much rein after what happened last time. So maybe not allowing for the full lengthening of the frame, but keeping them in the walk. You saw again back on the boards, and they just offered an early trot, but he got them back. Whether he disguised it totally from the judges, let's wait and see. Not sure he did. That's a 42, but it will be enough at the moment to go into third place if he stays here. should go ahead of Anna Sandman. So I'm sure the hosts will be gracious about being split by Frederick Pearson. Here for Sweden. Oh, isn't that super? That's a treat to see. Lovely trot down there. They just sat up and said, look what we can do. Free walk might not be our strongest forte. But there we go. Good job from Frederick Pearson. Let's see where that puts him. At the moment, looks like it's going to be a 42 point something, which will put him into third place. We'll just wait for final confirmation whilst all the marks are taken in, tallied, divided and multiplied. But I'm pretty sure he's going to split Christoph and Anna Sandman, which is great for the Swedish team effort as well, actually. Yes, he does indeed go into third place. Now, how did the judges see that? Pierre quite liked it. That was 180 from her at C. Who else liked it a lot? 177.5 from Elimar at R and 177 from Yiri at V. Barry, 173.5. I'm sure. Let's see if we can get what Barry gave. He was quite consistent. Yes, a 6.5 for the walks, but some 8s in there as well. And 171.5 from Miguel. So there we have, just confirming, slight change at the top. The German flags have been split up a bit, but Anna Marijke Meijer stays on top, probably as we would have predicted ahead of it. But we now have Christoph Sandman. Might not have predicted that he'd be in second place. Just goes to show. Age is absolutely no barrier, but when you've got the experience of the Christoph Sandmans and the Bram Shardons and the Joseph Dobrawitzes here, they're still absolutely holding their own. We move back to France now. Anthony Auld. In he comes. We are in the home straight, so to speak. One more to go after this. For France, he's been having a pretty good few years. Won the test event back in Protoni. And yeah, really safe pair of hands for the French team. And let's just confirm where we are. So Marijke had 2 first placed tests, a second, a third and a fourth. Christoph Sandman had 2 first place, 2 thirds and a 6th. And Frederick, that we've just seen, had a second, a third, a fourth and a 5th. Anthony Auld here for France. Who's he got with him today? Carino for all three phases, as is Fernando and Melvin. Excision in for the dressage as well. Carol Auld on the back. And Louise Heckman also. Victor will be joining Carol for the marathon. Now, member of a few fourth place teams, but these are the horses, most of them that he's been using for the last few seasons. This year he had a good start to the season with a second in Ilud. There was a 14th in Kronenberg, a 12th at Royal Windsor, then a 14th in Leiden and a 15th in Aachen. The Aachen test was 58.70. Looking to be a little ahead of that at the moment. Oh, I was about to say it was quite a good halt, and then, as if by telepathy, the horse went, well, not sure about that today. Where would a 56 be? That would be just over the halfway mark. That's actually very close to where Benjamin is. Istvan Vaci, Raina Duen, Ferank Galbach. That's who's round about there. Yeah, the leaders just coming up a little bit in their heads. Ideally, you want the poles and the sort of flat front of the head, except if they're Lipizzaners and Cladrubas, to just be on that vertical. They could be an inch or two in front, but it's when they come up too much, it just means that you haven't got that sort of lovely cycle of energy, which is what you want coming from behind. That's possibly why the marks are dropping off a little bit. That's a bit better, they're a bit more level now. They almost just need to drop a little bit of tension in the heads, which is what's the necks, which is what's keeping the heads up. They just need to just round the necks a little bit more. Accurate on the letter at M. he's not so far off the mark he got in Ilud 2 years ago. That was a 56.97. Oh no, that was 56.64. Looking at the wrong line there. 56.64. So, yes, anyway, he's pretty close to the mark 2 years ago next Lou. And he's on 57 at the moment. Might drop back to 56. It will be pretty much neck and neck with where Benjamin Ilud is with the Lusitanos we saw a bit earlier. We shall just wait for confirmation. But he seems delighted. So, when you come out of an arena with a big smile like that, seems a shame to have to reduce it down to marks and places. So that is indeed a 25th spot for him. He edges just in front of his teammate Benjamin Ilud, and we'll get the scores up any second now. There you have it, 56.70. Yeah, the judges a little bit divided on that. That was 141.5 at P. That's Miguel. That was a 34th for him. Not a test that he favoured at all. At C, 156.5 from Pear. Elimar marking that a bit more highly at 162.5, as did Yuri at V, 161. Barry, but a little bit more in the Pierce Scar camp for 154. Just the last competitor to come forward now. We are so nearly at the end of what actually has gone by very quickly. It always does. You think, gosh, we've got a lot to get through in one day, and then suddenly here we are. The clock ticks, time passes, and we find ourselves at the end of our dressage day here at the European Championships in Leiden. For Poland, Law Sedovski certainly keeps us all very entertained during trot-ups. His hat flew off and then whipping up the supporters. Quite a character in the opening ceremony. Who's he got here? Some Arabo-Frisians. He's got Nico Jacobus, who's using for dressage and marathon. Tracy J.W. for dressage and cones. All three is Wetzi. And Yuri van de Kantweg, also for all three. So definitely making the most of having the 5 horses here. All of them are doing 2, if not 3. They don't have to use the 5th horse, often called a spare. But more often than not, if you're going to come out to a World or a European Championship or a big event, you will absolutely make the most of all the horsepower you brought with you. Originally, the spare was taken along in case there was an injury or a lameness, or for any reason one of your main team couldn't be driven. But now the ability to take 5 horses as part of the travelling squad, equine squad that is, most of the drivers will use all of them. And we're back with you. A little bit of buffering, it looks like. We've done so well today. It's all gone so smoothly. It really has. Live broadcast. Not sure what's happening on your screens at home as you're watching. So I can tell you that we do have Vice Law Sedovski in the arena here in Leiden. I'm sure he's doing a grand job with his test. There we go. He's back. We're back again. We're back again. There's always a bit of frantic messaging going, help, where's the picture gone? We do try and give you very smooth. I mean, our coverage is absolutely like a Marika test. Smooth, elevated, poised, composed, disciplined. Of course it is. But every so often we get a break in pace. Sometimes we get a jig jog, a metaphorical jig jog in our walk, or a few paces of canter in our trot. We're all human. We're back. We're back. We're back. And this is a live situation. It's okay, team. We're all right. Don't panic, poor Franzi. There she is. Gosh, she's the glue that holds us all together behind the scenes. On the production side for FEI TV and Clip My Horse. They do work very hard, long hours at these events. It's certainly not 9 to 5 for any of us. That's what we enjoy about it. Nothing's 9 to 5 about a life with horses, and particularly if you're going to be somebody that trains and drives and produces and travels with a horse team. We've got 5 horses here for everybody, but I dare say most drivers will have more at home that they have to keep in work, fed, fit, shod, healthy. It's pretty much full time. And if they don't do it full time, they will probably have crews on board that do. So we are around about the mid-50s, 57 at the moment. That would place him round about the 27th, 28 mark out of 41. Everyone has completed just one with, well, retirement mid-test from Hans Huys. But otherwise, we've had a few jogs, a few canters when we should have had walks, but otherwise it's been a pretty uneventful day. We've had some moments of sheer brilliance, not least from our host Christoph Sandman. That's probably the biggest upset to the form book. Not that it is, I mean, he's done so well over the years, but when you think who he's got behind him, Frederick Pearson, Anna Sandman, Dre Degree, Bram Shardon, Glenn Geertz. Yeah, very impressive drive from our host. So in ages, they range from 10 to 19, so pretty experienced. We've got a 19th in Kladrubia, 32nd in, well, here in Leiden, back in May. 36th in Hungary last year at the World Championship. For Poland and for the Polish team. Vice Law Sedovski on the second of his, well, we call them a pair drop. Looked like he had, oops. walking. Walking. Oops. No, that was a... You could see it just being distracted by some movement on the other side of the fence. A little break of pace, but recovered well. Yeah, not bad at all. And the final movement of the final test here in Leiden at the European Championships for four in hands. And that's probably one of the better movements in this test. It's been absolutely great. And he's going to finish on 57, which should put him at the moment in about 27th. We've got a joint 25th with, it was a joint 25th in the end with Benjamin and Anthony. I think there was a bit of a shunting round of the scores there. So the two Frenchmen actually finish on exactly the same scores. That's quite an achievement. Remember this? Oh, he's grinning. Got pretty pictures to leave us with. So he slots in just behind the two Frenchmen on their tying score of 56.77, and that's a 57.24. So we've got 140. That was Miguel at P. He has probably been the judge that's marked the lowest throughout the last 2 days. At C, Piers Scar gave that the highest mark at 162.5, and the others are all somewhere in between. We've got 159.5, 154.5 and 155. That total on the scoreboard is going to be 57.24, and that puts him into 27th. So I would think he's actually pretty chuffed with that. So there ends our dressage day, and they're all out. That's it. Down comes the dressage arena. No hanging around. They are highly efficient here in Leiden. But looks like, yeah, iPads being unplugged. I'm sure we'll be able to give you, that's the scoring crew. They don't hang around, mind you. They have got the prize giving ceremony to follow fairly quickly. The little judges' boxes, doors are opening. There's Miguel proceeding, and confirmation of the standings at the moment in the European Championship. We've got Anna Marie Kamaya, our only sub-40 score of the day. As others promised, but they didn't maintain the consistency that she did. She's on 39.32. Christoph Sandman, what an achievement. What a result for our host here. 40.79. Fabulous test. Frederick Pearson breaks up the Sandmans for a third place. For Sweden, 42.85. Anna Sandman, there she is in fourth place, and running down through the order, Robert Wilkinson surely listened to his trainer for a great mark for him for the British team effort. Quite a few Hungarian flags there. Joseph Dobraitz Jr. on 50.71, and then his dad on 55.30. And we move on down. Look at the two Frenchmen, how democratic. Absolutely equal marks, 56.77. We just saw Anthony Ord not long ago. And Vice Law Sedovski, who's rounded off our day, slots in behind them. Raina Duen, who was one of the first tests of the day. There he is. Now, we are back fairly early tomorrow morning. My paperwork says we've got a 9 o'clock start, but if that changes, we will get that out there to you. Certainly the start time will be on the Clip My Horse website. Germany out in front very comfortably with those dressage scores, 82.64. Belgium now in second place. Glenn and Dries doing grand work for them, 91.43.
The Netherlands, not much between the 92.03, the two Shardon scores being counted. Czech Republic, it was all the Kladrubers, down to the Kladrubers. Thank you for joining us. We've got a bit of a party to come and a prize giving for all the dressage. Don't forget we had a very busy day yesterday, so I can see lots and lots of activity. There's Pierscar. She's probably going to go and lie down in a corner. She will have to go and sign off all the results. Her job is not yet done for today, but thank you very much to the team behind the scenes who brought us all these wonderful pictures today. Thank you for watching. It's been a great 2 days of dressage here in Leiden. It's marathon tomorrow. Do not miss it. It's always the best of times. I'm Sarah Dance, as ever. It is a sheer joy and my great privilege to share the action with you. Marathon tomorrow. Don't miss it. Good night.